Good morning. Good morning. 27th, 2023. Welcome, members of the public, to the California Reparations Task Force 12th public hearing, 4th in-person public hearing, and first public hearing of the new year. So thank you all for coming and being a part of history. Before we go into the substance of our agenda, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote so that we can establish a quorum. Present.
Madam Chair is present. Vice Chair Brown? Present. Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford? Here. Member Bradford is present. Member Grills? Present. Member Grills is present. Member Holder? Here. Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer? Here. Member Jones Sawyer is present. Member Lewis? Here. Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp is present. Member Tamaki? Here. Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 task force members and the number needed for a quorum is 5. The number present is 9. Madam Chair, a quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now that a quorum has been established, this meeting is officially called into order. Our next item on the agenda is welcoming remarks from the California State Secretary of State, Shirley Weber.
Thank you. I bought one of my fans. Thank you. Thank you. Now you can sit. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, welcome you to San Diego State University. I'm pleased to be here because this is a place where I spent 40 years teaching. And so it is always good to be home and to see so many of my former students who passed my class clapping. Because there were some of you who left. Okay, I understand that. But let me just, it's good morning to you. We brought the sun for you because, of course the wind as well. But I'm just here to really to welcome you to San Diego State, make a couple of comments concerning the reparations. It is my honor really to be with this task force today. This has not been an idle task force, it's been an active task force addressing some of the most important issues in California, and they deserve a round of applause. In 2020, it is amazing to me that it's been 3 years now. In 2020, I authored AB 3121, which was the reparations bill. And many persons asked, why did I do that at that time? Well, I did it because one, the bill in DC, once again, had failed. And it'd been 40 years. And we know the history of the numbers of 40 acres and a mule, 40 this, 40 that. And we never seem to get across the line for progress and efforts to make a difference in the United States and across the nation. I also decided that California could do this. You know, California is the one that always does the innovative things that others haven't done, that we could do this. And I knew that we had a legislature, because I was in there with them, who was built in the Assembly and in the Senate. So we know we could get it done. So it was important that we get it done quickly without a whole lot of brouhaha, because we know as long as stuff stays on us hard, it gets ugly and nobody wants to eat it. And so as a result, we needed to work fast to get this bill passed and signed by the governor. I also knew that California had the resources to accomplish it. California is the 5th largest economy, working to become the 4th largest economy in the world. So we have resources in California. In addition to that, we have an educational structure that is second to none. The institutions of learning in California in the post-secondary area are amazing. No one has a University of California system, a Cal State system, and an array of community colleges like California. So we have the brain power, the knowledge to basically do this if we choose to. And so it's a place for us to be in California to raise this issue. Additionally, I recognize that if we could and demonstrate, which we can, and we have in this task force, that racism and slavery existed in California, all the way from the Mason-Dixon lines and on the east coast of Virginia and North and South Carolina to come all the way across to the California. It proves that this issue is systemic and it is across the nation. It is not just confined to slave states, that the damage is done across the nation. So I knew we could do it, and I'm grateful for them doing it. You are going to have some conversations about those 5 issues that have been raised. I want to urge this task force to basically make sure that we do not lose sight of who the people are that we're trying to help, that we make sure the language is clear so that it doesn't become a free-for-all, that this is actually a harm issue. We know that in this state, race doesn't matter to them. We know that they're not going to deal with anything that deals with race. We've seen this recently in some legislation with regards to kids getting money to schools and those kinds of things, and we've had to shape and redefine it's there. But they will deal with harm. If damage has been done, and it has been, it is their job to fix that damage. And this nation has done that over and over again with other groups. So we're fully aware of the fact that this is a harm issue. It is also an issue that many of you in this room went from. And we need to recognize that. Actually overcome some of the challenges faced. That doesn't mean we got equity or fairness in it, but we've learned to overcome the challenges that are there. And that's good, but we know that that group is small and has not necessarily impacted the economic issues of California, the educational issues, all those gaps that we look at. No matter how many Black secretaries of state you have, that gap does not change. So we have to have something for the persons who are not in those categories as well, who've been able to buy homes and been able to overcome some of the racism, who have businesses and have prospered. We have to basically make sure that we're dealing with and focuses on those who have been the hardest hit in our community. And so I ask you honestly to really look hard at this task force, to look at the work that you've done, to push it forward. Because if you don't push it forward, it loses its momentum. And you don't want to kill yourself by time. And I know it is always an attraction to stay in something longer than you need to. You know, but it's like a baby. If you don't get it out, it's not going to live. And so I want you to basically do the best you can. Talk about what you need to get done. If you need something from me, let me know. But I want to make sure that the work gets done and the work continues. And that is extremely important. And this is one of the first steps, because San Diego has turned out because they want to know what you're going to do. They want to impact it. And they're strong supporters of reparations. And we will need every supporter in California and beyond to pull this off, to make sure that we make a difference. So as you're looking at your 5 things that you have to answer about residency and so forth and so on, make sure that whatever your recommendations are will really change the experience and the life for African Americans in California. That is important. We don't need token things given to us that in the end, nobody knows what happened, nobody knows who got it, and we're still standing in the same hole we were in 2022. So make sure that your recommendations are going to have lasting impact, that it's going to be a change agent, that it's going to address the issues of the institutions that we face. Because those are the challenges we face. Even when we have resources, we still face the structure and the institutions and the discriminatory practices in California. So I want to thank you for coming. My staff is here with me. Kip is here, and one of my other staff members is here. They flew in for this hearing. I'll be in and around. I've got a bunch of meetings this morning, but I will be in and out, and I'll also probably get a chance to come back to the hearing this here and tomorrow. And your assemblywoman will be here to represent me. Akila Weber will be in eventually sometime today for the hearing. But folks are listening, folks are watching. I want to thank you for your hard work. It has been a journey. And most folks wanted it to last longer than it is, but keep in mind, we have been working on the issue of reparations for a long time. This is not a new idea. But one good thing that's come from all of this is that everywhere we go, people are taking up the issue, not waiting for Washington, developing programs that deal with housing and education. Even here in San Diego, our foundation is talking about how they can create more home ownership among African Americans in San Diego. So everyone has decided that reparations is their job, that they have to, if they're chair of something, an institution, they need to be addressing this issue because of what you've demonstrated in terms of the information that's there. So thank you so very much for all the research that's been done, all the work that's been done in writing the report and taking us to this point. We know there are many more places we need to do and a lot of more work that needs to be done. But we also recognize that I did 3 years ago. I couldn't wait 40 more years. You know, I don't think I'll live to be 110. So, so as a result, we had to get it done now. Okay, thank you guys for coming. Welcome to San Diego. So good to see you all out of the little boxes my kids talk about on Zoom. It's good to see you out of the little boxes and in your faces here. And if I know some of you wanted to chat with me at some point, my staff is here. Make sure you get in touch with them. While you're here in San Diego, we'll try to figure out something. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you again, Secretary Weber, for those inspiring, welcoming remarks. I would like to acknowledge the City of San Diego Mayor, Todd Gloria, if you had any.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Let me tell you something. There's nothing I fear more in life than having to speak after Secretary Weber. You can see that we are so blessed and so fortunate to have Secretary Weber, not just in the role that she occupies, but her continued presence here in San Diego, which makes a difference. I would thank you, Dr. Weber, for your long public service, for your great championship of just this issue, a host of issues, education, primarily in my mind. And we're so glad to see you in this role as our Secretary of State. I wanted to be here this morning to welcome the commission to San Diego. We're proud to have you here in our great city. I want to give a special welcome to my former colleagues, Assembly Member Joan Sawyer and Senator Bradford. It's good to see you both. I miss you, although I like seeing you better here in San Diego rather than Sacramento. And I wanted to be here to offer welcome. That's often what a mayor does. I get to do it many times a day. I'm glad that the weather is good. It makes that job a little bit easier, but obviously also to recognize the work of this commission. And I will tell you that as a former member of the legislature, I had the opportunity to vote for Dr. Weber's bill, which I gladly did. And thank you. And I will say that as a legislator, and Senator Bradford and Assembly Member Joan Sawyer, as well as our Council President Pro Tem, can attest to, you vote for these things in hopes that folks will fill these positions and do the work. And you are doing that work. And I'm grateful that you are. This is an important issue. I don't have to tell you that. You've been studying this for a long period of time. But from the very southern part of this state, as you cross all around it is important to us here in San Diego as well. And so I wanted to not just welcome you to San Diego, but to thank you for your service to your state. And on behalf of many people who are looking at this issue, craving strong, clear answers, real action, we appreciate your willingness to do that work, recognizing that you're professionals whose time is extremely valuable and you're choosing to dedicate a considerable amount of that time to the benefit of your state. So thank you. I wanted to just share briefly, if I may, about what we're doing in San Diego. And I'll tell you that our efforts in this regard are really led by our Council President Pro Tem, Monica Montgomery Stepp. And forgive me for the back to you all. You see me all the time. These folks, they're visitors. We want to put our best foot forward, right? We want to get some good recommendations. I want to say that under Council President Pro Tem's leadership, the city has undertaken tremendous efforts to try and address inequities in our community. I think first and foremost was her idea for the creation of an Office of Race and Equity. It was her idea, as mayor, it felt to me, to create it and to find staffing for it. And we're working together. It's changing things dramatically. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. In addition, she helped to lead a ballot measure that was overwhelmingly approved by San Diego voters to create an independent commission on review of police practices with subpoena power, with independent legal counsel, to really have accountability when bad things happen with regard to law enforcement. And of course, she continues to advocate for her district, the home of our African-American community here in San Diego, who has long borne the brunt of lack of investment, of disparity, of inequity. When she has risen to our pro tem position on the city council, you understand that how power that has come from her diligence and her hard work. It's a community that has long thought that City Hall didn't care about them. And we're working together to try and change that. My role as mayor is to try and take those ideas, the great ideas that come from the council president pro tem and the city council, and make them real. And I want you to know, and I hope that in some way, maybe this is illustrative of what the commission could consider. We and the city of San Diego are committed to equity. Our Office of Race and Equity is currently undertaking tactical equity plans for every city department. That means asking every department in our city, and there are dozens, Reggie, you know how cities work, that we have to look at everything that we do and ask ourselves, what is the disparity for San Diegans? All of those have now been quantified. Those are now being imbued into our current budget, which I'm working on today, that identifies where those gaps are and how to start funding to fill in those gaps. This is different. This, I will confess, is hard for city departments to really understand how equity plays out with, say, infrastructure. But when you consider our city has roughly 3,000 miles of roads, about 30 of them are unpaved, would you wonder where the 30 are unpaved? In our historically Black and Latino communities. And so equity does play a role in infrastructure, and helping our city staff to understand that, start to program for it, and to start to solve it is transformational. Lastly, we've created a community equity fund, which I want to actually share with members of the community, since many of you are San Diegans. We will be soliciting community feedback for applications on how to use these dollars that we're trying to ask the community's partnership to address these inequities. So it's not just policy making, it's not just aspirational, it's just about doing the real work of identifying the real problems and then devoting dollars to actually getting it done. My hope is that our city can lead on this issue. As the first person of color elected to serve as the mayor of this city, as you understand, this is personal for me. I understand that growing up, when I'd see my grandfather, who only ever wore a three-piece suit in his entire life, including when mowing the lawn of his yard here in San Diego, that was because he had to wear that suit in order to communicate he's a man worthy of respect in this city. I recognize for many men and many women that continues to be a concern, that they don't see themselves as a full citizen of this community. My goal, working with the council president pro tem, is to change that. And we can't undo decades or centuries of disinvestment, of inequity, of injustice overnight. But I'm absolutely committed to work with the council and with the community to do that. And your work is obviously critical to that. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to your state. Know that the second largest city in the state supports what you're doing. And we're here to be partners in making sure recommendations that you put forward are acted upon. I'm absolutely here. My door is open to serve with you all and making sure that this gets completed. Thank you all again for your time this morning. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Being here.
Thank you, Mayor Gloria, for those inspiring remarks. Teary-eyed as well. Thank you. That was very impactful. And I would also like to recognize Chris Ward, who is the Assembly member for the 78th District. Hello. Would you like to make any remarks? Or
Oh yeah, for the reception. Well, thank you. And I also wanted to extend a good morning and a welcome here to the San Diego region. We're at the interface of the districts represented by myself and my great colleague, Dr. Akilah Weber. And I want to have a special thank you again to our vice chair, my colleague, Mr. Jones Sawyer, and Senator Bradford as well for coming down here. And I miss my colleague every day, Council President Pro Tem Monica Montgomery Stepp. Again, want to get to public comment, because here and my staff is here is to make sure that locally we're listening to the input that is so important here. Thank you for the work that you've done over the course of the past many months to be able to lay the foundation. But as my colleagues and I know, right now is the time to act. To reference back to what Secretary Weber was mentioning, we don't have time to wait. And we, of course, have bill deadlines coming up soon that we can begin to take some of these recommendations and the foundation that you're laying into action this year. And so I'm excited to be a partner in that. We should clap for that. And whether we're working on our policy or our budget decisions that help us make sure that we're working on remediation, I know that we're not just addressing, and importantly addressing, the foundational work that was the establishment of this task force, but we're also intersecting with so many other issues of inequity that transcend all of our communities here that are important in California. And so your work is going to go beyond just that core foundation. Your work is going to really be pivotal to be able to help so many Californians that have been affected by the injustices, by the inequities that we see in our educational systems, in our housing systems, in our economic opportunities. This is going to be groundbreaking. And so I'm grateful for the work that you're doing. And my staff and I are excited to be able to listen here today to San Diego's input as we consider exactly how we're going to work on some of those remediation efforts. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Assemblymember Ward. Thank you again, Mayor Gloria, and thank you again, Secretary Weber. So that is public comment. It's a great turnout. And so I want to get some feedback from the task force. We want to honor the folks who are here in person. So how about we do 40 minutes of public comment in person, 20 minutes of public comment on the phone lines, and each person gets 2 minutes each. All right, so public comment officially started. It is 9:30. Ms. Aisha Martin Walton will assist in that effort. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Aisha Martin Walton. I'm with the California Department of Justice, and I'd like to welcome the task force, the public, and folks on the call. The task force would like to hear from you. Your public comments are very important. As you, the chair indicated, you will have 2 minutes today to speak. And please be advised that you may be politely interrupted and notified when your 2 minutes up. But however, please know that you can always attend any of the reparations meetings in person or on the call. We have several more before the project ends. Also, you can always submit written comments to the task force at reparations at dlj.ca.gov. So let us begin. First commenter, please.
Greetings. Thank you guys for your work, Joe. I appreciate it. Chris, thank you for the information. As I went back and I saw that assembly, Reginald Sawyer Jones said that something about we have 2 jails that was shut down, that was closed. As I look over the 5 things we need is rehabilitation. That's one of the 5. There's no way that we are getting rehabilitated in these jails today. And I heard you guys say, oh, well, let's, train them better. No. We got 100 million acres of land here. The government owned 45.5 million acres of land. A jail is only 300 acres of land. Now, if you guys want to be serious about reparations, let the last go first on this one, Pastor. We need to look out. I lost one brother in 2011 in the penitentiary. He died from the staph infection. 4 years ago, my brother, older than me, another older brother, got sentenced to 27 to life for manslaughter, which only carries up to 11 years. They're still doing the George Jacksons today. Soledad, brother. Let's stop this. Let's get this land and put our prisons. We want those 2 prisons. We want our own staff there. We want Judge Joe Brown, Judge Mathis, or whoever to be there to give our people the right judgment before they get out of jail. We got resources up the yang. We can't let them keep trying to experiment with us. We know what it takes. We got agape love for our people. No more Philadelphia brother love. We want agape. Only way we're going to get it is from our own people, because they're going to care about every single inmate. 3 Black people die every day in the prisons in the United States. 3.21 to be exact. So every time you eat breakfast, pray for 1. Every time you eat lunch, pray for 1. Every time you eat dinner, pray for 1. When you eat your snack, get ready for the next one. So that's all I ask, that you guys can consider. This 40 acres in the mule that we was promised a long time ago, let's stick with that.
All right, I'm gonna talk real fast. I am Friday Jones. My name is Consa Jones Muhammad. I'm the president of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants, former co-chair of Los Angeles chapter, founding member of CJEC, vice president for the Los Angeles Reparations Task Force appointed by Mayor Garcetti. Today, I'm talking as an individual. We are the grassroots of this California movement. Before we were organizations, we were people with a common history, picking up the torch of our ancestors and living relatives to further the deliverance of reparations to descendants of persons freed through the emancipation under the U.S. Constitution. There are people that would diminish our collective works. We are the people that work with Dr. Weber to add language to AB 3121 when it was a bill proposal. We are the people that championed the bill through the state assembly and Senate. We are the people that organized prominent individuals to call Gavin Newsom and push him to sign the bill. Nationally, we are the people that submitted HR edits to Sheila Jackson Lee and the Judiciary Commission. We are the people that requested a presidential executive order for reparations in August of 2021 with our landmark Repair Act presidential priorities demanding additional policy like reestablishing the Freedmen's Bureau. We asked for ASL to be at the very first hearing, and it took someone to show up at the December hearing with a disability, and there is no evidence still that ASL interpreters have been made a permanent part of these hearings. ASL is culturally relevant, and you all basically miss an opportunity to introduce people to Black American Sign Language, which was born out of structural racism and which became a necessity. I was supposed to read a poem today from inmate Lester Polk. However, I didn't receive the poem in time and will email it, but inmates do not have access to these hearings. There has been no effort to provide inmates with an email or physical mailing address to public comment to this body. Inmates cannot access state websites. There must be accommodations made in both of these spaces. Thank you for your work. The critics that misrepresent our work, thank you, because you make us work better. Thank you.
We have 2 minutes. Thank you to all. I was cut short before, unfortunately. And so the thing is, I really appreciate every member here. You're an esteemed group, and I wanted to say more about that. But anyway, let me move forward. I want to speak to what's on the agenda today, but damages, okay? Real quick, damages, certainly they have to go back to slavery. We're talking about compensation back to slavery. What are California's residency requirements? There should be no resident requirements for California. We have to encourage our people to come back to California. What better way to encourage our people to come back to California if we have no requirements? Okay, now, what determines the beginning of harm? You know, back to slavery. Will direct victims of slavery in California descendants receive compensation? That's what we're talking about, certainly. How will reparations be paid? Immediately. and all damages. I've got some thoughts on that. I'm Reverend Tony Pierce. I'm the CEO of Black Wall Street Project. We're a global organization. We have offices in Canada, Mexico, all over the world. And so we're all in this fight with you. How will reparations be paid? Let me say something real quick. I did a little work with the people, and I want to give you advice.
I'm so sorry, your
Okay,
time is up. However, feel free to come back tomorrow
I'll be
or.
back.
Okay, wonderful.
And 200,000 is not enough.
Thank you.
223,000.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdul Rahim Hamid. Senator Bradford, it's good to see you. And my beloved sister, Monica Montgomery. I'm the national president of the Black Contractors Association of USA, Inc., with 17 chapters in 5 states. Our work is to fight for equity and inclusion for African Americans who are being disenfranchised from construction unions and construction industry as a whole. To that fact, we have established our first and only African American federal approved apprenticeship program, which is a mandate. You have to hire 1 apprentice to every 5 journeymen. And that apprenticeship program is very important because unlike the $200,000 payoffs, we're talking about training African Americans to make $100,000 a year. And we have documentation. This has been going on for 40 years. But unbeknownst to you, you are outlawing us and redlining us with your project labor agreements that exclude the Black Contractors Association from public contracting, which is a mandate. Former Secretary Hilda Solis, as I spoke to her in Los Angeles at the County Board of Supervisors, and she nodded and agreed that she was the first one to approve the first African-American federal approved apprenticeship program in the country. So it's not about just a payoff that we're going to squander off in 2 to 3 years with the Mercedes-Benz and the come-ups, but it's about perpetual economic opportunities by training and leveling the playing fields. We need our own damn program, and we need to protect it, because this is the last part of me. This is like burning down Wall Street and other things that we had. If we had the 140 towns that we had built at one time, we wouldn't be asking for reparations. We'll be some of the richest people in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. And commenters, please speak into the mic. Great, thank you.
Hello, my name is Chantel Chichati Bacon. I am a descendant of the U.S. freedmen. My lineage goes back to 1790, present day Alabama. So when I say that we are foundation to this country, we go back, way back. But I am here because of my 2 paternal grandparents who have recently transitioned. One was an educator with the Pasadena Unified School District for over 40 years. She came from Blackwater, Alabama, which is probably, you can't find it on a map today, but because of her, I can. I'm also a descendant of Lily Mae Ward, who recently passed. She is daughter of a sharecropper. And because of them, I stand here and my daughter stands here. I want to talk about the interim report on housing, segregation, education, and medical. The language, when you speak of terms such as BIPOC, disadvantaged community, low-income community, community of color, historically redlined community. Again, we need to be specific in who we're talking to. We have to, when you do those research, I want you guys to ask, who are these people you're talking about? Because a lot of people are no longer in those communities. They have moved out because of the disenfranchisement towards specifically their nation of origin, their previous condition of servitude, them being linked to the U.S. freedmen descendants. So I just want to get really clear on that language. We are not just to be lumped in. I see that when you talk about in the report, it talks about Black and it talks about Latin. Again, this is about us. This is not about anybody else. So please get that language right when you're talking about that. To those who think that they do not deserve reparations because they're doing well, again, this is something that is owed to you. You overcame. My grandparents overcame the harms, and
No, that's okay. Thank you so much. Thanks for your comments this morning. Next speaker, please speak into the mic. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ishmael Bartley. I am a descendant of people enslaved formerly in central Georgia and along the southeastern coast of Georgia. My team is currently working the Bartley Group, and our primary function is that of a think tank organized around contributing to the reparations effort. On December 15th, we sent a summary describing the Friedman Protocol to Mitigate Implicit Bias in Healthcare, or the FPIBH, to Dr. Grills. Implicit bias, as we all know, is a subconscious response in professional settings. It is an ingredient that flavors, energizes, and furthers the racial health gap. Given the nature of implicit bias, an auditable protocol is needed to provide proof that competent, bias-free, and sufficient care was or was not administered. The FPIBH is that protocol. The FPIBH involves all of the actors who participate in the state healthcare system, from the Department of Insurance to the payers. Payers are insurance companies, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Kaiser, and to the providers, hospitals, doctors, and nurses. This protocol should begin with a set of steps that begins with the identification, proceeds through diagnosis, supports the care paradigm in question, and ensures that the highest and best available course of treatment was enacted. In short, what we want is for providers. We want to define a compact set of actions that healthcare providers must take when they contact who is identified as a freedman. Second, we want a codified EDI claim that can be sent along with the claim for the encounter with the freedman. When you go to the doctor, as soon as you walk into the emergency room, there's a claim that's created. That claim is an electronic document that is then sent to the insurance company. The insurance company uses that claim to pay the hospital in question. What we want the Department of Insurance to do is issue a rule codifying a requirement with language that cannot pay providers unless there is evidence of this protocol that has been produced. Yes, ma'am. Hopefully, I can get a response to the email that I sent to Dr. Grills. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your important comments this morning. Next speaker.
Good morning, Task Force members of the DOJ. It is wonderful to see you all again, as Dr. Weber said, outside of the little boxes that I normally see you in, and always good to see you all together doing this important work. My name is Chad Brown. I'm with the NAASD in Los Angeles, National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants. I'm also with Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, a statewide coalition that has been working and advocating around reparations for the past 4 years. I would like to start my comments by first invoking 2 names into this session. Those 2 names are Keenan Anderson and Tyree Nichols, both Black American freedmen men murdered indiscriminately in the month of January. Make no mistake, the work you do here today is directly connected to ending the genocide that is being perpetrated on us across this country for centuries. Next, I'd like to say a big thank you to all of this task force for affirming lineage as the standard that you will use to craft reparations proposals. Thank you, Dr. Jovan Scott Lewis, for making that motion. And thank you, Council Member Montgomery Stepp, for seconding that motion. And to all task force members that voted into an affirmative, thank you. That was the correct decision that shows that you see us. It shows that you recognize our personhood. And it also shows this task force has a willingness to be bold. As you know, in my comments in February, in my testimony to this task force, and in my public comments, I've always called on you to be bold. I will make that same call on you today. Specifically to the 2 legislators on the task force, Assembly Member Reginald Jones Sawyer, Senator Bradford. You heard from the mayor of San Diego today that we should not wait. We should have legislation moving today that sets the foundation for the reparations proposals that are to come in June of this year. In the preliminary report, you have a recommendation for a California Office of Freedmen Affairs. There is no reason why we cannot write that legislation today, establish that office so that it is in place to implement the reparations proposals that you will approve at the end of this task force. My time is up, Aisha. Thank you for always keeping us right and exact. I'll move on, and thank you. I'll look forward to your
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You can adjust the mic. There you go.
Good morning, Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, Task Force member Marcus Champion. I'm a member of CJAC, NAASD. I'm a California resident. I'm from Inglewood, and I live in South Central. Again, I want to encourage Senator Bradford and Member Jones Sawyer to start pulling from submitted proposals and have legislation crafted that can start to move in this session. The most important being the institution of the Office of American Freedmen Affairs. This office will handle eligibility. This office is also vital for the long-term implementation of reparations policy in the state of California. The task force is almost over, but we are just getting started. Let's get the policy moving. American freedmen deserve bold policy and to be made whole. Direct payments, tax-exempt status, free college education, grants for home ownership, business grants, access to low to no interest business capital and funding, access to low to no interest home loans, protected class status similar to that of Native Americans, and many, many other policy solutions. I also want to bring attention to the role of communications. The Daily Mail has published multiple articles of misinformation on the task force. Fox News has now begun to put out misinformation, with Tucker Carlson misrepresenting the work done so far as the intent and purpose of the task force. He also sent out dog whistles to uninformed, low information racists who want justice denied. We need the communications firms ready to proactively dispel misinformation and ensure the task force is at all times represented. To my family, my fellow African-American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, we are the generation to conclude this reparations journey. our children's children and beyond will know a much different world. When it comes to justice, when it comes to reparations, we can't be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Champion. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Greetings to San Diego. My name is Ralph Johnson. I'd just like to run by a couple of things real quick. First, to the task force, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're doing a monumentous job. A lot of people are trying to kind of, make it not seem like it's so important. I'm not a history buff, but for my little research, this is about the closest thing to Reconstruction, But anyway, thanks. Y'all doing a great job. Also to Governor Newsom, Attorney General Bonta, and the Honorable, and last but not least, the catalyst of this movement, the Honorable Dr. Shirley Weber. She's on top of it, y'all. A quick background on my family. I'm the number 7 of 8 children. We're all born here in California. My mom and dad are both from Texas. Soon after my dad served in World War II, he was also a Buffalo soldier. They met, married, and settled here in California. One last thing. In closing, as we head to the final stretch of all of this, everyone who's in support of what we're doing here in California, stay focused, be prepared for the pushback, the distractions, the negative energy, because it's coming, y'all. It's coming. So just stay focused. We could be our own lobby for equal rights and justice because a debt is owed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Good morning, committee. It's an honor having you here in San Diego. I followed all your meetings over the years, and specifically the information that you've had. You've done some heavy lifting, and I want to acknowledge Representative Sawyer and Council Pro Tem Montgomery. My name is Jerry Moss, and I'm a member of the San Diego African Americans Genealogy Research Group, and we conduct research, and that's what my goal is. And we had a outreach program at the San Diego Downtown Library, and we had a lot of people who participated. Our goal is to help people find their families and also build their family trees. How many of you have taken the DNA test? How many of you want to? How many of you know your 4 grandparents? Your 4 grandparents. It's important that we find out our history, and one of the ways to do that is with DNA. So gather information from your family members, and there's a family history library by the Latter-day Saints down in San Diego, in Mission Valley. They help you, and our organization helps also. Along with High Need, my partner Wendell Stimley, thank you very much. One of the wonders of the world is DNA. It's connecting our families.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for those very important comments. Next speaker, welcome.
Good morning. First, I want to thank you for all the work you're doing on this task force. I'm Dr. Charles Toombs. I am president of the California Faculty Association, professor of Africana Studies at San Diego State University. I want to speak to what's happening in the California State University system. We have unabated and relentless anti-Black racism. CFA has been working. We've had an initial meeting with the California Legislative Black Caucus on ideas, legislation that can address that. A couple of ideas I would like this task force to consider is free tuition for Black students in the CSU. Also resourcing Black resource centers and developing them on our campuses. Also doing something to address the retention, recruitment, and promotion on our campuses of Black faculty. Many of our Black faculty are leaving the system because it is just not working for them. We have done a lot in CFA to address policing on our campuses, and we're still pursuing that. So in a nutshell, the California Faculty Association is certainly willing and able and committed to working with the task force in any way that we can to address the anti-Black racism in the CSU. We also think that our campuses should be designated as Black serving institutions with all of the resources that would be a part of that. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Greetings, Chair Brown, Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, and members of the task force. My name is Dimlis Johnson III, and I am speaking on behalf of Black California for Early Care and Education, also known as Black ECE. As a result of historically deficit-minded policies, the ECE system is steeped in anti-Black beliefs and practices, thus reproducing racialized harm. We aim to ensure California's ECE system is culturally affirming for Black children, families, and early educators, and the ECE policies and resource allocations are aligned with match such vision. Full interim report does not explicitly call out the distinct experiences of anti-Blackness in Black children, families, and childcare providers in California's early education system have historically endured. ECE's 10-point plan uplifts the necessity and demand for a specific and tailored approach to fully invest in the Black whole child, whole family, whole ECE workforce, and whole community approach. California's early education system is at a critical inflection point that is on the brink of further oppression of Black children, families, and childcare providers. And given the historical context of Black women being the nation's caregivers, it is imperative that the task force includes a recommendation that elevates the child care and early education system. Black ECE will be formally submitting a letter to the California Reparations Task Force in February to consider adding early education into the California Reparations report. In the meantime, please feel free to visit our website, blackece.org. Once again, that is blackece.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Every other city I go, I see the same organizations. I don't see Black Americans at all. Where are the communications to the Black Americans? We haven't seen any billboards, any commercials about reparations for 2 years. It's the same people in these meetings. And the same people in these meetings also said that they put in legislation that Black Americans don't know about. Okay? American freedmen, Black American freedmen, which one is it? Everyone doesn't in freedmen, Black American freedmen, which one is it? Everyone doesn't approve. So the grassroots American freedmen, which one is it? Everyone doesn't approve. So the grassroots for Black Americans will be doing surveys for Black Americans because nobody knows. My parents, my family don't know. People around me don't know, people at church don't know. And I am a Black Californian, and people outside of California are making legislation for me. I don't like it. I am from LA. I was born in San Diego at Balboa Naval Medical Center. So I think I have a claim here as well. I'm a Black American. My father was in the Navy. My lineage fought in every American war. My forefathers on my mother's side came from Georgia, like Biddy Mason. She's dark, but she was classified as mulatto. So we need to get the reclassifications and orders as well, because later on she was reclassified as what? Negro. It's not in the interim reports about reclassification. It needs to be omitted. Chapter 1,
page 40, on section 7, terms throughout the report, whoever speaks on the importance of terms. And since I said all Black Americans are not African, I've been met with criticism called pretendian, and that's a derogatory and racial slur. And people, again, all Black Americans are not from Africa, but I did not negate that Americans did not descend from Africa. So I've been met with harassment. And where is the communication funds going? I heard it was $1.5 million. It's been 2 years. Again, it's not a known thing. Where's the billboards? Where's the communication? And I'll just like to say, we need to make sure these eligibility statuses is correct for everyone that are eligible for reparations.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments this morning and coming out. Just a quick check-in, excuse me, one moment, Speaker, Chair Moore. It's 10 o'clock. We've got 10 minutes remaining. So our next speaker.
Good morning, task force members. My name is Josiah Williams. I'm with the American Redress Coalition of California Bay Area and the Coalition for Just and Equitable California. First, I just wanted to thank you for basically being aligned with Dr. Weber's intent to have the lineage of descendants of U.S. chattel slavery as the horn party in regard to reparations. I wanted to add that, if there is anyone else that has their own claim, they can definitely write it up, get someone to champion it, and I will support them in that effort. But this is for a specific group of people. Second, we don't have to wait. We heard it multiple times. We don't have to wait. We know some of the proposals that's being made, and we want to also ensure that it's aligned with the intent. We don't want people of color, BIPOC, and everything else included in the proposed legislation that comes out of this task force. And lastly, we heard a lot about the communications. There's not very much of it, and there's a lot of miscommunication and misinformation that needs to be combated a lot better. So we ask if the communication firms can do, a little more efforts into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Chairman?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lakeisha Milner. I'm from Los Angeles, and I'm here because I hurt, and I want to know how to heal through this chattel slavery. From years of just looking at my parents growing up here, my father working in World War II, they sending money back home to pay for their wood cabin that they lived in, and the money not getting to the government, so someone took their home, or their log cabin, where 12 of them grew up in, and a 1-bedroom log cabin. How do I heal from that? My daughter is at school, and she's able to say her grandfather fought in World War II. How do we heal from that? So it's a thing called post-traumatic slave syndrome that Dr. Joy DeGruy talked about. It's her theory. And with me traveling to Africa several times, going into the slave castles, going into Ghana and Senegal, looking at these things, and then working in a place where I'm covered. I don't like being covered in. I like to see windows, which they didn't have in the slave castles. So when I'm in there, I feel now that I've been to the slave castles, I hurt. How do I heal? Those of you who are psychologists on the panel, there is a healing for people who have post-traumatic disorders. Having post-traumatic slave syndrome, there are 4 or 5 things in there where you heal from. If you read the book for Dr. Joyce DeGruy, she'll let you know her theory, and it's amazing.
Thank you. We're going to pause public comment. Chair Moore?
Yeah, so we started public comment at 9:30, so we still have some time until 10:30 to go. So it's 10:04. So we, whoever's in line will just stick with that, and then the last 15 minutes or so, we will go to the phone lines. So
okay. All right, continue. Next
Thank
speaker.
you. I was a little nervous, like, why did they get to me and cut it off?
Oh, it's okay.
Nevertheless, thank you. And I want to recognize Ms. Councilwoman Monica Montgomery Stepp, who is representing our San Diego area. But my name is Jacqueline Clark, and I live in Lemon Grove, and I have not been a California resident, so I already know that I don't qualify for reparations. However, since the task force is making recommendations to the federal government, and people are watching, other states are watching. I just wanted to add my couple of 5 cents to this. I want to speak to eligibility and to add to the robust conversation of how and who qualify for reparations. I'll start out with saying, in your recommendations, it would be an oversight not to recommend amending HR 4238, which amended 2 federal acts from the 70s that define minorities with the terms or considered insensitive or outdated at that time. And Negro was included in that. The Department of Energy Organization Act and the Local Public Works Capital Development and Investment Act of 1976 were those 2 acts. And to 2 of Dr. Weber's points, be certain that language is clear and everyone won't qualify, but making sure that those who are entitled have a clear path to qualify. William Ayer, an American economist and social sciences researcher and professor of public policy and author of From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century, is quoted as saying, "We propose that there are 2 criteria for eligibility. The first is what we refer to as a lineage standard. An individual would have to demonstrate that they have at least one ancestor who was enslaved in the United States. And then the second is an identity standard. An individual would have to demonstrate that for at least 12 years before the enactment of a reparations program, the individual would have had to self-identify as Black, Negro, or African American. It is Negro that I'd like to focus on."
Excuse me, I am so sorry to cut you off in the middle of your sentence, but your time is up.
Thank you.
But tomorrow.
I certainly will.
Oh, perfect. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon to all of you all. My name is Bishop Henry Williams, okay? And I am a 88-year-old slave from Leesburg, Florida. They put me in slavery at picking oranges when I was a youngster. And God blessed me to escape. But there were many bodies, over 20 young Black was buried there for trying to escape. Shot down with a double-barrel shotgun. And I'm also asking help from that to number 1, to be able to go back there and dig up them bodies. I promised a lot of the mothers and fathers when I got back to Dothan, Alabama, that I would get some people to come back there. Over the years, I turned this into the FBI's, news people and everything. Nobody did anything, okay? But if I get the money, I would pay to go back there and take people back there to dig up them bodies and everything back there. About 20 or more young Black men buried on each side of the road going in. And I'm also here to speak on the Freeman Bureau. This is money that's owed to Black peoples, just as the Emancipation Proclamation, okay? And I want to say something here. This is something here that people should look at. I've been in this for 40 years, 50 years actually, researching, investigating reparation. And whether y'all know it or not, there was a Black hero, a cousin of mine, picked up a rabbit and everything when I was out in the field, cotton field, 5 years old. He said, "You want a rabbit?" I said, "Yeah." He outrun the rabbit, caught a rabbit and tied a string on the rabbit leg, brought him back and gave him to me. I have memories of that.
Thank you, Bishop. I'm so sorry to cut your time off, but the task force really appreciates your comments, and thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Just be brief. Bishop Williams, a director for the Kingdom Warriors Foundation. So it's very serious that we take heed, especially to our elders who are speaking truth to power to make it so. So my name is Dr. Truth Bay, actually hip hop fraternity as well as NBPP. I speak on behalf of Bishop Williams, the repeal of SB 960. I want to know who passed it. Why wasn't it told? Senate Bill 960 was passed on October 2022, and it states that non-citizens can come and become law enforcement officers. Did anybody know that? Why is that possible? Have we not seen what happened with Tyree? We also see Levane, a young man from Spartanburg, South Carolina, was killed in the detention center. So your policing section that you stated was in page 304 is actually page 375 in your own interim report. So if we have to get the page number correct on policing and have legislation to cover an anti-Black hate crime bill, yes, these are the things that need to happen. The Freedmen's Bureau is the center of all of that. The current law, we need to change these regulations. What we want to see primarily is the division within each other, within groups, for us to come here and speak on legislation. If we're not about legislation and understand that there's nothing protecting us, there's nothing protecting us from policing, especially when you now have Senate Bill 960, where you don't even have to speak English to police me. So these are the $5 million of reparations that's done. That's what we should follow suit. Start with $5 million for every qualified chattel slave descendant. And as we move forward, February 20th needs to be a nationwide caravan march for justice. That worked in the 60s, and it can work today. Our young people need to have a backbone and know that we have to be out in these streets and have legislation to really change laws. So as we close to these reparations, thank you, reparations hearing, I do hope that we actually have legislation, as they say today. As of now, it's too late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming out
So-
today.
To remain consistent, we off in-person comment and go to the virtual phone lines at this, about a dozen people on the line. And we weren't able to get to them at our Oakland hearing. So to remain consistent, we'll go to the virtual lines now. And I encourage you all who weren't able to give in-person comment today to come back tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Okay. Don? Good morning. This is Aisha.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes.
Hi.
Ladies
But
and
we
gentlemen,
can
if you'd like
take
to ask a
inventory,
question,
a staff member can take inventory as to who wasn't able to speak, and you can put your name on the list for tomorrow.
Great idea. Don, okay, we're ready for our first speaker, please. First line. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to ask a question, please press 1 then 0 on your telephone keypad. First, we go into the line 36. Please go ahead.
May I?
Good morning. Yes, we can hear
May
you.
I speak? May I speak?
Please.
Thank you. Hello, and to everyone. I would like to mention that in reference to reparation, it's a very simple solution I have. If the Black Americans in California can produce a birth certificate that has Black or Negro on it, that should be sufficient. I called Louisiana and talked to someone regarding the 1870 census. It's not as reliable based on my observation, and it's not really, it would be difficult for individuals to, in other words, people could have been missed, names misspelled, and I'm thinking that with this information should arrest an attention of anybody. So this reparation issue doesn't have to be a confusing, how shall I say it, long-term situation. The governor, I'd recommend that he tell everybody in California, if you have a birth certificate with Black or what is it, Negro on it, that's all we need. We'll have to make arrangements for checks or whatever to address this reparation in California. In closing, Happy New Year. Here's two beautiful thoughts for everybody. Thus saith the Lord, and I quote, wherefore he saith, awake, thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. Behold the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world. Thank you, and may the Lord bless all of you today.
Thank you. Don, next caller, please.
Next, we're going to line number 11. Please go ahead.
This is Angela Nirvana. Back to the Newsweek article dated 12/8/22 when I was cut off last hearing before last. American freedmen should automatically be deemed eligible without having to go through exhaustive genealogical study and analysis. The only proof that should be required is a birth certificate from your line with Negro or colored on it. All American freedmen in the state of California and those who've been legislated out of California since Newsom signed AB 3121 should be eligible. We've been legislated down from roughly 7 to 2 million in the state. We should receive cash, an anti-Black hate crime bill, and put an end to state-sanctioned executions of our unarmed Black men, women, and children. No more programs that you give with the left and give away with the right, like affirmative action. I am really over how everyone uses our never-ending Holocaust for their come up while we are being extincted. There should be a moratorium on legal immigration. These illegals should be returned to their countries and the borders should be closed. You know, like how the U.S. is protecting Ukraine borders with our reparations until American freedmen have been repaired and made American. And the date surrounding lineage should be that you've identified as Black or African American in the last 2 census. With that being said, immigrants being able to flourish in this country is your reparations. My ancestors made that possible. Try being grateful over demanding what you're not owed. And white folks raping, killing, imprisoning, and stealing from American freedmen, and then being designated white is clearly your reparations. Rest in power, Shirley Huzar of Urban Game Changers, who gave her life to social justice and economic inclusion for American freedmen. This one's for you. Thank you for allowing me to share. That's my time. I'll
Thank
end
you.
there.
Next mic, please.
Next, we're going to line number 21. Please go ahead.
Hello. Yes, hi. My name is Mimi Velasquez. I am of dual lineage. I have a grandparents that are from Louisiana, and then I also have a grandparent from Haiti and another from Puerto Rico. I am calling because being that the committee did rule on lineage, I am glad that that has happened, because simply going off of a birth certificate that says Negro or colored or, you know, the various different races that they use is not enough, because that allows anyone in. And then you also have the issue in regards to African Americans that were very, very light skinned, as my father was, who basically was deemed a white boy in childhood, and then was finally a Negro when he walked into a Long Beach hospital with my pregnant mother. So you have that, you have that, whatever you call it, that discrepancy, but it needs to be based on lineage. You need to be able to trace your ancestry to someone that was enslaved by this country or its colonies. Letting just any birth certificate allowed in regards to, again, saying Negro or colored is going to allow anyone in, and they might not necessarily be a descendant of someone enslaved in this country. You know, they could be a descendant of someone enslaved in Haiti, a descendant of someone enslaved in Puerto Rico. They can be a descendant of someone enslaved in the Bahamas. This task force was, according to what I read in the text, was for Americans specifically that were descendants of people enslaved in this country. So if we are just allowing a Negro or Black birth certificate, that is going to open it up for scrutiny. And the purpose of the law is to be right and exact. And that also lets off the other countries that participated in that heinous crime. So they need to pay their part too to the people, to the descendants of the people they enslaved. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next line, Don, please.
Thank you. And next, we're going to line number 18. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nell Jensen. I am a retired teacher
and I'd like to commend and thank the panel for their efforts. I am Caucasian, and I am for reparations for descendants of slaves. I want to address the where the money is coming from in order to make the reparations. Slave owners were Democrats. Southern Democrats formed the KKK. Jim Crow laws were enacted by Southern Democrats. The 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, was not voted on by the Democrats. The Democrats were opposed to the 14th Amendment, which entitled slaves citizenship. Democrats were opposed to the 15th Amendment, which gave them the right to vote. And even to this day, Democrats oppose school choice, which trapped Black students in failed public schools. My point, if reparations are to be made, and I'm glad that you're talking about this, and I think they should be made by Democrats only. Those are the people who were the people who were against Blacks, and they continue to be this day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning. Don, next line, please.
Thank you. And next, we're going to line number 28.
Down so we can
Sorry,
hear from the rest of the
28.
public via the virtual lines. Thank you.
Don, next
We're
line,
going to go
please.
to line number 37.
Perfect. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hey, yo, peace. This is Cash Gaines, Cash with a K. I'm Black American on both sides for context of the conversation. I want to say, as everyone else is, I didn't think I have to say thank you for the lineage standard, but people still calling in trying to make it confusing. I wanted to uplift the San Francisco, California, Reparations Task Force, which mentioned that 5 million lump sum. Because we were talking about lump sums for a while amongst our reparations community. For those who don't trust the government to have long-term strategies, as well for our OGs who, don't necessarily receive a lot of benefits from just a lifetime payment. I wanted to also uplift San Francisco mentioning 250 years of payments tied to the area median income. I think it should be double that, and I think it should be double 250 years, maybe 500, 400, or maybe that'll be the federal argument. Debt forgiveness and tax credits are also a part of the San Francisco reparations. I'm just trying to call in to say, at this point, SF kind of ahead of the curve. I think we should use their numbers as well as the recommendations of this entire task force. I don't know if that means San Francisco gets 5 million or San Francisco residents will get 10, but yeah, obviously every California resident, just looking at what San Francisco survivors owed, a $5 million lump sum, as well as 250 years of payments. And again, that should be 400 or more. And I wanted to shout out the San Francisco Task Force for mentioning the Freedmen's Bank. That's something that I think is very in tandem with the California African American Freedmen Affairs Agency that's suggested by this task force. So I just wanted to applaud you, especially Dr. Amos Brown. With that, I yield my.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for your comments this morning. Don, next line, please.
Next, we're going to line number 22. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Kari Haynes. I'm from the Bay Area, California. This is my first time ever experiencing this opportunity in my lifetime. I have 4 ancestors or great-greats that were enslaved, and 2 of both sides of my family, slave owners, are also in my DNA. My first question is, when it comes to the reparation and the disbursement of reparation, is that just by per family or per individual of each family? Because I understand that I am also concerned when it comes to our family receiving this reparation. People would take it differently based on generation. So just keeping that in mind, how this money will be dispersed, we also have to be aware of what can potentially happen within our family unit if we are not clear on how the reparations will be dispersed generationally. Other than that, thank you, Task Force, and people on the panel. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for representing us as FBA, Foundationally Black American, just to be specific. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Don, next line.
Are we allowed to go back to this, a line number that's already spoken?
No, please proceed to the next caller. And
There
if
are
we-
no more line numbers except for a repeat.
Okay, yes, please. Yes.
Going back to line number 28, please go ahead.
Hello? Yes, my name is Levon Stone. I'm the Executive Director of the Fort Ord Environmental Justice Network. I have been talking about reparations forever. I applied to be a member of the task force. I have traveled around this country for the Black community because the gentrification that has been going on in California is unbelievable. My husband is a veteran, a disabled veteran. We are still being treated as though we are slaves right now. I was a county commissioner for 11 years. I never got a dime. I represented the low income disadvantaged community, which we are still doing. We have no funds. There was no COVID money. There was nothing. Now, for anybody to say that it's all right to be treated that way, we know that there is a reason why we're treated that way. And for the task force or anybody else in this state to deny a Black person reparations when it was already decided years and years ago and it was turned up, why is it that this continues? This is not right. There is no justice here. And the Justice Department and everybody else needs to get on board here and make sure it's done. If my birth certificate say I'm Black or Negro or whatever it is, that should be sufficient. Unless you're going to supply the money for anything else that you want. The Japanese, the American Indians, the Filipinos, all those people got reparation. Nobody did any of that stuff. And for you to keep on trying to put us in the back of the bus and treat us like we are not human beings, we're not Americans, and our ancestors were forced to come here, give me a ticket and put me on a ship and ship me back to Africa somewhere where I can have land to do what I need to do and have a community because we have none here. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's our last caller on the line. So thank you, everyone. It is 10:27, Chair Moore. I will close public comments.
Okay. Thank you, members of the public, for public comment. Those who gave public comment in person and virtually, make sure to come tomorrow if you weren't heard so that you can be heard fully. So the next item on the agenda is item number 4, which is an action item, approval of the December 2022 Oakland meeting minutes. So the minutes were circulated to task force members in advance. Are there any questions, corrections, amendments around the minutes from December? Hearing no, oh, sorry. Member Groves, you're recognized.
I have just some really minor edits on page 7 and page 8 that I can just give to the members. There's no serious content change, just edit fixes. I can't control the mic from here. My mic doesn't work. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to share what the?
Sure. I mean, it's just on page 7. It is in the first paragraph. It's just fixing the sentence. It's concluded by stating that reparations should provide an escape plan and are needed to repair. And there was just something missing in the sentence. And so I added that to delete the words and are needed. And then the sentence works. On page 8, in the paragraph under pathologizing the African-American family, it says, this narrative has been with us for generations because impressions of Black families have based on the news television. So there's just an easy fix to that. Instead of because, it would be for generations and these impressions of Black families have been reinforced on the news, et cetera, et cetera. That's it.
Do you want to raise a motion for that, or?
I don't think we need a motion to that.
Okay, so. Okay, so, but there still needs to be a motion to approve the minutes. So, okay, is there a second? Right, there needs to be a proper motion for whoever is doing it. So who's doing it? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Senator Bradford that we approve the minutes as corrected by Member Grills. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin with Chair Moore for the motion. I'm sorry, for the accept the minutes as corrected. Chair Moore? Aye. Vice Chair Brown? Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Aye. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Aye. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Aye. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Steppe? Aye. Member Montgomery Steppe votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Excuse me. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 9 ayes and 0 nays, and so the ayes have it and the motion carries. The minutes are adopted as corrected with the corrections that Member Grills raised. So the next item on the agenda is item number 5, which is discussion and potential action, advisory committee's report on recommended answers to experts' 5 questions, economic expert analyses presented by myself, Member Lewis, and any economic experts who are here. Before we begin, I just want to take inventory. Are the economists on the line or in person?
Sure. Dr. Spriggs and Kramer are on.
Great, fantastic. Okay, so then I will turn to Member Jovan Scott Lewis, who can get us started on this robust discussion.
Microphone on? Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, okay, good. So we have still the hour and a half, or are we just going to 11:45? Do you have the time or this? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. So we are here to discuss the 5 key questions that effectively frame, in principle, the kind of second part of the eligibility component that focuses on residency and how residency impacts the eligibility for what we recommend, but also the process by which we provide the recommended reparations. And so the 5 key questions, are they not going to be, do we have a slide for them, or?
I don't think we have any PowerPoint, but we can get a slide.
Okay, I'll read them aloud just so everybody can know. So the 5 key questions are number 1, what are the damage timeframes? Will there be a California residency requirement? Number 3, what year determines the beginning of harm? Are there different starting points and endpoints for each atrocity category? Number 4, will direct victims and/or all African-American descendants of U.S. slavery in California who meet the residency requirement be compensated? And number 5, how will reparations be paid and measured to ensure the form of payment aligns with the estimated damages? And so the task force, has been provided with the preliminary suggestions that Chair Moore and I have come up with. Can we confirm you have what we've come up with? Everybody's received?
Yes, everybody's received it, and we have the experts who are
I just want to note the experts are behind you on the screen,
Wonderful.
so that they know as well, and to introduce them to the public that those are the experts.
Okay, so we have on the screen right now, good morning, sir, Dr. William Spriggs, and I believe also Dr. Thomas Kramer is with us
Kramer's
as well.
video is not working.
Okay. And so the damage timeframes are organized or concerned with the 5 areas of harm that we have determined are appropriately responded to through financial compensation, or that which can be, calculated to provide financial compensation. And those are unjust property takings, the devaluation of Black businesses, housing discrimination, mass incarceration, over policing, and health harms. And so the recommended timeframes for the first unjust property takings will be the period from 1900 through to the present. The timeframe for the devaluation of Black businesses is 1900 through the present. Housing discrimination has been determined to be, in principle, the period of redlining from 1933 to 1977. But there is consideration for expanding that scope from 1900 to the present. The period of mass incarceration over policing from 1970 to the present, and then the period of health harms from 1900 to the present. And so, to explain part of the rationale for some of these timelines, we have to understand that those timelines are primarily informed by available data, right, to establish and therefore calculate the harms experienced by the eligible community. And so it's important for us to recognize, in fact, that we know that harms are ongoing. We know that harms have existed prior to some of the dates that I've just read aloud. But in order to have a feasible and a legitimate financial baseline or basis for a financial rationale, we have to rely upon what the available data are to this point. So I will invite the economic experts to kind of, expand upon that if they feel appropriate, and if it's helpful, to help explain the methodology behind coming up with the calculations for these five areas.
Madam Chair, before we deal, Doc, for these specifics, I wish to say, if we are historically on point and accurate, the harm began. The harm began when Peter Burnett became governor of this state. I think it ought to be in our document. Who was an arch racist, and throughout his trek across the Oregon Trail, came to these parts with his mean, racist, arrogant, bigoted attitude toward Blacks. When he settled that town up in the Oregon Territory, Germantown, his first effectual act of business was not how a cabin should be built, not how a road should be built, but it was an ordinance that no Blacks or mulattoes would be permitted to settle in that town. And if they were caught there, they would be beaten every 6 months until they left town. When he led that wagon train down here to California in 1848, settled up there around Sutter's Field, got involved in politics and emerged to become the first governor of this state. Again, his first official act of business was an anti-Black measure, that no Blacks would be permitted to settle in California at all. Thank God it didn't pass. But he wouldn't stop there. His insanity and his meanness continued. Well, he was slick and sleazy enough to get on the state Supreme Court and win that case, the civil rights case of the West, got to the court involving R.C. Lee from our native state of Mississippi, who was brought here, enslaved by Charles Stovall. Long short of it is, friends, is that this man, Peter Burnett, still had it in his bones that he was on the side of the minority and voted to send R.C. Lee back to Mississippi as an enslaved person, though California was in 1850 entered into this union as a free state. Why did I saddle this history? The groundwork was laid. The body politic was put in place. Be mean to black folks. And you talking about today, when even those other folks are saying they don't want our history to be studied because it would make the children feel bad. Black children feel bad too. Knowing that this state in which we reside today, from Jump Street, Ground Zero, was mean as hell to black folks. So we should make sure that that's in that preamble. I know it may be poetic and all that stuff, but not dealing with specifics. But it ought to be there so that the record will be on high and we will tell the whole truth. Nothing but the truth. So let us be truth tellers and lay that foundation that this state has always been in this political sentiment anti-black. And that's why today we are down about 6% of this population, because foundation was laid from the beginning. To use the word of Abraham, it was stamped from the beginning. And we've never wiped it out. We've never exercised it. This demon of anti-blackness from the psychic, the emotions, and the politics of this state.
Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Can I ask a question? I'll just say that, so tomorrow we're going to go through this consolidated list of proposals. So as you all know, just to give context, each of the different task force members, we serve on different advisory committees where we are tasked with coming up with proposals that correspond with each of the chapters in the report. And so at our December hearing in Oakland, we started to kind of report back on those advisory committee preliminary proposals. I'm on the committee for enslavement, and in December, Dr. Brown raised the same issue around, we need to include a censure of the first elected governor of the state, Peter Hardeman Burnett. And so many different people around the task force gave advice on the different advisory committees report backs. And so I just wanted to give assurance that from December until now, you'll see an updated from my committee, for instance, on enslavement, where I updated, hearing from Dr. Brown's feedback that one of the proposals is the state of California has to give an apology for its role in perpetuating the institution of slavery. Given the feedback from Dr. Brown in December, I updated that proposal to include that the state of California has to also, in that apology, publicly censure or admonish Peter Hardeman Burnett as the first elected governor of California. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's going to be discussed further tomorrow, but I wanted to get a clarifying question because on this agenda item that we're discussing today, this is the advisory committee on economics, me and Jovan Scott Lewis are on the committee for. And our task is to, answer these 5 questions posed by our 5-member economist team to ascertain what could reparations in the form of compensation or cash payments look like. And so one of the questions that we're posed to answer is, when does the harm occur? And so, me and Dr. Jovan Scott Lewis in our committee meetings, since December, we've been wrestling with that, hearing public comment as well, where people are saying, for instance, housing discrimination. Housing discrimination has is an ongoing harm. Why should the cutoff be from 1933 to 1977, for instance, right? Just kind of giving more context to this conversation. And so, you know, as Member Jovan Scott Lewis was stating, we're trying to rework, hearing from feedback from task force members and members of the public around what these dates could be for the harm. And so I wanted to ask Vice Chair Brown, as of right now, as Member Jovan Scott Lewis stated, most of the harms, you know, the year that the start year for all of these harms we're saying is 1900. I want to clarify, are you asking that we move the harm start date up to 1849, 1850, when Governor Peter Hardeman Burnett was the governor?
Correct. That's when it started.
Okay, thank you. Duly noted. Okay, I just wanted to get that clarification. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's helpful. And thank you for updating the public on your work with regard to the chapter on enslavement. And you know, I think, you know, Dr. Brown, it's important that you provide this history about the first governor of the state, because it helps to explain exactly how, right, the harms that were initiated and then perfected against African Americans in this country during the period of slavery continue to be reproduced, right, throughout state formation over the development of the early years of this country. And so we shouldn't be surprised, right, that we're finding what we're finding in this state's history. Because with this one gentleman alone, Burnett, you see exactly how he has imported, right, the very racist principles, right, that governed other parts of this country into the formation of what was then the new state of California. So it's important that we understand exactly that the legacies that we're talking about are real, they're material, they're intentional, and they have always been policy-based, right? And so, you know, in that same token, what the economist's job is to say, well, how can we calculate, right? How can we calculate that cost? And so we also understand, and there was a gentleman here earlier who, you know, I think kindly gave a DNA kit to one of the audience members, right? His argument, thank you again, that was a very kind gesture. You know, your argument, sir, as you were talking was that, right, you know, the denial of information, right, is a kind of harm. It is an injury. And we understand that one of the biggest harms, one of the biggest injuries has been the denial of African-American history, right? And the intentional snuffing out of African-American knowledge of self, right? Some of you know, right? I did research for nearly a decade in Tulsa, Oklahoma on the Tulsa race massacre, right? Within a week of the race massacre, the city of Tulsa engaged in a campaign to cover up everything that happened on those 2 days in 1921. The reason why they did that was because despite the racism that they happily engaged in, they knew that that racism, right, would in fact impact the bottom line, because Tulsa was a burgeoning oil economy. And nobody would want to come to Tulsa and do business if it had this reputation of being a site of racial unrest, right? And so what we are working against is this issue of the kind of willful harm, right, of erasing from the records, right, the injuries, the dirty deeds, right, that have been meted out against African Americans in this state. And so the economist's job, right, within the time frame and the resources they've been provided is to say, well, how can we recover the data that we can use to make a calculation, right? And so when we have these dates in these 5 areas, these dates are provided to give us a framework around which the economist can build a model for calculating, right, economic compensation. And so in principle, and this is why I began my comments by saying, we know that the harms, right, predate some of these dates. We know that the harms are ongoing, right? But part of the work is to find the data, right, to incorporate the data into, right, a verifiable calculation so that we can provide figures, right, so that we can build a proposal around figures. And so I just want us to keep in mind that this is the challenge, right? Because I know in the December meeting there were comments, about numbers, and we know that certain media outlets have been pushing out, incorrectly, falsely, right, with bad faith intentions, false numbers, right? But what I want us to understand is that the economists are actively still working on those numbers, right? And so we had, thank you. And it's important that we understand, because even in public comment, I'm hearing things about $200,000, and, the task force has not stated any figures. We have not done that. We're having that conversation literally right now so we can get to a point where once we have figures coming back from the economic experts, we can then present those figures to you with our authority. Now, again, and I clarified this in December, the number of $233,000, right, that had come up in some media discussions, that was a number, that was a calculation based upon housing discrimination alone in the periods of 1933 to 1977, right? So I want to be clear. We're still working on it. We are here today to deliberate these 5 areas, right? These 5 areas will form the basis of the financial compensation that we will hopefully be recommending to the state. All right. All right. So Drs. Spriggs and Kramer, again, welcome. I would welcome if you want to provide a kind of update on where you are in this process, and if you want to again elaborate on some of the methodologies that you're using, so that the public understands exactly how we're getting, first of all, getting along, and how we are getting towards some of the figures that we will deliberate as a task force.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. We put in a series of data requests, and we're beginning to get responses to some of those data requests. We understand that the answer in the end may be that some of the data we would like to have may not be available. And then we will be in discussion with you, the task force, about alternatives we may pursue if we don't get the ideal data sets. But the state of the issue is that economists have gotten much better at understanding the causal implications of things like redlining, where we have gotten better at understanding where redlining occurred compared to where it didn't, and coming up with estimates of the decline in value for housing and the increase in segregation of African Americans specifically as a result of redlining, meaning that African Americans not only lost home value within the areas that have been redlined, but they also lost housing opportunities outside those segregated areas. And so we're able to come up with fairly accurate estimates of what did that mean for African Americans in terms of home ownership. These effects appear to dissipate over time because over time, absent redlining, absent overt discrimination in housing, absent those initial forces, some of these bad effects seem to decline. And so that's the sense of which we talk about where that portion of that type of discrimination seems to have gone away. That redlining is a local government function. The federal government gave local authorities the ability to create these maps, but they weren't federal maps, they were local maps. And so this is not the action of private developers who put in place race covenants, upon which we know there's a high correlation with the redlining. These are the acts of the actual local government. So we're talking about that was a real harm. We know it was a harm. And we know it had this lasting impact over decades after these initial decisions, in part because discrimination remained legal beyond the initial action. So that's the type of thing we're doing. To your point earlier, what Dr. Brown raised is the sense, the further sense, that this was intentional, that this was not just an accident, that, oh, this so happened to Black people. There's the record that Dr. Brown is talking about to make clear that this was intentional. Many people would want to argue that, well, they just draw some lines and the lines just happen to correlate with where Black people live or did not live. And that was an accident. But the historical record is important for understanding the sense in which this collusion within the marketplace had a real history to it. And that the more credible argument is that that redlining was something that was intentional because the collusion had been taking place for, as Dr. Brown documented, from the inception of California. So this became another instrument of that collusion. You pointed out some other areas that we know are the results of segregation in healthcare, the disproportionate over-policing of Black people. We have, in economics, growing studies and evidence of the impact on the community, not just on those who are incarcerated, but the act of incarceration has impacts on those not incarcerated. If you are in an elementary school and a large share of the children there have been impacted by incarceration, some estimates are that in the Black community, as many as 63% of Black children, not necessarily their parent, but someone who's an adult they have a relationship with, uncle, granduncle, that close to 63% of Black children are affected by this disproportionate incarceration. And if you are not the subject of a mass incarceration, if your family never experienced it, there is still an impact that this affects performance in that school when it is subject to high levels of children who have had to endure this disparate impact. So we have estimates that have been developed to show these community impacts so that this disproportionate burden placed on Black community, and we have the clear evidence of disparities in sentencing that point to a racial component that, as Dr. Brown documents, fulfills this history of some intentionality, that this isn't just a happenstance. And we have estimates to show that there's a community impact. So this is how we're proceeding. We're proceeding on a body of literature that is developed that show these impacts go beyond specific individuals who could prove that they were the victims to the community at large. And that's why we're asking for additional information so that we can implement these models. And as I indicated, we're beginning to receive the information, and we hope to get further responses.
Thank you, Dr. Spriggs.
Yeah, and may I add to what Dr. Spriggs just said, or basically reiterate? I also agree with Vice Chair Dr. Brown's comment that the injustice started much earlier with California statehood and anti-blackness, as he described. But what we're trying to do with our calculations is staying conservative and having harms that were definitely due to the state of California, where we can demonstrate that. And that means we have to, with data availability and so on, to cut out a few pieces of that overall injustice. So our estimates will be low. They will be underestimates of the total effect of discrimination, but they will be specific to the state of California. And the redlining example that Dr. Spriggs just described is a perfect example where the New Deal started with these redlining maps in 1933. Until 1977, that remained in place with the Communities Reinvestment Act that finally banned the practice. In the meantime, the state of California had perfect discretion on how to apply these laws, and did not do anything to ameliorate the effect of redlining on African American residents. So we can take that time period and the housing discrepancy within that time period to estimate the damage to African Americans in California. And that's another thing that I wanted to emphasize after the media coverage. I think, and I'm not sure if the other experts agree, but I think that we estimate what the losses are to African Americans due to proven discrimination by the state of California, rather than estimating reparations, because that is, in my mind, more the task of the task force to determine what the reparations should be. We are calculating the losses to African Americans due to these policies. A fine distinction, but I think it's important to state that. I don't know, Dr. Spriggs, if you agree or.
Yeah, yes, I mean, we are not the task force. We don't pretend to be the task force. Our role is simply to be experts to you and give you what we understand to be the best in what economists have the ability to quantify in terms of the impact, the causal impact. It's not our job to determine how you use the information. It's not our job to tell you which harms to consider. Only we can say we don't know how to calculate some of the harms, or that we don't have data to calculate it. And we, in our meetings with you, have conveyed where we think we need the data, and there has been every cooperation to provide the data where the data exists. Unfortunately, it's not always the case that data exists, or that we can get it within the timeline of the task force. And we can and will let you know that we've been told that exists. We can't access it in time. And then you can make an appropriate decision on how to handle that. But we don't view our job as your job.
Chair Brown, you had a comment? You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. Please bear with me to make this point. Yes, we need exact data to make the case. However, there are flashpoints of timelines that in decades, specific harm and damage was done to Black people. One, in the Bay Area in 1858, April the 13th, over 850 Blacks got on a ship, the Commodore, to resettle on Victoria Island at the invitation of Governor Douglas. Why were they leaving? They were leaving because Blacks could not get housing. You couldn't serve on juries. There was no schools for us. It was horrible. Fast forward, another flashpoint. The so-called redevelopment. It began in 1948 with Justin Herman and Alioto. It was then that Blacks were pushed out. They didn't have to leave, they were pushed out. And that redevelopment agency drained the economic base of Black folks in San Francisco, where we had the largest number of Black people back in the day. After World War II, that is a definite point in history where you can get definite data. And then come on up to the 90s. What happened in South Central Los Angeles when our communities were gentrified? And the gentrification didn't start with just the local community. It started up at the top when the immigration department of this country was so racist that it opened the floodgates to other nations. And I'm not being xenophobic, not being nationalistic. I'm just talking about what I'm talking about. And consequently, we became victims of genocide. There was a one race that was pushed out while everybody else gained. Now, don't tell me that's not harm to Black people. Don't tell me that doesn't represent specificities. That indicates that the harms were done at specific times in which our communities were destroyed by public policy and not by just individual actions. I rest my case there, that there is every indication that we should let any senator, assembly person, or governor get by. Make sure our minds are always sharp and quick to call them out in which they did definite harm to us because of the color of our skin.
So thank you, Dr. Brown. Thank you, Doctors Kramer and Spriggs. So I mean, and your point is shared, right? I don't think anybody disputes, you know, either the principle or the practicalities of what you're proposing, sir. You know, as Dr. Spriggs mentioned, there is ongoing request for data, right? And this is why, again, it's important to note that we have not provided any figures because we are continuously asking for more data, right? The economists are incorporating that data as it comes into their model, right? And so I wanted us, you know, I think warn everybody, right, that the numbers will take, you know, perhaps as much time as we can allow them to take, because we want to do our best to actually provide an accounting of these harms, and we want to do our best to provide, right, a figure that represents, right, those harms, that also can then do the thing called repair, right? So the economics team is deeply devoted to getting this done right. They are deeply devoted to bringing in every single possible piece of data that they can get to make an accounting of this history of harm, and to provide an appropriate response in terms of compensation. I think what we need to do as a task force is, and you've already added, I think, some much needed clarification to this first question, which is to say, okay, we can even bring back, the period of harms to, 1848, if you'd like, with an addendum saying that, well, within the scope of the life of the task force, the data that we were able to collect and model out represents the period from X date to X date. And again, this is ongoing. So as the economists continue to get data, these dates themselves will be updated, or in principle, they can be updated. So what we basically are asking for the task force today is to, in principle, understand what's happening, understand where we are with regard to question number 1 and the timeframes, and to provide any feedback. And then Dr. Brown has begun the process of providing feedback.
Thank you. That's super helpful. And member Montgomery Stepp has a question.
Thank you. My question is just about how, if there is a way to quantify some of the harms via policy declarations, proclamations that first governor made, if there is a way to quantify that as a separate category. I know that we as a task force voted on these categories, right? And you all have been doing work on these categories based on our action. Is there a way to, I don't want to use the word buffer for each current category we have, but is there a way to provide a link through the information we already have that would increase the harm for the categories that we're working with? Because obviously what the governor did was a foundation for all of these other different things. So I guess the question is there an appropriate way to quantify what we know to be true in a way that reflects in the compensation and the economics of this?
So I think Dr. Spriggs and Kramer would have to answer the question definitively. So what we should understand is what happened, right? Like, so how do we get to these 5 areas? So for the record, all of the areas that we identified, right, were up for a kind of economic calculation, right? So this is not just these 5 areas alone that we, the task force, said we only think these are the 5 areas that are, worthy of a determination of what an economic calculation should be for, say, direct compensation. Looking at the total sum of the nearly dozen areas, right, that we've identified, through the first year of our work, these 5 areas were the 5 areas that the economists said we can actually model, right, a kind of compensation-based framework around. And so we should understand that we have these 5 areas as a result of the economists effectively testing to see if an economic model could be created around all of or each of the areas. And these are the 5 that they said that they could with certainty say we can produce, right, an economic model around. And so that's why for some of the other areas, that come up in the interim report, some of the other areas that many of us have as our respective portfolios, there may not be an economic compensation component to those areas, right? And so the issue, and I don't want to belabor this matter of data, right? And I've established hopefully that a lack of data is a form of harm, right? So so I want to make sure that we understand that this is not a lack of due diligence on the part of the economic experts team, right? And so we can know things, we know things happened, right? But if we're going to actually put forward an economic proposal, we have to be able to quantify the things that have happened. And we can go into that as a whole separate, argument about, but we understand you get into a car accident out on the street, someone's going to show up and measure the degree of damage. You're going to have to prove that there was damage, right? And so we can have an argument about the principle of that, but, that's beyond the scope of our work, I think. So, again, just to give you the history, all of the 12 areas, let's call them 12 areas, right, were put forward to the economic experts to say, okay, can we find numbers for these areas? Right, and the 5 that we've come back to that I listed out for you or read aloud for you earlier, right? Number 1 being unjust property takings, right? Were the areas that they said that they could, with some validity, right, and confidence, provide numbers for. And we understand the political climate that we're in, the numbers have to be accurate, right? We can't just make up numbers here, right? They have to be able to be defended. And this is the core principle that the economic experts have been working with, being able to have defensible numbers, right? And so in principle, you know, dear colleague, I think, yes, you know, like, as the work continues, you know, we could do it, you know, if the information, if the data becomes available. As Dr. Spriggs says, they're in a process of currently receiving more data. And so hopefully, you know, depending on what the demands are of our time frame here, you know, we could have, you know, we could be having a slightly different conversation come next meeting. But for the moment, this is where we are. And so I think, you know, again, the feedback that we've gotten from Dr. Brown, you know, has already been, I think, very instructive, right? Which is to say that, you know, depending on where we end up with the numbers, right, with these timeframes, we do need to make very clear, right, that there is still an open-ended component to this, where we have to understand the actual beginnings of these harms, and to make a clear note that the actual time frame of harms, right, may be differently related to the time frame by which we can calculate those harms, right? And I think we should absolutely do that, sir. So thank you for that recommendation.
And I would also add that what we as the expert team are recommending, first of all, it's losses to African Americans in terms of intergenerational wealth. But and it's not the final reparations, that's to be determined by the task force. And it's what we can also do is point out how additional data could lead to further estimates. So as you said, it's an open-ended process. Then of course, the task force can demand pain and suffering, which we can't quantify based on the losses that we calculate. There can be other demands made, but what we as the expert team are doing is just estimating the losses to African Americans in terms of intergenerational wealth, and so we come up with a conservative estimate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's all that reparations should be. That's to be determined by the task force.
Okay. Thank you. Member.
Yes, let's be clear. The task force is free to do what it can under its mandate. The fact that we don't have an economic model or that we have the data doesn't preclude the task force from doing what it understands as its duty under the mandate. I would add that some of the things that Dr. Brown raised, however, are conceptually difficult to measure the cost, because if we discourage Black people from moving to California, the harm is to Black people who are still in Mississippi, not the people who are in California. This is a conceptually difficult thing to measure. It's a harm done to the Black people of the United States. And conceptually, that's just a difficult thing to model. It's a what if a Black family stayed in Mississippi and didn't come to California? And as I understand, you understand your ability to grant reparations is the ability to grant reparations to current citizens of California. So some of these harms have different conceptual challenges, and even if we could calculate it. And I would say to Dr. Brown, the eminent domain and the land takings includes 1948 in San Francisco. That's explicitly within what we think we can calculate.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Member Jones Sawyer and then back to Vice Chair Brown.
Actually, this is a really good conversation. And what I don't want to leave out is just this whole discussion that I've been aware of for quite a while, something called epigenetics, that who you are is based on socialization. In the writings of Willie Lynch, In the Making of a Slave, it's about inculcating that whole slave mentality in just about everybody in this room, so that we cannot overcome who we are because it's embedded in our genes through years and years and centuries of prolonged slavery. Now, I don't know if this is, I know it's difficult for the economists because I know there's this left brain, right brain. I'm a left brain person where 1 and 1 can actually be 3, as opposed to the economists where 1 and 1 will always be 2. So I can understand how the economists versus kind of the socio-ecologists may not be able to come together. But I do know when Brown versus Board of Education and the early data that came out of what the social scientists did, where they would take a white doll and a black doll and ask kids what they thought of that. They used that in overturning separate but equal, because we all know it was separate, but it was never equal. It was always unequal. But they tried to train us to believe that it was the same. And so maybe we can not exclude the economists, but bring in some social scientists to come in, and maybe they have some data, or they have a methodology to quantify it, just like Thurgood Marshall and the others were able to find legal precedents to prove a social construct, to be able to take it into the courts and to prove that separate but equal was unjust. And ultimately, we got affirmative action and a lot of other things. And so maybe we need to also bring in some other social scientists in this discussion, working with the economists, because maybe we need to quantify that, because I firmly believe that a lot of the problems that we have now are within our genes, and we're going to have to do a lot to get it out of us, the way we behave. If you ever read The Making of a Slave and some of the things that are going on now in this room and outside this room and with our community, those behavior patterns that the slave master used on us is still kind of prevalent today on us in our society right now. And so how do you reverse that? And maybe we even just have that conversation with the social scientists. How do you reverse centuries and centuries of oppression out of the people, so that we can then put that in our data and then be able to quantify it and then move forward? And so if there's a way we can quickly do it, I'm not talking about another year's study. It's something we can come back next month, maybe with someone that can give us some idea on how we can quantify that.
Quantify what they have done lately to us. If it's too encumbersome, if it's too difficult to go back to the history that I gave you, for the last 75 years, the evidence is there. Or even the last 40 years. Look around these communities where we used to have our watering holes that were torn up by public policy that just happened. And you mean to tell me one can claim that we don't have rights to say you owe us for that? I just used 10 or 12 blocks in San Francisco, the Fillmore. All of those Victorian homes that our ancestors acquired, who are descendants of enslaved persons, was stolen from Black people. You go to many of those churches there, they used to be jumping. 25 years ago, you throw a rock, it won't hit nobody. That's the exclusion of a people. That's pushing a people out. So all we need to do is just deal with what you've done lately that has caused us to not have quality education. Read Kozil's book on savage inequality, where he talks about the disparities in education. Just deal with that. These schools in the inner city community over against those that are out in suburbia. The evidence is there. Let's just state the case and tell them it's time to pay up. That's all.
Then we'll turn to Member Lewis. Oh, and Brad.
Just for this question and what has been brought forward by committee members as to the time frame for each atrocity that we're talking about, what I think is that we should land. I think I am okay with the recommendation, with the understanding that the final decision is going to be up to us as to what we move forward to the legislature, and that if we want to look at other types of damages, if we want to add, at the point where we have something that is solidified from the economists, because they're going to do what they do, right? Which is why we brought them in. I think that is what we should do, at least to answer the first question here, that we have to settle on those timeframes, and then, understanding that we're going to have the power to do what we need to do. At the end of the day, we just have to get there. So that's what I would suggest.
I would just add on to what Dr. Brown stated as to we can look at what's happening today. Case in point is just what happened 2 weeks ago with the Bruce family in Manhattan Beach. And they're deciding to sell the property. And people called me as the author of the bill and asked why. And it's all because of what was once restrictive covenants, what was once redlining is now zoning. And the city would not rezone the property. And people need to understand the historical effects of zoning, because zoning didn't come into place until 1948 after Thurgood Marshall and Lauren Miller won that case into Supreme Court that ruled restrictive covenants were illegal. And what did cities do? They went to zoning, R1s, R2s. And the reason the Bruce family is selling that property today, because they know the city will never let them rezone the property to do what their great-great-grandparents had there, or to match what's there right now, $1 million condos. That property is currently zoned for public use only, so it has no value as it relates to redevelopment. So zoning today still plays an effect, especially in African-American communities. So we need to factor that in as well.
Member Holder,
what we're doing here is very similar to what I do, in trial prep and in court every day as a trial lawyer. And so we are just proving up damages for, in this case, for centuries of intentional discrimination. What I would suggest is that, we all have the same goal here. We want to make sure that this is legally viable and legally defensible. And that's why we're all being very cautious and very careful. And that's commendable. Because at the end of the day, when the rubber hits the road, this is going to go to court. And we better be able to defend it in court. So what I would suggest is that we think about economic genocide, which is why we have brought the economists in here to give us their economic models for genocide. And we think about cultural genocide. The economic genocide is being proven by the economists with hard empirical data, documents, etc. The cultural genocide is a qualitative model that's based on the anecdotal evidence that we have already collected over the last 18 months. And we are the social scientists who can assign a number to that cultural genocide piece. And within the legal, the civil legal context, when you're looking at intentional discrimination, you're looking at both quantitative and qualitative, right? These economists are giving us the quantitative model. Now we are going to create the qualitative model, and they are both valid within our American legal system and defensible. We are the social scientists. We can come up with a number for the cultural genocide piece.
So we have 4 more areas to go over, but I told y'all last meeting we needed to have a whole day for this section alone, but people don't want to listen to me. That's all right. I'll be trying. So I want to respond to a few things. And what everybody has said is absolutely correct. You know, what I want us to understand is that if you go back to the Fillmore, if you go back to, you know, pretty much any Black community, historical, contemporary in this country, in this state, you know, there is housing discrimination, right, that leads, you know, to some extent. So the things that you talked about, a lot of those policies began during this period that the economists have identified, right? So we're talking about the demolition of communities in North Oakland, right near where I live. You know, that occurred as a result of the erection of the highway, right, which occurred as a result of the local execution of the 1956 Federal Highway Act. Now, what we're talking about, if you're looking at the complete, you know, like decimation of a Black neighborhood, right, it isn't just one injury that causes it, right? So it's housing, right? And so you remove the people, as many as you can, through housing discrimination. You prevent the arrival of as many Black people as you can. And then what do you do? For those who remain, you do whatever you can to lock them up, right? And for those who remain, you do whatever you can to deprive them of industry, right? To deprive them, right, of the ability to, to provide for their families. So if you look at the 5 areas, right, these 5 questions, right, what you have really is a kind of the, you know, it's not comprehensive, but what you have are some of the key components of the ecosystem, right, that we can think of as being anti-Black genocide that occurred in the state of California, right? Because you're taking away property, right? The property that remains, right, fine. But then you have businesses, the commercial heart. So then you go away and you go about the business of devaluing those businesses, right? Then you take away housing. And then you lock the people up that remain, right? And then those who you don't get, you create a condition, an environment of environmental harms that makes the remaining population sick, right? Unable to work. So what I'm saying is that we have to understand, right, that we are dealing with a comprehensive program here. We have to also understand that this discussion is for the economic experts, right? There are corresponding chapters, right, to each of these themes, right? Within those chapters will be a figure, chapters of our recommendations will be a figure for each of these issues, alongside the complete discussion that we're having today, right? And as Member Holder mentioned, we do, and as Dr. Spriggs said, right, they're doing the calculations, right? We do what we will with the numbers, right? We can go ahead with the numbers that they provide, right? And we can go in any direction, right, with those numbers. So we can do that work. And it's and as Dr. Spriggs rightly said, they're not the task force, right? But the scope of work that we've provided them is to say, go out and see what you can calculate. They've come back and they said, this is what we can calculate, this is how, right? And so what we can do is in terms of economic recommendations, we can use those calculations as a starting point, right? We can use the numbers that result from those calculations as a starting point. And it's going to be our job over the next few months, right, to correspond with what we believe is right for compensation. So I wanted to kind of just say that, and I think, you know, Member Bradford, you're absolutely correct, right, with this issue of zoning. The thing that we have to try and figure out is, okay, well, can we incorporate it? And so we can make these requests, right? And the economics team has been here all along, asking for us to provide them requests. They've been begging for us to give them, say, can you go find this out? Can you go find this out, right? And to be fair, right, we've told them what we've told them, and they've gone away and they've done what we've asked them to do, right? And so I think, you know, as they continue to go away and do their work, you know, you all, I believe, can, through the proper channels, communicate to me and share more, and we can communicate to the economic experts and say, okay, can you go and figure out maybe what's happening, you know, around the implications of zoning? But again, it's also important to remember that the scope of work is looking into state harms, and that gets tricky. It gets tricky, right? You know, we live where we live. We understand when a new development, you know, comes to town, right? How does that happen, right? We understand that many of these things are public and partnerships. We understand that sometimes policies create these loopholes or create just enough space, right? Just enough room, effectively be legal, effectively be non-discriminatory in principle, in practice, but in principle, outright racist. And so I don't have a job in Sacramento, you know? But what I'm saying is that there are moments, and there will be a moment for us to actually, you know, I think broach those topics in our final recommendations. And I'll talk about it in a minute, but we also have to think about the relationship between, between the state project for reparations and the federal project for reparations, right? We have to make sure that we are actually, I appreciate that. That he was like 2, yeah, all right. I'll take what I can get. It's been a, you know, all right. No, that's fine. But, you know, Dr. Weber, in the beginning of today, I was listening to her very carefully. She was telling us exactly what is what, right? And there is an end goal here, right? That doesn't end in California, right? And I think we have to be very mindful of that as well as we go away and do our work, because also AB 3121 encourages us to, right, encourage a federal study and encourage federal reparations. So I want us to just be mindful of the pieces that we're putting together here. And I want to thank, you know, the economic experts for doing what they do with what we give them. I appreciate you. So I know we don't have a lot of time, but there's actually a bigger question that we need to ask and answer today. So again, you know, we have, you know, I've taken on board the comments. I've taken notes that the task force has provided. I don't think I need to bring a motion or recap or anything. The second question is, will there be a California residency requirement? The third question is, what year determines the beginning of harm? We've effectively, you know, discussed the third question, so I don't think we need to go over it. The fourth question is, will direct victims and or all African-American descendants of U.S. slavery in California who meet the residency requirement be compensated? And the last question is, how will reparations be paid and measured to ensure the form of payment aligns with the estimate of damages? And so I want us to move on to question number 2 and then skip number 3 and go on to number 4. And so Chair Moore and I, again, as the advisory group, recommended that there should be a California residency requirement. You know, Chair Moore, maybe you can say more about that in a moment, just about how, you know, that expectation comes out of AB 3121. The question, however, is within that, around how residency should be determined in terms of the kind of experience of the state-sanctioned atrocity. And I think that is related to the kind of fourth question, because what we need to consider, colleagues, is, and I have my views and I'll share them, but, again, property takings, devaluation of Black businesses, housing discrimination, mass incarceration, health harms. Dr. Spriggs, right, even helped to provide an illustration of how, again, all of these things represent an ecosystem, right, of injury. They are, in fact, an environment, a condition of injury. And so what we have to work out is, are we going to be effectively asking that members of the eligible community, right, who can establish residency, right, do they have to establish residency, say, within these timeframes, right, or do they simply qualify on the basis of being a California resident? Moreover, do we require that individuals then provide evidence of having experienced one of these particular atrocities? Or do we say, again, this is a general condition of injury, right, of anti-Blackness against this eligible community, and so therefore everyone is eligible once you meet the residency requirement? So this is what I want us to kind of, to talk about, and I'll just pass it back over to you quickly, Chair Moore, just to kind of talk a little bit more about residency, and perhaps some of the kind of issues around the question of residency.
Yeah, sure. So just to recap, as he stated, as members of the Economic Advisory Committee, we have came up with a preliminary recommendation that there should be a California residency requirement. And so we're really looking for feedback as to, what that residency requirement will entail, and then also to elaborate on the implications of our recommendation. So essentially, again, we're recommending that there should be a residency requirement, but the preliminary recommendation is that residency should be determined by when individuals within the community of eligibility initially experienced the state-sanctioned atrocity or the badge and incident of slavery. And so the implications of that, we've heard through public comment, for instance, there are many people, African Americans, who were born and raised in California, and because of state-sanctioned atrocities, for instance, may not live in California anymore. And under this preliminary recommendation, where we're recommending, one, that there should be a residency requirement, but it be tied to when the person experienced the harm, well, that would mean, the implications of that recommendation would mean that if you are not a current California resident, but you were once one, when you experienced that harm, you would be eligible for compensation. And so we wanted to make that clear and get some feedback on that. Because I know, for instance, even Secretary Weber, when she gave expert testimony February of last year, she was clear in terms of, she thinks that only current California residents should be eligible. But under this preliminary recommendation from the Economic Advisory Committee, we're actually saying that if you experience the harm, and you may not be a current resident now, you should still be eligible, because when you did experience the atrocity, you were a resident. And we shouldn't necessarily punish people for the harms they endured, for not being able to withstand, the state-sanctioned atrocities in California or something like that. So do y'all have any feedback on that part? And then also, we have preliminarily came up with some recommendations for how do you determine residency. And conversations are, we want to keep it as broad as possible, because we don't want the burden to be very heavy for those who would be beneficiaries of this program. And so I won't list the entire or exhaustive list of different records that we've pulled from, but most of them are public records, like voter registration records, car registration records, organization membership records, real estate deed records, health department records, vital records, tax assessor records, county jail records, voting records, probate records, even obituaries, and utility bills, mortgage bills, genealogical evidence, etc. Member Joe Sawyer, did you have a comment? Oh,
let him, Bradford, you could use some of those.
So okay, that's pretty much it for that. But we would love to hear your feedback on the preliminary recommendation that Now, should there be a California residency requirement? Should it just be for current residents? Because the recommendation right now is that, yes, there should be a requirement, but that the residency should be determined by when the state sanctioned atrocity occurred. So that would open the door for folks who aren't currently living in California. Member Don Tamaki, you're recognized.
So thank you. You mentioned that Secretary Weber was making the case of current residency requirement. And I wonder if you could, explain that. I'd like to know more about that and the rationale for it.
Yeah, just thinking back to her testimony in February of last year, when one of the task force members asked her opinion on it. Essentially, her opinion was that it should only be closed to current residents because the state of California, for instance, like should the state be responsible for paying out compensation to folks who may not live in California presently? So that was essentially the argument for just keeping it to current California residents.
That it should be current California residents with a certain length of time here in California, because we don't want folks just to move in California in the last 60 days or last year and claim this. I mean,
No, just to clarify. So the first question around what should be the harm dates, 1900 to present. And then we discussed that present would be the day that Governor Gavin Newsom signed the legislation, which would be September 30th, 2020. So just to illustrate it, let's say not housing discrimination, health harms. The first question that we came up with, the start and end date for health harms is 1900 to present being September 30th, 2020. Now, the second part of the question is, should there be a residency requirement? So let's say, I'm a Black Californian, I left in 1982 or something like that. But I was in California from, since I was born to 1982, and I'm, however years old. The point is, can I still be eligible as someone who left the state, even though I was born and raised in California, because I fit within already that criteria of being harmed from 1900 to 2020. Hopefully, I know that wasn't that clear, but
no, I understand that, but I still think there needs to be some level of continuation of living here in California. And if you leave and you've been 20 years removed, even though you were harmed, I just think it opens up a can of worms that it's going to be really hard to wrap our arms around. So, yeah. No one wants to touch that. Yeah.
This is not okay. There we go. I mean, can I compel my colleagues to give me their views on this matter? I would love to kind of just hear everybody's thoughts. You know what I mean? It's fine but so I appreciate that, Member Bradford. But it would be good just to kind of hear where we are. Because just hearing one response isn't really enough for us to have a sense of which direction to go. And we're working this out. Yeah, this is not it's an open book test. I know, but
it's not an open book test.
It's not an open book test, but it is. But I mean, but so joking aside, and that was a very bad joke too. But it would be just. I mean, I think at this point we are getting to some really critical issues, and we do need everybody's. And it's fine to say I don't really know. That's fine. It's okay. Or I need more information to form my opinion. But we do need, I think, a little bit more to work off of. From each other. But this is like one of the more major issues. So.
Chair, if I could be recognized on.
Sorry, Member Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
That's okay. Thank you. I am thinking about as my boring self, I'm thinking about process. That's what I'm thinking about. And I'm thinking through what would be the most feasible to make this not the easiest, but the most efficient way to get to the most people. So a question about the recommendation, Chair Moore, that if so a California residency, I agree that should be a requirement. We did this, as we've talked about, Dr. Weber, with the vision was that this would eventually get to the federal level, right? So I think that the California residency is definitely, we should go that route. And that would be as of the date that the bill was signed by the governor. Okay, so anybody that was a resident of California as of September 30th, 2020 would qualify. That's what I'm thinking. I'm also leaning toward a current California residents, or we could do, because as Senator Bradford just said, if you moved 30 years ago, that's just you. I'm not denying that someone has experienced harm, but that is a long time to come back, especially when our ultimate goal is to get to the feds where everybody gets their reparations. So I am thinking that folks should be California residents as of September 30, 2020. And the only other thought process is if someone may be 5 years removed or 10 years removed. But that might add another wrench as far as process and being able to get through claims and actually get this, the reparations in whatever forms they come in out to people. So that's my feedback.
Bit further, Member Montgomery said. So, a part of it is, okay, so September 30, 2020. But then, would you then therefore be eligible for all of the harms that have occurred up until that point? So meaning, do you then have to prove that you were a resident on September 30, 2020, but then also a resident, on September 30, 1965, right, to qualify for housing discrimination? And then, or resident, in 1980 to qualify for, compensation around the harm of mass incarceration. So the question, either way, you have to kind of prove a couple of things.
Sure.
I mean, in one version, or you can just say, and that's kind of question 4, right? Which is to say, here's a total sum of harms that Black American Californians within an eligible community have experienced, right? And so we could have a version where if you are a California resident on September 30, 2020, right, you are eligible to receive, right, reparations in this compensatory form,
right,
for all of the harms, right, from 1900 to September 30, 2020. So I think we have to make that decision, and one is going to one version just requires that you prove residency on a particular date through a driver's license or whatever. The others say, oh, I have to go find, my school enrollment, maybe my yearbook or whatever it is, from some other period. So I think, it is, proving the contemporary residency that you and Member Bradford are suggesting, I think is fine. But we have to then answer this other question, which is, do you then have to additionally prove that you were resident at these other junctures that comport with the stated harms?
A very good question. And I'm fighting my urge to complicate things further with a baseline for anyone that has the original eligibility requirement that we've already voted on. Like a baseline for everybody.
Right.
And then, because morally, should I get the same type of compensation for someone who has been in prison for 25 years based on one of the atrocities? That's a, it's gonna be a policy decision for us, but it's a moral decision as well. So, I don't know.
Okay,
but I'm thinking a baseline.
Right.
And then evaluating atrocities on top of that. That could be a way that we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. There has to be a minimum baseline. I don't know what that number is, but I would definitely, if I was making a decision, at least 20 years of residency here in the state of California, at least that. So as of when the bill was signed, you'd at least be here at least 20 years, have gone to school, have, served in the military or something that tied you here for more than a week,
Because so that's kind of, what, these different atrocities and their timelines, part of the timeline, part of the use of the timeline is so the economists can determine how to come up with a number, right? We have the option of using those timelines to then further determine eligibility, further refine eligibility, right? Or we don't have to use those timelines in that way. But what we do have to do is determine, what the residency requirement is. So a baseline, I think, I don't know how things work at your end of the process, right? So, what rationale would you then say could support 20 years, right? I can understand a rationale that says we have these 5 atrocity areas. If you establish that you're a resident, if you've lived here, from 1940, in principle, you would, using that model, you would qualify for compensation based on all of the categories. If you moved here in 1990, right, then you qualify for a subset of them. So I can understand that rationale, but I think it would be helpful to understand. So what is the determination of a baseline? And how do they then relate to the atrocities that we say that we are going to be providing, this financial compensation as reparations for?
Girls, you're recognized.
Can you cut my mic on? Thank you. I think I have more questions and conundrums than I have answers.
We're working them out.
And so I'll start with what is my baseline thinking, which is, should there be a residency requirement? Yes. Then from there, it gets murky for me. So for example, how do we equate the depth of the harm with an arbitrary time period? Right, for example, the depth of my harm could be immense, but it may have happened in the last year because of California's ongoing policies and practices that discriminate against African Americans. I'm also, another baseline for me is that we create something that's not overly complicated and that adds yet another burden on Black folk to receive redress. My other baseline is that this be as inclusive as possible because the harm is, it's everywhere, it's omnipresent. And it touches all Black folk. So, and then for me, it raises questions. So what's not a long time, and what's, what if we select a time frame, what's the rationale for that? And then why are we ignoring existing decisions that have been made in the state about residency? 2 quick examples. Residency as it relates to in-state tuition fees for the Cal States and the UCs. Right now, it's a lot easier than it was when I moved to California to go to graduate school. Back then it was 3 years. Now it's 1 year, immediately preceding the residence determination date. That's for the tuition for the California colleges and universities. Then when it comes to just residency requirements for the state itself,
it has gone on record deciding what that is. Why are we not paying attention to that? It's just a basic question I have. And for California residency, per the state, you're presumed to be a California resident for any taxable year in which you spend more than 9 months in the state. Although you may have connections with another state, if your stay in California is for other than a temporary or transitory purpose, you are a California resident. Why are we adding such an incredible layer of complexity when the state itself has made it, very, very simple?
So to answer I think the state wants to count people as residents, for tax purposes. Right. So I think they're very keen. So they say, yeah, 9 months. Okay, that's enough, and I think, and I think, and I'm not necessarily advocating for that. I'm asking the questions, right, to kind of to get us somewhere. But I think the idea of thinking about these particular time frames and qualification within them is to get to exactly what you talked about, which is the depth, right? Because if you were a resident, right, in again 1965, and you remained a resident from 1965 to the present, you can see the depth, right? It's in that list of things that we're talking about here, right? So housing discrimination, property taking, mass incarceration, and you experience it as an environment of being a resident. And so I think we are Chair Moore and I were trying to respond to that primarily. We even went even further afield, like, well, what does it actually mean to be a Black Californian? You know what I mean? Like, how do you feel? Because you could live here for a decade and not really feel like you're a Black Californian, like you were formed by the state. And what drove that consideration, right? That's not what we're proposing, but what drove that consideration is that in principle, we're arguing that, right, to be African American, right, in terms of the eligible community means that you have a heritage formed by the history of enslavement in this country, right? And so that's what makes you, in fact, qualify as a eligible, as a member of the eligible community. And so we wondered if there was a similar kind of threshold, for belonging to the state, right? That was in our preliminary stages of considering like how to approach this. But we arrived at, eligibility within these timeframes, effectively to try and get to this kind of depth of feeling, right? A kind of sense of place, if you will. And I think that's the reason why. Now, if it's complicated, I don't know. I think if you can, it's complicated by the fact of what you do with people who have left the state, right? So if you were gentrified again and again and again, and you left Oakland and you moved to Pittsburgh and you couldn't manage Pittsburgh and now you're in Reno, you know what I mean? How do you account for that? But I think, I don't know if the state, right, and its residency requirements actually, in my personal opinion, was crafted with the same principle, right, or with the same set of commitments that we have today, which is to say, well, how do we account for injury, right, to the experience of injury, to the formative quality of injury, for eligible Black Americans in this state. So I mean, that's kind of the thinking. So, but what I've heard is there does seem to be, growing consensus around a kind of like contemporary, residency requirement, the September 30, 2022, having been, having established residency, by that date. I think the question then, if we just hold that as a preliminary agreement, is should we then say, if you are a resident on that date, right, you qualify for the total sum of the 5 atrocities? Or do you then have to say, well, I can also prove that I have been a resident starting from this date or that date? So in other words, September 30th, right, is the end date of eligibility, if you will. Should we also ask that they provide some record of when they began residency so that we can then further determine, which of these areas do they then qualify for?
I was just going to say, I still think about our most vulnerable and what burdens we may place on them
I think about, for example, the children in the child welfare system who may have a hard time establishing that. I think about the folks who've been unhoused and they may have difficulty establishing that. I think about the folks coming out of the jails and the prisons who, you know, it's not an easy feat to get documentation just for the present, let alone for the past. So I'm always mindful of, you know, let's not do more harm or do unintended harm as we establish our criteria.
Member Holder and then Member Tamaki.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what you had said. I think when we're talking about a baseline, that already indicates that we're not talking about the specialized atrocity categories, right? That takes it out of the specialized atrocity categories and timeframes. So right now, in my mind, we're talking about residency for purposes of the baseline category. Does that make sense to you? Okay. And I would tend to agree purposes of the baseline category, we should keep it as simple as possible and keep it consistent with sort of legal conventions. So if the convention in California is that after 9 months you're a resident, then stick with that, because that way it seems less arbitrary. This is only for the baseline category. That's kind of how I see it. You know, it's just like the convention, for instance, is that you're an adult when you're 18, right? So I don't think that we should, you know, using that as an analogy, I don't think that we should then say, well, actually, for purposes of reparations, you're not an adult until you're this age. You understand as that analogy? So I would go with I would tend to agree with Dr. Grills about the residency requirement and keep it consistent with the state's conventions for residency.
Okay, so Member Tamaki, Member and then Member Jones-Soy.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt the flow of the discussion. But we're searching for perfection, and there isn't going to be perfection. And it seems to me conceptually we're battling between two things. One is absolute justice and making it right. And the other part is making it simple and doable, but will also mean cutting people out. And so I don't have any answers. And I'm going to explain something that may or may not be analogous, and that's what our community did, Japanese Americans. So 120,000 people ended up in concentration camps. And in 1988, Congress did pass a bill for reparations. But the organizers and the strategists and the community had to wrestle with, I'll call it similar issues that we are wrestling with. And that is, what is absolute justice on the one hand, and on the other hand, what is doable, what is practical, what can be done. And so certain rules were imposed. For example, out of the 120,000 people that lost their businesses, they lost their houses, and some lost their lives, not everybody got compensated. And so the legislation, and I'm not saying that was the right thing to do, I'm just saying that's how it ended up, nor am I recommending that this task force do something similar. I'm just explaining basically how, in another part of history, how this was handled. So the law basically said that you had to be alive when the legislation passed. So if you died in the camps, and a number did, if you died before the bill passed, which was in 1988, you got nothing. Your heirs got nothing. The other issue was you had to be in the camp, so it was specifically tied to the harm. And so when the orders to report to detention camps came down in California and on the West Coast, there were a few that fled the state. They abandoned their homes, they abandoned their businesses because they didn't want to get locked up. And so, and they went to Utah, they went to East Coast. They had to start all over. They lost everything. they got nothing from the reparations bill. They suffered the harm, but they got nothing. And so out of 120,000 people who were imprisoned, and again, I'm not drawing any equivalence whatsoever, but we're talking 4 years to 5 years in a concentration camp versus 400 years of enslavement, Jim Crow, and everything else. But just on this specific instance, out of 120,000 people, 80,000 received some form of compensation. And so it was a hard thing. It created huge controversy within our own community. But the principles that guided that was compromising between, I'll call it absolute justice. Absolute justice would have meant anybody harmed by this whole process should have been included. But that was balanced by what's doable, what's feasible, what can we get Congress to do? And so, again, I'm not saying that, looking back, I have regrets on people who were not included. I expect that we're going to have regrets here. But as this thing works its way through the process, and the ultimate process is the legislature, because they will have to determine basically not only with what is justice, but balanced against what is affordable, what's doable. And so I think our job is to at least shine a light on the harm, all of it. And it is enormous. I mean, the numbers we're talking about are big time. But in this first juncture, at least, now we're coming down to where the rubber meets the road and making practical, we call it baseline, sort of the main filter, the starting filter of who's eligible. And again, we're not the first group. This body is not the first group that's wrestled with this question. So I'm not offering any answers, but I'm saying it's a good process and it's necessary, but it won't be perfect for sure.
Thank you. That was very helpful, Member Tamaki. Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized, and we'll go to Member.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just have so the September 30, 2020 date is a cutoff date. So if we were to decide on that, anyone that moved here and gained residency in the state of California under our eligibility requirements would not be eligible for compensatory reparation or the amount. The 9 months, I guess my question is, based on my understanding, that's sort of a rolling requirement, right? As people move, they can gain residency 9 months after being here, et cetera. I don't know the details. Is that the recommendation here, that there's a rolling requirement as opposed to a cutoff date? I'm just wondering, 9 months from when? What exactly is that?
So I'll go to Member Jones Sawyer.
For the most part, I believe that everyone has some sense that there should be some kind of residency requirement. The problem is implementation. Probably the only person on this entire committee, maybe, I'm pretty certain I can say in this room, who knows what it's like to have the public, an advisory group, or even a legislative group, then make a decision and then foist it on the bureaucracy to get it done. And then when it blows up, we're all mad at the bureaucracy. Like right now, who's going to administer all this? Who's going to decide what department? I'm getting into the minutia of it. Who is going to do this? And who has the capacity to write the check? Is one group where the controller's office actually writes the check. There's another group that you'll have do something else in another group. That will happen then. And we don't have them in this room to help us decide on how to implement this. If you don't think implementation is really important, look what happened to EDD. we decided we're going to go ahead and do something to help every Californian during the COVID crisis. It was a disaster because we did not think it all the way through. Right now we have the task force, we're going to have the legislative, we're going to have the governor's office, and then we're going to tell a bunch of bureaucrats to get this done. And I think what you're hearing from here is how do we get this done? And part of this may be getting their input, the state of California folk who are going to implement this, or have we decided who's going to implement this, in the room to help us with that, so we can make these decisions so that it'll be easy, so that it doesn't get corrupted, or there isn't something where things don't go out for a year or two because they can't get their act together. It takes them a year or two to get the computer system up or whatever they need. We need to have them involved in this so that they can hit the ground running to get this done. And I think part of this frustration you're hearing now is how do we make sure that people who need this the most, that can trace their harm to chattel slavery. What comes to mind is I keep hearing, if I know someone that's going to Cal State, San Diego State right now, they graduated this year and they left and went back to Alabama where they came from. According to what I'm hearing now, they could be eligible even though they only been here for a hot second. And now they're spending our money in another state. That bothers me. And so those little minute little details that we're just going to just say, you guys figure it out. And if they come back and say we can't do something, then we're going to be unbelievably upset and angry at the state, at the system. And then we don't get what we wanted, what we've been working on for all this time. So as part of my suggestion is we at some point we got to have a discussion about implementation. And I'm looking at the DOJ people who probably will not. We in the legislature come up with laws all the time that we just say, do it. And then they come back and say it's unconstitutional, it's illegal, or we can't do it. And then it doesn't happen. And so I want to make sure we don't have that happen to us, because that ultimately could be a problematic.
Okay, thank you. So just a quick time check. It's 12:16 and lunch is scheduled for 12:30, with the understanding that we did kind of go beyond time a little bit. But yeah, I just wanted to recap on this part. And so to Member Jones Sawyer's point, in terms of consensus, it seems like most of the task force members agree that there should be some residency requirement, but the jury is still out in terms of how that can be determined. Don't know how helpful it will be if we just go one by one really quickly and just summarize what our thoughts are out on this. I'm not sure, or we can just move on to the next section. But I did want to raise something where, okay, I think we all agree that there should be some type of residency requirement. But again, the jury's still out about how it should be determined. My issue that I'm kind of wrestling with is, okay, let's say there's someone who, was in California since the Great Migration. Their people came from Alabama, Mississippi. They lived in California from the 30s, let's say up until 2019. They just couldn't take it anymore. They had to go to the South because, they couldn't afford to live in California anymore. Maybe even their property was taken via eminent domain or something like that. Are we saying that that family who's been there for, 60 years, because they left in 2019, a year before Governor Newsom signed the legislation, they shouldn't be eligible? And then on the flip side, I'm also trying to get some clarity. Are we saying, let's say there's an African-American family that fits the community of eligibility, so they are a descendant of a free and enslaved Black person living in the United States prior to 1900, but let's say they've lived in Texas their entire life and they just moved to California in 2019, right? A year before Governor Newsom signed the legislation. So would that mean that that family then would be eligible for the total sum of these 5 state sanctioned atrocities because they met the residency requirement conveniently so? That is kind of the questions that we gotta have to wrestle with. And so I just kind of wanted to use those 2 examples as an illustration of kind of what in theory we're arguing about, well, not arguing, but wrestling over. And maybe if we do a round robin just to close this second question out, task force members can say, should there be a residency requirement, yes or no? How should it be determined preliminarily? And then maybe what are your thoughts around those two case studies that I just mentioned? Members, sorry, Scott Lewis, you're recognized. Oh, sorry. Okay, so let's just start from left to right, so we can just get this done. Member Grills, do you have any last thoughts on the second part of the question?
Excuse me, Chair Moore.
Yes, sure. You're recognized, Dr. Spriggs.
Could you also get feedback from the task force on whether they're agreeing to the economic ecosphere, I think was the term used, or whether it's I am showing harm for the specific issue. So
can you speak up?
Is there an agreement that there will be a calculation based on an ecosphere, or is it that I demonstrate I have property and
so we're not on that question yet, Dr. Spriggs. We're not on that question yet. We're still on number 2. The question you're raising is number 4. So we're getting there.
Okay.
We just want to wrap up question number 2. So Dr. Grills, do you have any closing thoughts on question 2 in terms of should there be a residency requirement? How should it be determined?
Yes, I think I've already stated that I think there should be a residency requirement and how it should be established. I don't have a definitive answer, but my leaning is in the direction of something that is simple, that aligns with what's already on the books in California, and that includes, whatever kind of relevant exclusionary criteria. So, for example, for the California residency requirement, whatever their reasons for doing it for tax purposes, it does state that 9-month period, but it also has a clause in there that states you don't qualify essentially if you came here for a transitory purpose, like to go to college in California. And so then that, and again, it's because I want to make sure that this doesn't present an undue burden, doesn't leave it to the bureaucrats to interpret and end up with being a disaster, and that is inclusive as possible.
Thank you. Member Montgomery Step.
So yes, there should be a California residency requirement. I would say that if, I understand the purposes of being consistent and definitely open to that. I think it would have to be a cutoff date. If we did the September 30, 2020, and 9 months from that date would be fine, but not like a rolling requirement.
Thank you. Senator Bradford.
Yes, without a doubt, there needs to be a residency requirement, but I'm going to be careful in stating residency versus domicile. And our Constitution speaks to being domiciled versus a resident. And a domicile is a fixed location which you plan to return. So you have to be domiciled here. And because a military person who, is from Texas and comes here, he's only a resident, but he's not permanently domiciled. So that's what I want to be clear, that we make sure that folks are domiciled here in California.
Member John Sawyer.
Residency, but I still don't think we've worked out all the details and clarity to make sure we get what we want and make sure it's so specific, as Dr. Weber said, that there's no ambiguity or no way that people can wiggle through and take advantage of this. And keep us from being able to take full advantage of it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Brown? No. Okay, Member Holder?
Yeah, I do agree that there should be a residency requirement consistent with what has already been outlined. And I do want to just get to your concern, Chair Moore, because I have the same concern as well, and I think it's valid. But I think, unfortunately, when you have to have standards that are consistent with conventions around these procedural issues, some people are going to get it's going to be unfortunate for some. I mean, I don't like to think that there's people who may have lived in California for 80 years and then left, right before the legislation passed, and they're not getting anything. But the bottom line is, all Black people have been harmed in this country, and harmed in very, very similar ways. So if someone ends up getting a quote unquote windfall because they moved here just a few years ago, well, if they're Black, they were harmed wherever the hell they were anyway. So I'm not really that worried about it. And for those unfortunate people who did leave the state after living here and suffering this particular state harms for many years, our hope is that the federal government will be backed into a corner where they have to deal with that harm.
Thank you so much for addressing my concern, Member Holder. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'm in favor of a residency requirement, but realizing we're going to cut people out of this, and you lose people out of it. But to not have a residency requirement, I would think, and this is more in the nature of what Member Jones Sawyer and Member Bradford would say, we also have to come up with something that's defensible. And to not have a residency requirement politically, in my view, is going to be difficult. So again, I'm informed too of what our own community and the hard choices we had to make. So residency requirement makes sense, but there are some gross injustices within that we're buying into. And I don't know how those might be fixed or if they can be. But that said, I think it makes sense to have a residency, requirement.
So I was just saying that I don't think, yes, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Somebody want to throw a brick at me for saying that, but we said it anyhow. We got to keep in mind that we can express, as we all, our wish list regarding reparations. And we also be conscious of the reality. The reality. If anything's going to happen, it's not going to be because of the goodness of the heart of politicians. And the only way that we will get some measures of strides toward fulfillment, soon as we get out of that door, we better run and call Ray Ray and Samantha and lovingly tell them, get up off of your stools of do nothing and vote. Remember, the reality is we are only 6% of this population. And the enemies are still out there. And that man who just got that gavel in that house, we're right down there in a place called Bakersfield. And the isms of that area is in his bones, his soul, his mind, and his comrades. And that's the same area where in 1908, a Black Baptist preacher named Allensworth tried to establish a Tuskegee here in the West. But they poisoned that water and redirected that railroad track. And now the dream of Allensworth became a nightmare. And it's just a park down there. So we got to get busy. We got to convince folk. We got to lobby. And we got to make sure that some force or some good God changes the hard-hearted folks in this state and this nation. They haven't even got a commission established yet nationally. So don't build up our hopes if we have not been working hard. But Frederick Douglass says there's no progress without agitation and work. I thought I'd better just lovingly, respectfully say that to you.
Well, it's 12:30 and I want to get some understanding. Should we table the rest of this discussion and then also your committee on the wealth gap to tomorrow for unfinished business? Because we have lunch from 12:30 to 1:45, and then we have a panel on tax law where we're inviting people to speak at 1:45.
Table some of the other discussions that aside from, we do have people who are scheduled to come here, but we also have other discussions later on. I'd like to continue with this discussion today and table the others for tomorrow.
So just quickly, this thing here. All right, we're activated now. All right. All I can do is talk. This thing got the other half of the job. So just quickly, I think of the remaining questions, question 4. First of all, thank you, colleagues, for sharing your views, and Chair Moore for getting them to do so. I really do feel like question 4 has effectively been answered with some of the feedback that we've gotten today, right? Because question 4, just very quickly, colleagues, asks if direct victims and/or all African-American descendants of U.S. slavery in California be compensated. And what that means specifically, what that would look like specifically, is I lost property in such and such year, so therefore I am eligible for receiving, the compensation for that particular atrocity. But what everybody has said so far is that there does seem to be, this interest in a more generalized approach to simplify things in a way. And so in that regard, it does sound like the task force members are in favor of all African-American descendants, right? Parts of the, who form part of the eligible community would therefore be eligible for the total sum of reparations offered, as long as they meet this residency requirement, as we've begun to learn a bit more about. You can talk a little. I think as far as I'm concerned, I feel like that answer, as a member of this advisory committee, I feel as if that answer has been provided based upon the feedback. And that's why earlier I said that I think questions 2 and 4 were actually related. Because if task force members, indicated their preference for establishing residency, in a particular, time frame, that would then require a secondary question, which is, how do you then provide, or should you then provide evidence of facing particular harms? But it sounds like things are headed in the direction of a more general eligibility. So I think maybe we can go away together and then think about that more, and then come back next meeting, with more precise recommendations.
Thank you. So to Dr. Spriggs, I think the consensus is we're going with the more eco-spirit model, to your point. So, okay, so that means then this committee report back is essentially wrapped up.
It is, because we can't answer question 5 today. We can't,
So then that leaves what we're gonna do in terms of the next item on the agenda, which is your advisory committee on the wealth gap.
So, on the wealth gap, quickly, I feel like last meeting, I explained, some of the kind of intricacies of thinking about the wealth gap, as a discrete area. And what I explained and what I think we all understood and agreed to was that using the term the wealth gap as a particular harm area wasn't actually necessary, because the wealth gap was effectively being represented by the 5 areas that we just discussed. And so what I can provide as an update is that the plan for the recommendations and what I'm working on currently is effectively an explainer of that fact, right? And that would be added to to the recommendations. But what we did discuss, and what I felt quite resolved around in our December meeting, was that everybody did kind of understand that these five atrocities effectively worked for the matter of the racial wealth gap. Because again, going back to my earlier comment about the kind of ecosystem, right? The racial wealth gap, just for those who may not have been in attendance at last meeting or didn't watch it online, the racial wealth gap, when thinking about reparations at a federal level, represents the total sum of harms African Americans have faced from slavery to the contemporary moment. So what economists, like some of the economists who are on our experts team, advocate for, is that the racial wealth gap alone at the federal level, that figure effectively represents and compensates for the total sum of harms that African Americans have faced. What we have decided to do in the task force is we have effectively identified 12 areas. And so we're providing remedies based upon these individual areas. Now, if we were to take a racial wealth gap approach, we wouldn't be doing that effectively. We wouldn't be saying, well, here's a number for this, here's a number for that. We would be using the total differential, the different value between Black and white wealth in the state, and saying, well, that difference is what African Americans in the state of California are owed. But that's not the approach that we've taken. And so therefore, having a chapter or a recommendation, as it were, on the racial wealth gap is not necessary, because we have effectively responded to it through the 12 areas that we are providing recommendations around. And so that's the update.
So that means we'll go to lunch, and then we'll return at 1:45, 1:50, since we started a little bit late, and then we'll go straight into the tax law panel. So for the purposes of these Economic Advisory Committee and the Wealth Gap Committee, we're done, and we'll report back at our next meeting. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Hello, hello. It is 2 o'clock. We're 10 minutes over, so we have to start promptly. I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that she can do a roll call vote to reestablish a quorum.
Thank you. I will begin the roll with the chair.
Present.
Chair Moore is present. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford? Member Bradford is present. Member Grills? Member Grills is present. Member Holder? Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer is absent. Member Scott Lewis? Member Scott Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp is present. And Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 task force members and the number needed for quorum is 5. The number present is 8. Madam Chair, a quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson and task force members. So the next item on our agenda is agenda item number 8, tax law considerations. We will be hearing from 3 expert witnesses on this topic, 2 of which are here joining us in person. Thank you, Sarah Moore Johnson, and thank you, Raymond Odom. And then on the line, we have Georgetown Law Professor Dorothy Brown. So without further ado, I will now introduce our first 2 expert witnesses. Sarah Moore Johnson is a founding partner at Birchstone Moore LLC, a boutique estate planning law firm in Washington, D.C., where her practice focuses on transfer tax planning and family wealth stewardship for clients whose net worth is $50 million or greater, as well as the administration of estates and trusts. Sarah graduated magna cum laude from Wake Forest University with a BS in business and the University of Georgia School of Law, where she received her Juris Doctorate. She is licensed to practice law in District of Columbia, Maryland, Virginia, and Georgia. I don't know if my mic is fully working. Okay, Sarah is a past president of the Washington, D.C. Estate Planning Council, where she started a diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative, a fellow of the American College of Trust and Estate Council, and she serves on the Board of Trustees of the Greater Washington Community Foundation, which has made closing the racial wealth gap its strategic mission. Thank you for joining us, Sarah Moore Johnson, if we can clap for her. Then we will hear from Raymond Odom. Raymond C. Odom is Senior Vice President at Northern Trust in Chicago, Illinois. He serves as a Managing Wealth Partner, Director of Wealth Transfer Services, providing wealth transfer and estate tax consultation to Northern Trust partners and their clients. Ray has a Bachelor of Arts from Valparaiso University and a JD from the Ohio State Sports College of Law. He is an attorney licensed to practice law in Illinois and before the U.S. Tax Court, and is a certified financial planner and is one of 6 Black fellows in the 2,400-member American College of Trust and Estate Council. Ray's father, Nathaniel M. Odom, founded the DuPage County, Illinois chapter of the NAACP that secured one of the first municipal open housing ordinances in the country shortly after Dr. King failed to establish such legislation in Chicago. Thank you, Raymond Odom, for coming, and we can clap for him as well. And without further ado, I'll turn to Mr. Odom and Ms. Moore Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Moore and Task Force Member Don Tamaki.
Excuse me. Assembly Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized. Thanks for joining us. Oh, thank you. We also want to recognize Assembly Member Akila Weber, who is in the back. If she can stand up and we can clap for her. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us.
Excuse me. Yes. All right. So thank you all for having us here today. It is an honor and a privilege for both Mr. Odom and me, professionally and personally. We've been following your work since its inception, and we never really dreamed that we'd be here in front of you today. So thank you. You may be wondering why you are hearing testimony from two estate planners. Ray Odom and I know each other through the American College of Trust and Estate Council, as you mentioned. It's an organization that prides itself on admitting only the best and brightest estate planning attorneys in the world. Yet, due to systemic racism, as you mentioned, of the 2,500 fellows of the college, only 5 were Black at the time that I met Mr. Odom. After the murder of George Floyd, we got together and posited the idea, what if we used the estate tax to pay for reparations? We thought surely someone would have thought of this before us. But our searches turned up only one hit, the exceptionally well-researched book, and if you could please advance 2 slides. The exceptionally well-researched book, Repair, Redeeming the Promise of Abolition by Catherine Franke, a professor of law at Columbia University. Like me, Catherine Franke is a white woman. For those whose my back is to, I am very white. But she understands that part of her success in life is attributable to her privilege. And in the book, it's really fascinating. She shows an openness to using white wealth for reparative justice, suggesting that her inheritance at the death of her parents should be used for reparations. One of the criticisms that you'll hear about using white wealth for reparations is the idea of unfairness. The refrain is, I didn't do it, it wasn't me, I shouldn't have to pay for it. A remarkable benefit of the estate tax is that essentially it is a tax on no one. The estate belongs not to the wealth creator who is deceased or to the wealth creator's family. It is only through the action of the law, the courts, and the government that the wealth passes to family members at death. As Professor Dorothy Brown's book, The Whiteness of Wealth, reveals, the tax code has incentivized white wealth building for years. Ray and I also intuitively understood that if we could harness those tax incentives to create a public-private partnership to help fund reparations, we could get our wealthy clients to willingly and enthusiastically embrace using their own money to pay for reparations. Once we started digging into our ideas, we found that history was on our side, starting with the ideology of our founding fathers. Ray, and if you could, next slide.
So you see here the paradox of wealth creation in America. Now, the interesting thing is that there were 2 implicit imperatives of the constitutional framers. The imperative to prevent swollen concentrations of family wealth, and a second imperative to protect the stolen wealth of enslaved African wealth. So you see, there were 2 implicit imperatives, and the first was around this idea of swollen wealth or concentrated wealth. You see, Thomas Jefferson and the framers knew one thing, that they needed to reject the inherited privileges of European feudalism. Now, if you remember feudalism, that's when the property owns the people, and the property and the people are owned by an overlord. Well, they knew they didn't want that. And so what they decided to do was they would create this small farmer necessity. And so the thought was that you'd have these small farmers, these, as America always said, small business owners running America, that would allow for this equitability. The problem is that while saying that, Thomas Jefferson himself inherited over, yes, 16,000 acres. He inherited enough to be the size of the city limits of Cleveland. And so as he was talking about in his Declaration of Independence pictured there, of everyone started equal, he knew that he was going to be more equal than everybody else in that room. The reality is that was true of many of the original framers. And the point here is that malady, that paradox is what began to lead to concentrated wealth in America becoming a problem. You see, the other reason why it was a problem was that this equal starting line assumed that any efforts by people after that starting line would be a result of their own labor and meritocracy. Well, the problem is that yes, on the other side of that picture, you'll see, yes, 600 enslaved people were owned by Jefferson. And the picture shows that the reality is those are the people who created his ongoing wealth from his unequal starting line. Well, with the next slide, what I wanted to show is that your question might be, well, yeah, we've got it. We understand that there was stolen wealth. And by the way, I didn't spend any time on that because this panel certainly understands the concept of stolen wealth. But the question you should have for me is, but Ray, how do you know that there's concentrated wealth? We get the Thomas Jefferson thing, but it's a little bit past that now. What's going on? Well, this is the concentrated wealth, 1/10 of 1%, not 1% here. This is 1/10 of 1%, starting in around 1913, had 25% of America's wealth. 25%. Again, 1/10 of 1%, not 1%, 1/10 of 1%. And you say, what happened? What did that lead to? I'm going to come back to that the second time I talk after Sarah, and I'll show you exactly what our country did when it got to this point. But your question is now, okay, Ray, I see this chart. It makes sense to me. 1/10 of 1%, 25%, 1928 or so. But yeah, then I remember there's some stuff happened. And but it only goes to 2012. What happened after 2012? The next chart will show, the next slide will show that, yeah, it didn't end in 2012. The Ben Franklin part of this shows that exactly 31.2%, or ultimately what it amounts to is this, $34 trillion out of 112 trillion. $34 trillion is concentrated in 1% of America's population. 1%. Let that sink in. So then you say, all right, what's this next green shaded part? Well, that's the 1%. So you can see that between the 1%, excuse me, and the other 9%, 10% are around 40 trillion. And so you're saying, but Ray, where am I? Well, I'm in that bottom, that lower mint shade there. That's the rest of it. And that represents the 50% of people at the bottom. They only own $7 trillion. Yes, you heard me right. 7 trillion of the 110 is owned by 50% of America. So the question you have for me, and the next slide keeps wanting to flip anyway. The question you have for me is, look, Ray, that's fine for America, but remember, we're here, we're in California, we're here in LA, near LA. What's going on here? And the next slide shows that. And the next slide simply is a comparison really taken from your materials, which shows that in the LA metropolitan area, where the median wealth is around 355,000, the median wealth for US Blacks, and by the way, I thank the committee for making that distinction, between African immigrants and African Americans, their median wealth, $4,000. What's the point? Well, 1.1 to 1. I make it on the next slide. The next slide shows this. It shows the average wealth, and you all are well familiar with Professor Darity and his statement that average wealth is a better reflection of what we need to do than median. But with average wealth, it's clear that with an $812,000 median dollar difference, white wealth about 953,000, average white wealth, average black wealth 141,000. What's the point, Ray? The point is that disparity of 812,000 makes the point I'm trying to make to you. Yes, America has a wealth disparity. Yes, we messed up on that first imperative. Remember, we didn't make that first imperative, they did. They made that imperative because they did not want to live in a feudal system nor have a Bolshevik revolution. But as we're going to be able to show you, they fell apart by not noticing one thing. The bottom of that wealth disparity picture is, yes, African Americans. And so our proposition, we'll repeat over and over again, is real simple. If you have a tax designed to eliminate wealth disparity, you should take the revenues from that tax and aim it at the most wealth disparate people group. Hello, that would be African Americans. Sarah?
So as we're thinking about the racial wealth gap and how to correct it, we have to understand how intrinsically, next slide, our country's wealth outcomes are tied to tax policy. I want to focus on two key eras of tax history: the era of progressive taxation, which lasted from 1916 to 1980, versus the modern era of regressive or anti-tax policy, ushered in with the election of Ronald Reagan. With progressive tax policy, those who make the most pay the most in taxes. In a regressive environment, lower earners pay a larger percentage of income in taxes than higher earners. In the 50-year period from 1932 to 1981, we had a truly progressive tax policy. Top income tax rates ranged from 63% to 94%. Can you imagine today a top tax rate of 94%? There would be incredible outcry. You might think that such exorbitant tax rates would have a chilling effect on the economy, but quite the opposite. As this task force knows from its work, in this same period of progressive taxation, home ownership grew by about 50%, and the middle class became the largest income tier in the United States at 61% of households by 1971. Yet you also know that although the taxes were paid by Americans of all races, the primary beneficiaries of the government programs funded by such revenue were white. Nevertheless, when politicians today harken back to the glory days of America, a time when the middle class was vibrant and a person could own a car and a home and retire with a nice pension, those same politicians rarely mention that this was the era of the highest tax rates in our history. The regressive tax movement started right here in California. Political protest against high taxes led to Proposition 13, a constitutional amendment approved by California voters in 1978 that protected landowners from large increases in property taxes. And then came the election of a Californian to the Oval Office in 1980. President Reagan immediately ushered in the biggest tax cuts in American history. The precipitous drop in tax rates that you see in this chart were all during his tenure. But in the Reagan era, the promise of trickle-down economics did not come to fruition. A study in our materials reveals that worldwide, tax cuts do not affect macroeconomic measures such as gross domestic product or unemployment. The only real effect they have is that the incomes of the rich grow much faster in countries that cut taxes. Those results, next slide, definitely bore out in the United States. Actually, skip that. This chart shows, similar to the chart that Ray showed earlier, this is the average, or I'm sorry, this is median of racial wealth gap from 1963 to 2016. So I've drawn a line on this chart where Ronald Reagan was an elected president, and you can see that prior to his election, the growth of the white wealth in the blue line was steady, but it was really after his passage of tax cuts that the racial wealth gap really took off, and whites kept growing, and there was relatively no growth for Black Americans. But this is not solely due to income taxes. There is perhaps no greater promoter of the racial wealth gap than the untaxed gifts and inheritances received by white families, who are 3 times more likely to receive an inheritance than members of Black families. Until recently, most Americans were subject to both federal and state estate taxes at death. From 1941 to 1976, anyone who died with $40,000 to $60,000 into their name was subject to estate tax, and the highest marginal rate was 77%. If a person died in 1976 with $10 million of assets, their estate would pay almost $6.5 million to the US Treasury. Today, that estate would pay nothing. I want to take you back, next slide, to the chart that Ray shared earlier, showing the percentage of the country's wealth owned by the top 0.1% since the income and estate taxes were enacted in the early 20th century. And I've layered this with the chart at the bottom. This chart shows the estate tax rates and exemptions. The line along the bottom, the line along the top is the tax rates, and you can see that they jumped up in the middle there and are coming back down. The line along the bottom is the estate tax exemption, which was very low, that $40,000 to $60,000, and is now climbing up. Well, as you can see, there's a direct correlation. Immediately after estate taxes were raised to their highest rates and the exemption from the tax was lowered to its lowest amount, the concentration of wealth in our country began steadily falling from a high of 20% to a low of only 7% of wealth owned by that top echelon of Americans. But as soon as the top tax rates start to fall, the amount that can be exempt from the estate tax starts to rise, the wealth concentration begins to creep back up again. And these charts end in 2013 and 2015. They don't even get to the worst of it. Next slide. This is a list of the estate tax exemptions and the top tax rates in the modern era. When I was taking my law school class in 2000, in the estate tax class, the exemption was only $675,000 and the top tax rate was 55%. So most middle and upper middle class taxpayers in America paid an estate tax at the death of the surviving spouse. By the time I graduated from law school, the George W. Bush tax cuts had gone into effect. Between the Bush legislation and the Trump Tax Act in 2018, and with an assist from President Obama in between, the estate tax exemption systematically rose from 1 million to 3.5 million to 5 million to today, the incredibly high amount of $12.92 million. And the rate ultimately settled at 40%, where it remains today. What this means is that in 2023, a married couple can leave $25,840,000 to their heirs without paying an estate tax. And we, as estate planners, have all sorts of ways of helping these taxpayers leverage that exemption to pass even more wealth, insane amounts of wealth, to their heirs free of tax. I won't bore you today with how we do that, but I will tell you that it is all perfectly legal and within the bounds of the tax code. What should be of interest given our nation's history is the fact that a common estate planning technique is to take that $26 million exemption and put it into a trust that we call a dynasty trust that lasts for generation after generation after generation, and never an estate tax is paid. We have allowed our country to return to the very aristocracy we were trying to avoid. Next slide. From a revenue perspective, let's go one more. The estate tax is just plain sad. In 2020, only 1,900 estates were subject to the tax, generating only $16 billion of revenue. This chart shows how much of each type of tax in America contributes to the national revenue. The income tax and the payroll tax that we assess on hardworking Americans contribute the most, shown here in dark blue and gold. Or sorry, that's the lighter blue. The estate tax is part of that little gray sliver along the top. It generates less than 0.5% of the country's revenue. One commentator described it as a zombie tax. It's neither alive nor dead, it just lurks around scaring people. But it doesn't have to be that way. We are on the precipice right now of a massive wealth transfer. It is expected that as the baby boomers pass away, almost $70 trillion of assets will change hands. If we could bolster the estate tax by increasing rates and lowering exemptions, the federal government and the states could share in a significant percentage of that $70 trillion, and we could use it for reparations. One way to do this is by helping the public understand the purpose of the estate tax.
The next slide. So one of the things that you should wonder is, why would a guy that works with wealthy people come up with a word like swollen wealth? You know, that could be a career limiting term for me. But the reality is I didn't come up with that term. You see, that came from a president, President Theodore Roosevelt. Now, I'm kind of jumping ahead, but he says this when he's giving a speech on, I think it was called The New Nationalism. And notice that this speech was given at the dedication of, yeah, you got it, the John Brown Memorial Park. I just want to stop and just like applaud there. Yeah, that John Brown, the John Brown that took on the entire world. That's where he's delivering this speech. And listen to what he says, among other things. The really big fortune, the swollen fortune, by the mere fact of its size, acquires qualities which differentiate it in kind as well as degree from what is possessed by men of relatively small means. Therefore, I believe in a graduated inheritance tax on big fortunes, properly safeguarded against evasion and increasing rapidly in amount with the size of the estate. And then he talks about those who are opposed to that kind of thing. Listen to how serious he is about this. Those who oppose reform will do well to remember that ruin in its worst form is inevitable if our national life brings us nothing better than swollen fortunes for the few and the triumph in both politics and business of a sordid and selfish materialism. Yeah, that's one thing. You can say that and still stay president, but the reality is, and here's the political cartoon, which really makes the point I'm really trying to drive home today. You see that guy with the swelling? Yeah, he's all swell up. That literally, they understood this. He's saying that everyone in that era, the early 1900s, understood what the president was trying to do. He was after that swollen wealth. He wanted to take that guy into the surgical room, cut some of that wealth off, and redistribute it. That was the point. And my tagline here is an estate tax on swollen white wealth to replace theft of stolen black wealth. Next slide. So you're saying, Ray, that was nice. We appreciate you saying that. But that, he's been gone a long time. Can you bring us a little more current? Well, another wealthy and powerful white man, actually the father of an even more powerful and wealthy white man, Bill Gates Jr., his father, Bill Gates Sr., from Seattle, recently deceased, wrote a book called Wealth in Our Commonwealth. And in it, he says why America should tax accumulated fortunes. You wonder, when did he write that book? I'll tell you when he wrote it. He wrote it during the time that they were trying to repeal estate taxes. And that repeal originated from a estate planner here in California. Yes, you heard me, here in California, and I wish I had time to tell you the story. It's unbelievable. One estate planner literally put together a program that repealed, I know, stop it. So anyway, let me get on, let me get on to what Bill Gates Sr. said. What he says is this, he said this, the essence of the American experiment is our collective rejection of European hereditary aristocracy and grotesque inequalities of wealth. That's true. That's true about America. It just is. Both Hamilton and Jefferson agree with it. And he says for many of Americans, the estate tax is remote, so they don't care, they don't know, they don't want to be bothered with it. It doesn't help anybody. The only people it hurts are constantly trying to figure out a way around it. But he said this, and this is the point I want to leave you with. There is something poetic, I love that word, about allocating estate tax revenues to particular initiatives that strengthen equality of opportunity in America. That strengthen equality of opportunity in America. Yeah, he didn't know about your task force. If he would have, he probably could have said that strengthen giving reparations to the group that's been most misaligned and stolen from in America. But of course he did. But next slide shows the point I'd like to make in terms of the overall point of California. Because here's what you're saying to me. You're saying to me, Ray, we appreciate you coming here. Maybe we agree that, that the framers originally did not want concentrations of wealth. Maybe we can go along with it. And maybe we can go on, we definitely go along with you that they stole wealth from enslaved Black people and continue to steal it for all the centuries after that. And maybe, Ray, we can even agree with you that the estate tax is jacked up. I mean, it's gone from 77% down to 40. It's gone, but we can come, but Ray, we're in California. Bring it home. What does this have to do with us? I'm glad you asked. You see, long ago and far away, when they had the estate tax in place, what it did, it actually was a replacement for taxes that were being raised by the states. You see, it was the states that were principally using death taxes as a way to raise revenues. Well, when the federal government decided to start using that as something they wanted to take, states got a little ticked. They said, oh, just hang in there. So in 1924, so they said, look, here's what we'll do. We will give a dollar for dollar credit for the tax that's paid by your state residents to you all. And so this will all be fair. We won't be taking any more than we should. And so what states did, they got smart and they said, oh, that's easy then. What we'll do is we will tax our residents, domiciles, based on whatever the credit is that they get for the federal government. So the federal government gives you used to give you a 16%, up to 16% of their taxable estate credit for your state tax. So this was easy for the state. Said, look, we'll just take whatever it is that you're getting as a credit on that federal return. Yeah, give us that money. Really easy to administer, really easy to figure out. Just send us the check. But again, when that estate tax got repealed or cut back, yeah, you lost the estate pickup tax. Real money. How much money? $1.8 billion. Real California money was lost by the change in estate tax. Now, I know that $1.8 billion is probably not going to give you guys all the money you need for the reparation proposal you're doing. But the point is, it's very important to have a start and to have a way to tie a wrong to the source of the revenue. Next slide. And that's exactly what I think was ingenious about what Evanston did. I know the Black criticisms, especially Professor Darity, about Evanston. It wasn't really reparations. It was really small. How much can a cannabis tax raise? But what they did that framed it so that people couldn't attack them was they said, look, We're just going to go to where one of the wrongs occurred. It occurred with over-policing around cannabis. We'll now make cannabis is legal. We'll tax legal cannabis, and we'll use the tax on that to go back towards the people that we over-policed. We'll tie the wrong and some revenues from that we're getting by righting that wrong. Revenue tied to wrong. Revenue wrong. And that was something people could get their arms around. And that's what I'm saying about estate tax. Estate tax is a narrative that will allow this state, to be able to get people's arms around the idea there was a wrong, and now there's a way to right that.
So not only are state and local governments like California and Evanston addressing reparations, next slide, but charities have gotten into the mix as well. And I'm sure you all have heard about Georgetown University's efforts to redress the sale that its founders made back in 1838 of 272 enslaved people in order to save the school from bankruptcy. The GU 272 descendants have been genetically established, and the Jesuits and the university have pledged to raise $1 billion for a newly created Descendants Trust and Reconciliation Foundation. Some churches are also atoning for their role in the slave trade. In the Episcopal Church, the Diocese of Texas, New York, and Maryland have set aside a combined $15 million for long-term projects benefiting African Americans. So to allow the government to leverage the progress and existing infrastructure of charitable organizations, we had the idea that you could develop incentives to allow private citizens and private companies to redistribute wealth. To be clear, racial repair is a matter of justice based on broken promises and human rights violations. Therefore, reparations cannot proceed from a request for generosity. While it is incorrect to call racial repair charitable work, nevertheless, we have a tax deduction framework for charitable contributions that is useful here because it is easily understood and readily adopted by wealthy white taxpayers. We believe that tax deductions should be allowed for private contributions to racial repair because individual taxpayers would be paying a debt of the federal or state government on the government's behalf. Let's start with what California could do today and then move on to our ideas quickly at the federal level. Under existing federal tax law, California could create a state-sponsored reparations trust fund, like that Georgetown fund, to which individuals should be able to make federal and state income tax deductible charitable contributions. So how would this work? Charitable contribution tax incentives are currently permitted under Code Section 170 for contributions that an individual makes to the United States or to a state or local government, but only if that contribution is for exclusively public purposes. Traditionally, we think of this along the lines of the wealthy donor who gives money for the library or the public park. It follows that even with no changes to the current Internal Revenue Code, individuals should be able to make tax-deductible contributions to a California state-sponsored reparations trust fund, if and only if racial repair is recognized at the federal level as a public purpose. And there is precedent for this. In Bob Jones University versus the United States Supreme Court held that racial discrimination in education was contrary to a fundamental public policy when they revoked the university's tax-exempt status. If we invert that statement, then preventing or correcting racial discrimination has been held by the Supreme Court as a fundamental public policy. If the state of California or a group of California taxpayers could obtain a ruling from the IRS that confirmed that racial reparative justice is a public purpose, then contributions to a state-run trust fund that administers and distributes reparations might be tax deductible in the same manner as contributions to public charities. Even at the federal level.
Sorry, can I just
Yep.
ask, just to truncate it a little bit, it's not your fault, but we
Yep.
do have another expert witness on the
Yep.
line.
I think we have two ideas that we want to share quickly, and then we will leave it to you all. And the first would be to create a new, next slide, 501c40 reparations organization at the federal level. C40 would commemorate the Lost 40 Acres Promise and HR 40. We suggest that reparations organizations have as their purpose carrying out the recommendations of the HR 40 Commission or this task force. The purposes should be dictated by African Americans and not the white patriarchy of the body politic. The HR 40 legislation and your own findings suggest that the purpose of these types of organizations could be economic assistance, housing benefits, educational opportunities, healthcare initiatives, or criminal justice reforms. And these charitable organizations could be permitted to make expenditures for communities at large, or they could make direct payments to individuals. Thousands of these organizations already exist as our public charities, and they would automatically qualify as 501c40s. But we imagine that new organizations would be developed as well because of the tax incentives. To maximize charitable contributions to 501c40s, we would build on the existing expenditures already used by the wealthy, but make them even more enticing so that wealthy white taxpayers would not be able to resist helping to pay for reparations. Our proposal would give 501c40 reparations organizations the most favorable tax status. And I'm going to skip through those details, but just to say that they're there in our materials. And what we would also do is, if you all decided to make direct payments to African Americans as part of the reparations process, that next slide, those could be held, actually one more, in what we would call a 501c40 account, similar to the framework that we already have for college savings plans under Section 529 of the Code. We as a government have allowed people to save for college on an income tax-free basis by putting dollars into 529 accounts. We could do the same thing with reparations payments. An eligible recipient could put them in a 501c40 account. The account could grow income tax-free, and if distributions were made for eligible purposes, then those distributions would be free of any income tax. We would also suggest that those accounts be able to be passed to the recipient's family members who are also eligible recipients at their death, thus allowing Black Americans to finally have an inheritance that can be passed on to other generations. Thank you.
Comments, but I do just want to respect the time of law professor Dorothy Brown. And again, thank you so much. Is Dorothy Brown still on the line?
Yes, she is.
Oh, okay. Thanks so much, Professor Brown. I will now introduce you, and then after that, we'll take comments and questions from all three of you. Okay. So Professor Brown is a professor at Georgetown Law. She holds the Martin D. Ginsburg Chair in Taxation at Georgetown University Law Center and is an advocate for economic and social justice. She is the author of The Whiteness of Wealth: How the Tax System Impoverishes Black Americans and How We Can Fix It. She is well known for her work in a variety of areas: the effects of tax policy by race, class, and/or gender, workplace equity and inclusion, and law school reform. She is also the author of the path-breaking critical race theory, Cases, Materials, and Problems, which applies a racial lens to foundational law courses such as contracts, property, civil, and criminal law and procedure. She is a co-author of Federal Income Taxation, Cases, Problems, and Materials. Thank you so much, Professor Brown, and you may begin your expert testimony.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, and each member of the task force for inviting me to share my views with you today. I want to begin by thanking you for including a discussion of tax policy consideration into your deliberations, because they are certainly relevant to any discussion about reparations. My book, The Whiteness of Wealth, showed the various ways that our federal income tax system disadvantages Black Americans, while at the same time advantaging white Americans. Whether Black Americans are getting married, owning a home, paying for college, working, or simply trying to build intergenerational wealth, our tax laws as written have a racially disparate impact. Black Americans are less likely to gain access to their tax breaks that their white peers receive, and therefore are more likely to pay higher taxes than their white peers. My ideal solution was to argue for a reparations tax credit designed to compensate Black taxpayers for their decades of paying higher taxes. As I describe in the book, however, such a tax credit would be unlikely to prevail against a federal constitutional challenge, given the lack of proof that Congress enacted tax provisions with the specific intent to discriminate against Black Americans. I argue as a second best alternative, a wealth tax credit applicable to all taxpayers in households with below median wealth. Given the racial wealth gap, this will result in a disproportionate percentage of Black households receiving the credit, but will be available to taxpayers regardless of race or ethnicity, thereby passing the test for constitutionality. Lack of intent, however, is no bar when it comes to a discussion of reparations. Slavery was an intentional system designed to exploit, subjugate, and dehumanize African Americans. As described in the task force's interim report, quote, although the U.S. Constitution recognized African Americans as citizens on paper, the government failed to give them the full rights of citizenship and failed to protect African Americans from widespread terror and violence, close quote. So when discussing reparations and considering monetary and/or non-monetary options, there are two key goals as I see it from a tax perspective. First, you need to ensure the reparations paid are not treated as taxable income to the recipients. Second, it is important that African Americans are not paying for their own reparations, which means the source of funding needs to be carefully considered. From a non-tax perspective, one issue that you may also want to consider is whether you should prevent any pre-existing state obligations like child support or back taxes owed by reparations recipients to be used to offset any reparations payments. For example, the recent COVID economic impact payments were protected from all offsets other than state child support offsets. And there is a strong argument to be made that reparations should be protected from all offsets. Reparations are by design an attempt to make whole that which a racist system broke. To allow offsets means that money will not only not reach those it was intended to benefit, but could reach those who are complicit in the systemic racism which gave rise to the need for reparations. I want to be clear that I'm not providing tax advice or guidance, but providing a possible analysis of any reparations payments. I leave it to your tax counsel to make a final determination that you would rely upon moving forward. The first goal is to make sure that any payments would be excluded from the recipient's gross income and would therefore not be taxable. There is precedent for reparations payments being excluded from federal taxable income. In 1956, the Internal Revenue Service issued Revenue Ruling 56-518, which determined the tax treatment of payments received by U.S. citizens who were formerly German citizens and, quote, were persecuted and thereby suffered damage to life, body, health, liberty, rights of property ownership, or to professional or economic advancement, close quote. The IRS found that the compensation paid are in the nature of reimbursement for the deprivation of civil or personal rights and do not constitute taxable income to the recipients for federal income tax purposes. The IRS also found that where the right of property ownership is involved, payments which are measured by the value of property taken from persecuted taxpayers do not in any event constitute taxable income where the taxpayer has not recovered his basis. In English, cash received will be received tax-free, and if a payment is received regarding property, the payment will be received tax-free, at least to the extent the recipient paid to purchase the property. So if a taxpayer paid $10,000 for a piece of property that was stolen or confiscated by Germany, and that taxpayer received $8,000 in connection with that property as reparations, the $8,000 would be received tax-free because the taxpayer spent $10,000 to purchase the property. Only if the taxpayer received more than $10,000 in reparations regarding the property would an issue be raised as to whether any amount received would be taxable. And the IRS said in that case, quote, the question whether the excess represents taxable income will be determined on the basis of the facts and circumstances of each case, close quote. This tax-free treatment of Holocaust payments was made permanent in the Economic Growth and Tax Relief Reconciliation Act of 2001. Both the amount of the Holocaust restitution payments and the documentation required to prove eligibility for such exclusion are omitted from tax forms altogether. So there is no additional paperwork required to show proof of eligibility. This approach seems consistent with the underlying goal of the payments. That is, the payment should be excluded from the recipient's income because the payments are designed to make them whole rather than viewed as an accrual of new wealth. Finally, there would ideally be no third-party reporting like 1099 information returns, so taxpayers will not be flagged by the IRS as having income. The tax-free treatment of reparations paid to Holocaust survivors were extended to Japanese Americans in the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. Surviving Japanese Americans received $20,000 of reparations as a result of their mass incarceration during World War II. In the legislation that authorized the reparations payments, a provision was included that provided the following, quote, amounts paid to an eligible individual under this section shall be treated for purposes of the Internal Revenue Laws of the United States as damages for human suffering, close quote. That meant the payments would be treated the way Revenue Ruling 56-518 provided and would be received tax-free. Assuming reparations payments were tax-free at the federal level, for states with income tax systems that follow the federal tax treatment, that would mean those payments would be tax-free at the federal and state levels. For states that do not automatically follow federal income tax treatment, the authorizing legislation for reparations should include a provision making the receipt tax-free for state income tax purposes. But following a belts and suspenders approach, I would recommend that the state authorizing legislation make clear that any such reparations payments would be received tax-free under the state income tax system. And to the extent you could get a similar provision to the Holocaust and Japanese American reparations treatment included in federal legislation, that would be the most risk-averse way to proceed. Is there a different analysis if the reparations are non-monetary? What if reparations in the form of property are given? To the extent that it was a return of property, the revenue ruling provided us with one potential analysis. But there's an alternative legal analysis that could also lead to tax-free treatment. Let's consider Bruce's Beach. When the family received the land, did they have gross income for federal tax purposes? State legislation made it clear that it would not be taxable for state income tax purposes. But what about federal income tax treatment? For Bruce's Beach, there are equitable doctrines that either the IRS or a court could apply to ensure the receipt would be excluded from gross income and received tax-free. The doctrine of rescission is one possibility. Essentially, the IRS would not recognize the transfer because the initial taking by the state was invalid. The IRS would look at the totality of the transaction and say, considering all the facts and circumstances, they determined that nothing actually happened. The property was taken, but given back. And we will just treat this like the initial improper taking was rescinded. Of course, this relies upon the IRS or, last option, the court system to, quote, do the right thing, close quote. The better approach, in my opinion, is to get a legislative solution that would make it clear the payments were not taxable either at the federal or state level, or to get a private letter ruling or public letter ruling. Finally, I want to reiterate that when you think through how to finance any such reparations payments, you need to carefully consider who pays. Having African Americans pay any part of their reparations would be entirely inconsistent with the intent and spirit of the task force's goals. Recent survey data from the Pew Research Center showed that among all U.S. adults who believe that descendants of people enslaved in the U.S. should be paid reparations, 65% think that businesses and banks that profited from slavery should have all or most of the responsibility for repayment, compared with 53% who think that should be colleges and universities, compared with 44% who think descendants of families who engaged in the slave trade should have all or most of the responsibility for repayment. By the way, 75% think the federal government should have all or most of the responsibility for repayment. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Well, my thing is on. So yes, thank you, Member Tamaki, for inviting Sarah Moore Johnson and Raymond Odom. And I want to start with you. If you have any comments or.
Yeah, well, if I can, I'd like to thank Ray Odom for traveling from Chicago and Sarah Johnson traveling from Washington, D.C. That was brilliant testimony. And I would say it's important on a couple levels, 3 levels maybe. First level is certain right-wing media members, as we move toward the repairs, are going to throw out numbers, and they focused on numbers and how enormous they are. But from the testimony from Mr. Odom and Ms. Johnson, you could see that the government support, I'll call it welfare for the ultra wealthy, not just the wealthy, the ultra wealthy, is exorbitant. It's extreme. The number that struck me was in year 2000, if a family members, husband and wife, say had $675,000 in wealth, they could pass at least that much on to their children tax-free. And so after that, it increased dramatically. So as we sit in the audience here, what is an acceptable level to transfer to your kids? Is it 675,000? Is it $1 million? Is it 5 million? Is it 10 million? And the testimony of Sarah Johnson indicated that by 2023, it is a husband and wife can transfer almost $26 million tax-free. And it's led to this huge concentration of wealth and income inequality, and also widen the wealth gap. So I think from a counter-narrative point of view, in terms of who's benefited from the system and the amount of repairs that are needed, I think that is a data point that we should be talking about in terms of how the system currently works to concentrate wealth in especially ultra-white taxpayers. I guess the second piece is what we as task force members should be telling our congressional delegation and the Senate delegation about recommendations on tax policy. And we heard 2 suggestions. Certainly reform of the estate tax code, which is way beyond what it was traditionally and historically. And then the second thing is new devices to allow charitable contributions toward this end. Now, admittedly, that's different from reparations, which is compensation for the harm that's due. And I can't argue with the fact that charity is not reparations. Agreed. But we need to explore, in my humble opinion, every way to funnel monies toward ameliorating the harm that's happened. And I think that's one thing we should be looking at. But that also is a federal issue. The state of California legislation doesn't have legal authority over that. That's federal. But it's one of those things. It's not as heavy a lift as getting, congressional. Maybe it is as heavy a lift, but I would think it's not as heavy a lift as getting Congress now to pass reparations in the form that we've been talking about. But changes in the tax policy, maybe, and maybe that's one incremental approach, not the only approach, but we should be looking at it. And I think the third thing is what California can do in its own state policies and maybe reinstituting what it had, so many years ago. So I just want to thank you for your testimony today. And also I want to thank Dorothy Brown, Professor Brown, for your testimony, Professor Brown, about being mindful, basically, of those issues, who pays for the taxes, or who pays for reparations, rather, and ways to make sure that it's not taxable. But again, that is also a federal issue that we have to push to our own California Senate and House delegations. So thank you very much.
Hi, thank you so much. Incredibly insightful and just provocative. A lot to think about. Gives us a lot more options. You talked about the baby boomer to the millennial transfer of wealth that we are on the heels of, and how that's probably the most massive transfer of wealth that we're going to see in history. Can you quantify what that's going to do to the racial wealth gap? How that's going to balloon it? Maybe give us some numbers?
But I mean, we know from what we've seen in the past, when exemptions were even lower than they are now, rates were higher than they are now, that being able to pass this level of wealth dramatically increased the racial wealth gap. And so we know, given that our exemptions now have gone up exponentially, I would imagine that the racial wealth gap would also go up exponentially if we don't act to harness some tax revenue from that massive transfer of wealth.
One of the comments I have on that, and just to quote a bit of Professor Brown's book, Whiteness of Wealth, in the African American community, wealth is transferred reverse. It goes up. So it's not that you just have all this massive wealth coming down. What's happening in the Black is it's going back up to grandparents and other people. So for us, and then by the time the generation of baby boomers that has supported their grandparents and parents die, we have a lot less. So you see, it's a double effect. It's not only that a lot's going down, concentrated, is a lot's going up, dissipated.
Representing some of the probably most wealthy individuals around in the country, what do you think their mindset would be to propose something? Even though it would save them money, do you think some would push back, being the fact that it would be going toward reparations? Do you think there's an appetite for them if it's?
I think I have to take this one because
Okay.
I work for myself and Ray does not.
Okay. All right.
Ray's got big bank behind him. I will tell you, we live in a very liberal area in Washington, D.C. And what I hear from a lot of my clients is a level of guilt at being able to take this much money and give it to their heirs, and not necessarily wanting to do it, but feeling like they have to do it because the government is allowing them to. And if the government would just lower the exemptions, I think it would alleviate some of the guilt. And I know that's not the case across the board, and probably not the case if I travel to different areas of the country. But from where I sit and what I see, I think there would be support for, especially earmarking it to a cause that people could get behind.
Carefully, thank you for that, sir. Carefully crafting my comments so I'm not, getting outside the lines. Absolutely great point. Both of your questions were excellent questions. The point is this: I can tell you unequivocally that very, very wealthy people have lots of trouble figuring out what to do with their swollen wealth. I'm just saying it straight. If you don't believe me, go look at Warren Buffett's pledge. Go look at their pledge. Go look at what Zuckerberg has done. They're careful. They're trying to figure out, what do I do? It's very difficult. You can make a full career out of helping people figure out what to do with what they don't know what to do with, right? So the point is, and that's for a second thing, is the charitable incentives. This is the interesting thing about estate tax. Just to prove my ultimate point that this tax was for redistributing. What about this? The estate tax is the only tax, federal tax that I'm aware of. Professor might know others, but the only tax that you get a choice to avoid entirely. One more time, it is a tax that you can avoid entirely. All you have to do is set your money up into a private foundation or other charities. If you look around, you will see huge foundations. I don't want to use any names, but you can use them. And you say, why would they set up this big board? Yes, because there you go. Because you use the name. So, but the point of it, all they were saying is, okay, I know I can't do this with it. I don't want to get that, so I'll just do this. And that's why I'm saying, if we could begin the public policy sentiment, it just changes. Just like there was public policy towards when Carnegie died, libraries. That was his big thing. Just like the public policy toward the arts. There could be public policy for repaying a debt of the government. Remember what I said? Repaying a debt. If you're not being benevolent, you're repaying a debt, but you're helping us to get rid of our deficit by doing that. Does that answer your question?
I look to say, I like Olive said, this has been very comprehensive, very informative. I think it's very powerful. And I think as a legislator, the takeaway is we can afford it, or it can be afforded. And that's so often we hear, how do we pay for it? I think you guys given us a clear roadmap. When you look at 1% of the population, you say have $34 trillion. We can afford it. So,
and you know what? I know one thing about that. All those people, yeah, they're gonna die.
Yeah. Well, I'm
just saying. Not going to be rude.
And for those ones who think it's not their responsibility, I say if you can inherit generational wealth, you can inherit generational debt. So this is a debt that's owed.
Is Professor Brown still on the call, or did she have to drop? Oh, okay. I was going to ask her a question. She was cited in a Bloomberg piece that came out around the Biden administration's first ever analysis of tax return data by race and ethnicity. I'll take the time for you all to give any closing remarks, even if you wanted to talk about that as well.
Well, I think one thing we'll say is that Member Tamaki made the point that charity and reparations are not the same thing. And the ideas that we've been proposing, they fall within the charitable structure of the Internal Revenue Code, but you get a deduction for a contribution to a state government. And as long as you have a public purpose for that, you can get a federal income tax deduction. So conceivably, I, in Washington, D.C., could make a charitable donation, in quotes, to the California Reparations Fund, and I would get a federal income tax deduction. And so you could think bigger.
And I think it's just been a privilege, and like this has been the highlight of my life. And I'll just go ahead, since we're close friends now, and just tell you the reality. When you spend, I'm not even going to tell you, but it's more than 30 years helping wealth get concentrated. Yeah, it's a joy to be able to talk to a group of people who might actually be able to change that for good. And that, I think, is why Bill Gates Sr. and others like him. I actually have talked to very, very wealthy white folks who actually do buy this. But the point of it is I really think that, as Don had mentioned, I think it's so important to set the narrative. And if the narrative isn't around who's getting something for nothing, but what are we going to do about this gross wealth disparity? And I guess my closing thought is that I don't think it's just a matter of this is kind of sort of nice. I actually think when you look at civil unrest, I believe you can do clear data analysis that will show wealth inequity will lead eventually to civil unrest. And I think that's why we'd be doing, in a sense, a favor. And that's not, that's social science. That's not anything. But I think it's important that people take a personal interest in saying, we need to solve this problem for all of America, but especially for Black Americans. That's all.
Thank you again, Raymond Odom and Sarah Moore Johnson and Professor Dorothy Brown for your incredible, inspiring, comprehensive expert testimony. We really appreciate it. Yes. Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Let me say, Vice Chair, I want to thank you for this incredible presentation coming from all the members of the panel and sum it up in a quick and a poetic statement. I.A.O. Shaughnessy once said, concentrated wealth is like cow manure that you keep stored in the corner and does nothing but stinks. But you have to spread it around to do something for the common good.
Great. Yeah. That's great. That's fantastic. Okay, thank you so much for that, Vice Chair Brown. So the next item on our agenda is item number 9, discussion and potential action, subpoena advisory committee report and recommendations, presenters, members Holder and Tamaki with the DOJ Research Center.
Thank you, Chair Moore. And thank you to the DOJ Research Center for providing the advisory committee with the research that is helping us craft our recommendations regarding the criminal legal system. I'm going to keep this pretty brief, but I do want to give some context as to what the advisory panel is doing and the preliminary recommendations that we are evaluating putting forward right now so that people know what direction we're going in, and also so that the task force over the next few weeks can take a look at these recommendations and give us feedback as to what are more offices. So if I could have the first slide, I'm just going to go through this quickly but systematically. So the task force interim report establishes that the criminal legal system is a sector responsible for some of the most egregious state-sanctioned human rights abuses against Black people. Data tells the story of racial injustice objectively and convincingly. That is why robust, uniform, and strategic data collection is key to rehabilitating California's legal system within the reparations framework. Again, reparations is not just about a check, it's about rehabilitating these systems that have exacted a tremendous amount of harm against Black people. We have to change these systems. The Racial Justice Act is an existing law that can potentially serve as an effective backstop to racial profiling and anti-Black bias in the California criminal legal system, if advocates have access to competent prosecutorial data to establish bias. So we need to know, what are these prosecutors doing? What data are they collecting in order for us to know how much bias is occurring in criminal prosecutions? Under the current parameters of the Racial Justice Act, the data collection and transparency requirements are insufficient. The task force is leveraging its mandate to help to strengthen the Racial Justice Act by requiring all California district attorney and city attorney offices and superior courts to disclose the nature of the data collected regarding race at every level of criminal prosecution. The advisory team deployed a survey to gather the information on data collection protocols in each prosecution office and court throughout the state of California. This survey is a preliminary step to inform our recommendations to rehabilitate the criminal legal system within a reparations construct. The summation of the data collection protocol survey shows that data that implicates race is not being collected systematically or uniformly across all prosecutorial offices and courts across the state. Therefore, the task force should recommend fixes to the Racial Justice Act that require greater uniformity in data collection by all prosecutors' offices, city attorneys' offices, and superior courts across the state. The other finding that we made based on the survey is that based on actually our focused conversations with leading advocates who use the Racial Justice Act, we can draw the conclusion that the Racial Justice Act is undermined by the lack of prosecutor transparency, which blocks advocates' access to data relating to racial bias in prosecutions. To try and correct biased prosecutions, the task force should recommend that systems be put in place to facilitate data transparency. So, our preliminary recommendations, without first getting feedback from the rest of our colleagues on the task force, is that we take the following steps to make sure that the data on race that is being collected is uniform and transparent. Here are the fixes that we recommend to the Racial Justice Act. An enhanced right to discovery in criminal cases where defendants raise Racial Justice Act claims with a very low threshold for asserting these claims in criminal litigation. We also recommend that there are penalties that deter prosecutors and courts from failing to comply with these procedures about data collection. And specifically, we're recommending that prosecutors who thwart the Racial Justice Act data transparency requirements and engage in discovery violations should be subject to penalties in the form of adverse rulings, jury instructions, and case dismissals. So if you're not being transparent when someone brings a Racial Justice Act claim that their prosecution is systemically biased, then throw the case out of court. If you're trying to hide the ball and not give this information over to defendants who are trying to show that they are being unfairly prosecuted, then juries should be instructed that you're hiding the ball, or judges should start to dismiss these cases. The Racial Justice Act, we should also consider forming a Racial Justice Act Commission, and we would create a commission similar to the RIPA board. And this is the commission that looks at racial profiling in policing. So instead of looking in racial profiling in policing, this commission that we're recommended would be focusing on racial profiling in the prosecution of these cases. So racial profiling in the prosecutor's office and in the adjudication of these cases in superior courts. And this commission could be housed within a Freedmen's Bureau agency down the line. And the commission could do several things. They can establish key performance indicators and other quality control metrics to ensure compliance by prosecutors' offices and courts. They could publish annual reports that disclose some of this prosecutorial bias, and they can establish a federal nexus, which ensures that the data that we're collecting in California about racial bias in prosecution is going up to the federal level, so that we can have a big picture of what racial bias in prosecution looks like all over the country. We need to upload California's data to the federal databases about bias. And then lastly, we're recommending another fix that will increase public oversight of prosecutorial bias. So provide grants, technical assistance, and other resources to watchdog organizations and community-based organizations so that they can begin to build expertise and capacity for Racial Justice Act advocacy and compliance monitoring. And so basically, you'll have community organizations and watchdog groups who are going to serve almost as an overlay to make sure that we are dismantling bias in prosecutor offices, because we're going to be sort of giving them technical assistance to learn how to use the Racial Justice Act in their advocacy, and asking them to sort of act as private attorney generals with skills and infrastructure to leverage public pressure as a quality control for the Racial Justice Act compliance. So these are just some of our preliminary recommendations that are based on the data that we have been able to collect through compelling prosecutors' offices to give us their data information. I'm going to turn it over to Dawn if you have any additions.
No, I think you did a great job in giving an overview. Just to put it simply, we have now a sense of the data that is being collected, but the issue is how you retrieve it. And why would you want this data? Well, if you're a defendant charged in the system, you want to know you're being treated equally and fairly. That it's not, you're not being charged more severely, sentenced longer, denied diversion more because of your race. And so it's a comparative situation where we really need to know that for the same crime, for example, are people being treated the same? And the way you do that is you trace the cases, the charges by race, and you compare the apples and the oranges and seeing apples to apples, how I'm treated. And this is the only way we think that the Racial Justice Act will have any meaning, and that is to require the data collection, the transparency of it, and then get it in a situation where it can be retrieved. And some of that might require further legislation down the road. I think this is what we would be considered anyway for software programming that will allow for electronic inquiries to get the information very quickly. But that's basically a little bit of the detail to what Lisa was saying.
Thank you so much for that update, Member Holder and Member Tamaki. As I said in September, I think what you all are doing is pretty groundbreaking, and yeah, so everybody clap for them. And it's a pretty good use of our subpoena power with the limited time that we have. I'll say what I said in September, in that I know this is preliminary recommendations, nothing is set in stone, but this is a communications point. To the extent we can maybe get some press on the work that you two are doing on this, that would be absolutely outstanding. Any other comments? Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just also want to say thank you, and specifically to recommendation number 2 with enforcement mechanisms. I think that that's very, very important. Prosecutors will not change the way they do things unless they're mandated to do that, and unless they face those penalties. I like the fact that you put fiscal penalties in here, and adverse rulings, of course. But I just wanted to comment on that. Probably that's in my mind, one of the most important recommendations and important ways to actually change the systems, to not reward what has been continuing in the system. So thank you for that.
If there aren't any other questions, we can move on to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 10. Discussion and potential action, Communications Advisory Committee comments and communications firm implementation plan updates and outcomes. Presenters, Member Lewis, Bradford, and Charles Group representatives.
Let's see. Hello, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All
And
right,
if
perfect.
task force members have comments or questions, do we wait until the end, or do we raise them as we go along? Which would you prefer?
I want to get through the beginning, and then when we move to the PowerPoint, there will be some discussion around that. This time is really meant to go over the master PowerPoint that we created, that we were asked to create in the December meeting. But before that, I'd like to give just a high-level update of some of the work that we've been doing since the December meeting until now, and an idea of what we have planned. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah, that works. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Shonda Charles of the Charles Communication Group, and as I stated previously, just want to give an update of some of our January activities and talk about some of the things that we are potentially planning moving forward, and then review the master PowerPoint for feedback from the task force members so that we can move forward and make any updates and begin to distribute the PowerPoint through DOJ. So really quickly, some of the things that we have done is that we've really been working with the media. We've been booking and coordinating media interviews for various task force members. We've been conducting a targeted media outreach, especially for the San Diego public meeting or public hearing. We've been doing some coaching and media messaging around just sharing information about the task force, about reparations. We've developed some social media content, and we are waiting to get feedback from the comms committee to be able to share that with the entire task force for approval. Next slide, please. We begin to initiate and explore some planning for February, which is Black History Month, and some activities that we could do there in collaborations, as well as a potential May event around the report and any educational events that we can execute. And of course, today we want to talk about the master PowerPoints that we have developed and received any feedback and comments from task force members so that we can make any updates or changes so that this can be utilized to share the great work that the task force is doing. Next slide, please. So before we move into this, I just want to talk a little bit about how we developed this material. We prepared the PowerPoint using the content and verbiage that has already been approved and reviewed by the task force in earlier documents. We leveraged the DOJ website, task force communication documents, as well as the interim reports. This presentation is to provide key points of the executive summary. If the format that we have presented is approved, it can be developed in collaboration with task force members individually. But what we want to make clear is that if we make any changes or additions to the presentation, that it will then become a personal statement rather than a task force statement or represent the entire task force. We also provided details in the slide notes to help facilitate deeper discussion and emphasize points. And of course, we can tailor that with task force members as they're going out and talking about the areas that they are supporting. And we made sure to provide a side-by-side view of what's happening nationally, as well as what California's role is in this. We also incorporated the key findings of the task force, and we just wanted to make sure that we represented this in a way that was cohesive and that could be understood by, easily understood by the public about the work that the task force is doing. Next slide, please. So I think with that, we can actually go into the PowerPoint and we can start the discussion there. So if you can go to the first slide of that, unless the task force members have any questions before we do that. I'm not really sure, Michael, how you guys want to facilitate this. We will take the notes and the changes. And of course, task force members, you guys can reach out to us if you want to tailor something specifically for your needs. And we will make sure we get those changes and figure out how we work alongside doing that. Any questions, comments?
I have a comment before we proceed. So the document that was downloaded to the public for public materials, the statute was spelled incorrectly, and there was a wrong number. It was 3132. So I would just make a friendly comment. When we're preparing materials, let's make sure they are, accurate, because again, still in the presentation that you just presented, the last slide, statute was spelled incorrectly. And then again, on the materials that was published to the public this morning, it said AB 132, which is not the statute.
We caught that, and we actually had that change.
Yes, but
thank you for that feedback.
So let's make sure we spell statute correctly in our future materials. Proceed.
We will make sure, but thank you for the set of eyes. All right, so we can move forward. Again, I'm not sure how we want to facilitate the conversation. Are there any ideas or thoughts about how we do that?
I think you should just proceed.
Okay, next slide, please. So we wanted to give an opening of the Assembly bill and just a high-level overview. I'm not going to go into all the detail because, like I said previously, we really took this directly from the intern report and previous material. And we just want to use the time for you all to see the feedback and give any thoughts around the feedback and how we decide to move forward. The content is pretty straightforward. We didn't make any changes to anything. We wanted to make sure we kept in alignment with the information that was already approved and accepted. So I think we can just roll through this. And then I believe DOJ will be sharing the PowerPoint presentation with all of you. And then we can, get notes or feedback if any of you want to have an individual discussion or use this or any part of it for the work that you want to do.
Girls, you're recognized.
When we were asked if we had any suggestions on how to go through this, I actually had raised my hand. When we have already been given this material in advance. We were asked to take a look at it in advance because of the length of the material. And I think that it would be more efficient if, rather than we go through every single slide, that task force members can indicate particular slides where they had feedback. Otherwise, I think this would be a challenging approach.
Okay, we can do that. So I have a comment. So it's 2 slides after this one. It starts off by the 9-member task force. You can fast forward to that one. All right, so for this one, I had an issue with this because as the Charles Communication Group noted, much of this material is simply copied and pasted from the statute. However, on this slide, right, if you notice for each bullet point, African Americans have been supplanted with Black Americans, and that's not in the statute. And so when we're talking about statutory language, if we're going to simply lift language from a statute, then we need to keep the language that's in the statute. When we're talking about statutory language, the change of any word in a statute could truly change the scope and the intent of the statute. So my general comment is that this language in terms of Black Americans needs to be reverted back to the language that's in the statute, which is African Americans. So that's my comment on that slide. Also, any other, I have a lot of comments. So we can fast forward to the task force timeline slide. So I think this is a good slide. However, when we're talking about a timeline, I think it's important to insert times or dates for each point. So to the extent that we can do that, that would be fantastic. So I noticed that there's dates or times assigned for 3 or of the 6 points. I would want the Charles Communication Group to do more background research, do what needs to be done to put dates and times on the different bullet points that they have identified for this slide.
Okay.
Not on. Am I on now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand for that particular slide, why is it, we were appointed probably about the same time. Why is it so important to have the specific date? It's in the right about the timeline. And I don't mind putting it in there, but I'm curious as to why you want specificity for that particular one.
Difference of opinion, I guess it's just a difference of style and expectation.
Okay. I know you could list a bunch of times of dates when different people were appointed.
I think the goal here is to keep things as clean and as simple as possible. This is very much a lot of information. And we were trying to extract to make it easily digestible for the people that would be consuming it, who may not know much about the task force and may not know much about the work that the task force is doing. But we are more than happy to hear everyone's feedback. I'm not sure how we come into agreement on things, but we're willing to do what is necessary to get the job done.
Okay, and if we can go back to the timeline slide, I just think in general, the universal comment is that things need to be more clear. So the third bullet point, California reparation, community listening sessions, and expert testimony conducted. For one, we heard from people who provided personal and expert testimony. So personal testimony isn't reflected in this timeline. So I'm not sure why, but that needs to be changed to reflect that we heard from over 100 people who provided both personal and expert testimony, not just expert testimony.
Okay, that can be updated.
And the second to last bullet point on communication and education of the California public on the availability of the interim report and its findings. It's fine. I mean, it's an ongoing thing, but in general, my points on the timeline are that one, if we could put more dates onto the timeline, that would be great. Understanding Member Bradford and Member Holder's point, Member Jones Sawyer's point, but then also it needs to be updated to reflect that we heard not only from expert witnesses, but people who provided their personal testimony as well.
Okay, we will make that update. Thank you.
If we can go a slide before the timeline. So, number one, the task force must issue an interim reparations report, and then the bullet next to it is the first phase of an extensive process before the bill is presented to both houses. Can you clarify what you mean by the bill?
No, I cannot clarify that. But do you have something you would like me to say?
Thank you, Mitchell. Really appreciate that.
Take the mic.
That bullet is just to reinforce that the final report that the task force is going to issue is a recommendation to the legislature. And that begins a new process where it has to move forward as a bill. So.
But her point is, point of clarification, this task force makes recommendations to the, so maybe bills should not be there, should be recommendations presented to both houses and the governor for potential legislation and bills and budget things to be done.
Point taken.
This body does not have the authority, legislative authority. That I believe that's what the chair is getting at.
Will do.
Thank you. So those were essentially all of my comments after the review of this presentation. So you can proceed.
I'm sorry, you have delivered all of your feedback?
I think for now.
Okay. All right, that's great.
Well, I have a clarifying question, and I want to ask Member Montgomery Stepp. You asked for the Charles Communications Group to prepare PowerPoints to correspond for each chapter in the report to which Charles Communication Group said they would send us something by mid-January. And so I just want to kind of clarify with you in terms of when you reviewed this material, does this meet the vision that you had when you first made the request?
I think my request was a reaction to something that was presented to us by the firm during that presentation. So I think that my point was, if we had a base document that based on, you know, whatever our own capacities were, based on whatever our own expertise was, or how we decided to present it, that we would have, you know, just almost a generic document to begin to do that work with. That was I didn't necessarily have a strong vision for it, honestly. I think it was a reaction to the desire to have something to work with when we are asked by our communities to give the information and update as to what we have been doing. So I don't have any necessarily any feedback at this time based on what's before us. Well, my idea was that we would take it individually, and based on whether we would use it or not, we could kind of tweak it the way that we wanted to within the parameters of the messaging and things that we have discussed.
Chair Moore, maybe you could comment. So I also, thank you. I also requested some form of PowerPoint as soon as possible. And the reason is, I think all of us, but I know for me, I'm speaking to largely non-African American groups, maybe once or even twice a week. And to give an overview of the 500-page, this monumental report, it's helpful to have a PowerPoint. And so this distillation looks pretty good to me, frankly. And what it needs that can be easily added is images and some graphics to make it sort of more easily readable. But the key things that I would want to emphasize as head points or headlines is you're typically, these presentations maybe an hour or less, is to be able to flip through the slides and to do the interim report some justice in explaining it. And so the contents is taken from the interim reports. I was satisfied certainly about that. The only thing I would add is graphics, and if there are some sections that are pretty text heavy, that might be further reduced. That would be a great idea, because I tend to use the head point and then explain it orally, but the points are all there. So I think it's a very helpful tool.
Thank you, Don. And this PowerPoint really was the initial draft that we wanted to share. We will and do plan on adding graphics and making it more visually appealing, but we wanted to make sure that the content was approved and how we delivered the content was approved, and we wanted to get feedback from all of you on that. And then yes, of course, we can update it with visualizations, and we can share that, and then also work with any individual member of the task force who wants to have any updates. But please remember, once you do that, it becomes a personal statement for you and doesn't represent the task force as a whole. So thank you, Don.
Thank you for that. And to clarify, will the future PowerPoint presentation, will it still be just one slide for each chapter with just some graphics added in? Is that what you're saying?
Is it requested that there be a PowerPoint for each chapter? Or are we looking at having this master PowerPoint and individuals being able to adapt what they want from the master PowerPoint? Because if so, that's going to be what, about 13 different PowerPoints?
So Chair Moore, I may be able to give a little bit of clarity to guide the discussion. So each of the members of the task force can speak to their own positions and opinions with regard to especially the chapters they're working on or the work they're doing on the task force. The task force, however, you can only speak on behalf of the task force with something that's been pre-approved to speak for the task force as a whole. So each member has their own opinions, but only the task force can speak for the task force. This PowerPoint is designed to facilitate each of you being able to sort of speak on behalf of the task force with a prepared document that the task force as a whole has reviewed and approved. And then you can each layer on whatever information you want to add in a given presentation as your own opinions that you're doing. So that's the point of this PowerPoint, is a baseline.
Recognize.
Well, for one, I appreciate the brevity in each of the slides and the kind of lifting up of some key findings, because oftentimes we're not going to have enough time to go into detail, and definitely not doing a deep dive on any given chapter unless that is a particular focus for some kind of presentation or interview. That all being said, some of us are more familiar with certain chapters' content than others. And I just wanted to ask whether or not, because this is a PDF version, at the end of the day, will we get the PowerPoint version? And in that PowerPoint version, are there any additional notes in the notes section for us that can help explain some of the things that are here?
So yes, Dr. Gross, thank you for that. I'm not sure how we can distribute this. I think that would be up to DOJ, but yes, we can send it in a PowerPoint version. And yes, there are additional notes, I call them starter notes at the bottom. And then of course you can tailor that to your level of comfort or how you like to drive your conversation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, my last note is that, but for everything that's been lifted from the interim report in the statute, right, there are a lot of proofreading errors, just quite frankly. So, if this is going out to members of the public, if we're going to be distributing this to our personal networks, I am making the request publicly that extra care is taken in terms of proofreading. That is essential. Yes, you are recognized.
All right, here we go. No? All right. Okay, thank you. So I think it's just important just to remember that, the purpose of this PowerPoint is for use for task force members. So when task force members are asked to go and present on the work of the task force, this is what this PowerPoint is for. And so what Sean is asking for is basically for, general overview feedback on the content, to make sure that if each of us or any of us go out and present on the material of the interim report, that we all agree that what we have decided to present on, is here, and, to provide any feedback on what we might think is missing. So I think, exactly some of the feedback about the language and the terms, such as African American, we want to make sure that there's consistency, because we can imagine that different members on the task force would use different vocabulary. And when you're speaking on behalf of the task force, you have to use the right terminology, and use it consistently. So I think it's good to have that. And so I just wanted to kind of make sure that this is understood by everybody on the task force and by the public as well, that this is not necessarily meant to be a kind of publicly, disseminated presentation, say, to put online or something like that. This is for when we get asked to represent the task force at an event or something like that, that we are all basically, this one is for you, Dr. Brown, singing from the same hymn book. No, okay. Pastor, hymn book. All right. So okay. So I think just to clarify, because I think there might be some misunderstanding about what the use is, and I know Michael tried to explain just now what the kind of use of this is. What I would say is I would just echo, however we can, I think, kind of condense some of the slides. I know it's difficult. We did produce a 500-page, so to bring it down to a 40 slide thing, and I'm a professor, so I know I'm guilty my lectures always run over. So I know exactly this particular struggle, but I do think, you know, to Don's point, if we can have something that is, you know, edited, you know, where each bullet, for example, perhaps can be, you know, reduced somewhat with, you know, perhaps a closer editing of the language for greater brevity. Yeah. I mean, it's appropriate. It's appropriate. It's appropriate. We know how to do other things too, like reparations, you know? So if we could maybe, you know, see another draft at some stage where we can have, you know, not just the visuals, but also, you know, just a, you know, slides with perhaps more concise language, that would be helpful. And, you know, as a member of the communications advisory group, I'm happy to kind of go over, you know, some of those revisions. And as a person who, as I mentioned, constantly struggles with creating brief PowerPoint slides for lectures, I'm happy to do so as well.
Thank you, Professor Lewis. We will definitely lean on you for your feedback.
That's why I avoid PowerPoints altogether. I don't even do them.
Well, it was a request. We don't have a choice.
No, I know. I know.
Then we must do what is requested.
This slide here, as an example, I think the agenda says appropriately that we are charged, you know, to study and develop reparations proposals for African Americans, and says the task force must issue an interim reparations report. The interim piece was something we made a decision as a task force at the time, but we are ultimately charged with the reparations proposal. So that would be one thing that I think needs to be changed, because that is not quite accurate as far as what we ultimately must do, what the bill charges us to do. So I would add that, if it makes sense.
It makes sense, and we can definitely update this to change it and definitely to add it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions or comments or feedback?
What Dr. Javon Scott Lewis stated, I appreciate the volume of communications that my office has received since our last in-person meeting. So it's a lot of information here, and I thank you for reaching out to my office and me and my staff directly to help shape this. So I will take some ownership if we've missed something as well, because we did get a chance to review it, but it's a lot of information. So thank you for those areas that we need to correct and make sure we have a document that we're all comfortable with going forward. All right.
Thank you, Senator Bradford. Are there any other questions, comments, feedback? All right, well, that concludes, I guess, our portion. You all in the task force know how to reach out to me, and I look forward to moving forward. Thank you.
I have a question. It's not related to the PowerPoint though. So when are we going to get, because, you know, Black History Month is, you know, a few days away. So when are we going to get a bit more detail about the potential planning for this February Black History Month event?
It's in the initial phases, so let me get back to you offline. I don't want to commit to something in the public that we can't meet, so I will get back to you. I'll talk to the comms committee and we can move forward from there.
And then the follow-up question I have is around the social media content and calendar. Again, I know it's all preliminary, but does the calendar include any, for instance, like audio visual content, animation? Can we get a little preview of what that might look like?
So I'm not going to share a preview because I don't have that for you, but it does include various posts It will have potentially some animation in it. And we have not done audio in the sense of voice, but of course, with technology, we can have it read the captions and or information. So we'll be using it that way for the social media. Did that answer
Fantastic.
your question?
Yes, that sounds so promising. Thank you.
Oh, you are
And then I
welcome.
guess I have one last procedural question for the DOJ. So thank you so much, Shauna and Mitchell. Final question. Okay, so the UCLA Bunch Center hired the Child's Communications Group with the recommendation of Reggie Jones Sawyer. Me and Dr. Grills, we were once on the Communications Advisory Committee in the December hearing. We were essentially swapped out for Member Jovan Scott Lewis and Senator Bradford. However, I wanted to get some clarity for the sake of the benefit of the public. Although, Dr. Grills elected to remove herself from the committee, and I also voted in the affirmative for that to ensure that Bradford and Member Jovan Scott Lewis are now the committee members working with Charles Communication Group. I just want to get some clarity again for the task force members and the benefit of the public around this issue around the sole designee. So even though Dr. Grills has elected to take herself out of the Communications Advisory Committee, you're still in the picture as the sole designee for the UCLA Bunch Center, correct? And so I wanted to get some clarity either from the DOJ, Member Grills, or the both of you around what that actually means.
So under the Bagley-Keene Act, once somebody is voted to be a sole designee or on an advisory committee, they continue to serve in that role until there is another vote that undoes that first vote. So yes, and this is the Bunch Center contract is really a sole designee for the purpose of contracting and coordinating with the Bunch Center as a contractor for our office. And that includes everything from whether an invoice has come in to whether they're doing some other component of their work or any number of other activities that could happen with the contractor. And so that's one thing. And then the advisory committee is responsible for carrying out the work of the task force with regard to communications, working directly with Charles Group. So it's two different components, two different functions.
Can you clarify what exactly is Dr. Grills' role as sole designee as it relates to communications?
As it relates to communications, well, I communicate with her about the Bunch Center. I don't.
She's the sole authority to provide direction to the Bunch Center around communications. That's how familiar that language.
No, I guess so the Communications Advisory Committee is responsible for engaging in any activity on behalf of the task force with regard to communications, meaning working with the Charles Group with regard to any press inquiries that come in or developing this PowerPoint or other things about communication with the public regarding the work of the task force. And so in that regard, that's the Communications Advisory Committee work. Dr. Grills was designated to help manage the contracting of the Bunch Center, which is a very complicated process because it's in an interagency agreement between the DOJ and UCLA for services. So it's not only was it on the front end of a complicated process, but we're dealing with things like invoicing and finalization of the report and ownership of the copyright and transferal of the report and incorporating that into the task force's final report. So there's a whole lot of stuff that, Bunch Center primarily is all of that stuff. The communications firm, frankly, is something the Bunch Center agreed to do sort of at the tail end after as a sort of addendum to what they were already working on. And so at this juncture, other than obviously paying for invoices and things like that, which the DOJ is processing, the Communications Advisory Committee is solely responsible for communications.
On that? Okay, great. Senator Bradford, Member Jovan Scott Lewis.
Right. Well, thanks for asking the question so we could understand exactly how the full transition of, the relationship between the advisory group and the new advisory group and the communications firm has been set up and what it means going forward. So, on that basis, I just want to provide just some brief guidance to my colleagues on the task force around, public engagement. So we understand that individual members of the task force are, in communication with the public and with the media, and speak on behalf of what is happening with the task force. But there is, I think a regular occurrence in which, those contacts and those engagements are being done outside of the purview or the awareness of the communications team broadly, meaning Charles Group as well as Senator Bradford and myself, and this has been going on from before, where Member Grills and Chair Moore when they were the communications advisory group. So what we're asking is that if individual members of the task force are contacted to any kind of public events or to provide any kind of, public comment, that that Shauna basically and the Charles Group are looped in to, those agreements, right? And that could be as simple as just copying, Shauna and her group on that correspondence. The reason being is that oftentimes we've seen that individual task force members have been asked for public comment, have been asked to attend events and to participate. And they're giving opinions, they're, and rightfully so, representing themselves. However, sometimes what we found is things are being reported, inaccurately. And then, the Charles Group then has to kind of come behind and put out fires, really without having any sense that, there was a fire to be put out in the first place, because they were unaware that individual members were actually engaging with the public or with the media in any particular way. And so just to be clear, I'm not, suggesting that, individually we stop taking requests to speak to the media. That's been the kind of practice from day one. That's entirely fine. We all have different relationships, different networks, and we want to make sure that we are casting a broad as net as possible in terms of, amplifying the work that we're doing and the need for reparatory justice. But as far as just the need to be made aware of what's happening, one, so we can have a catalog of activities amongst the task force so that the communications group can provide support where needed, where appropriate, but also can be, just simply aware of what's happening so that on the occasion, and we've seen it happen increasingly, that there is need, for some kind of, what's the word? Anyway, it is too late. Another coffee is needed.
Retraction.
The retraction, thank you, ma'am. If we can have, there are moments where we need support with issues like retractions, with, like the whole thing with the Daily Mail that I think a member of the public brought up earlier, right? A lot of that was really the result of the Daily Mail and other media outlets picking up something that a task force member said, not out of context, but making it out of context, right? But however, the Charles Group or the communications, team wasn't aware, right, that a task force member was actually speaking to the media. Had they been aware, then they could at least have, kept any potential issue on their radar, right? And so again, what we're asking for is just that we have, some transparency and some communication, to provide awareness to the communications team so that we know exactly how our task force colleagues are making impact, and so that way we can provide support when needed. And so again, what that looks like is simply, someone emails you, asks you to do an interview. Someone emails you and asks and invites you to attend an event. You can simply reply in whichever manner you feel appropriate, yes or no, but you should at least just simply copy Shauna on the email so that way she at least knows what's happening and can provide support again where and when needed.
Thank you, Professor Lewis.
Oh, she can't see. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, great. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
For coordination, because as we reach out to other groups, they are planning events and support, they're building a movement. So I think that the Task Force Comms Committee should know about at least what's going on outside. And then to the extent there's a mutual amplification and coordination that is also pretty important.
You hear me now? Just to the point of clarification, we had some challenges, and this is the communications part is a very challenging and demanding part of this whole procedure. We've had several communication firms that have come and gone, just trying to work with this task force and committee. I became aware of the Charles Group, and they were willing to go ahead and come into this environment, knowing how challenging it can sometimes be. I'll be quite frank with you. I warned her that you want to come into this. It's great that we have somebody. I think she's done a fabulous job. I didn't necessarily recommend her, but I'm extremely happy that the two were able to find one another, the Bunch Center and herself, and that they were able to work through this and get her on board, because now is the time that we need to move forward. Her capacity to, as you can hear even today, to just work with us to get us to the next level. She has the patience of Job, and I'm extremely impressed with it, and we should be impressed with it as we move forward, because we're now, as I said before, at the meat and potatoes of what we need to do. And as far as getting the communications out, if we need to get it done now, and we need it done quickly, we need it done fast. She's under some restrictions that she doesn't tell people about, but it's DOJ restrictions, and we're going to try to do some workarounds and do as best we can to do what we can under the legislative and state requirements that we're under. So just bear with us as we move forward through not only through Black History Month, but as we move forward and to get to that final day of June 30th, 2023.
DOJ, can you clarify what are the restrictions that she's under?
Sure. Also known as the law, but we have advised on communications with the members and us as the DOJ staff with regard to privileges and confidentiality issues, as well as the fact that there are certain things that are not provided for within the legislative purview of the task force. In other words, what's not in this statute is not permissible to the task force. It's only what the legislature granted to the task force in its advisory role to the legislature. Is that sound right to you, Member Jones Sawyer?
It's like, for example, people are asking for billboards, people are asking for a website, people are asking all the things that people, it's not fair to this body here. It's not fair to the Charles Group. And I would say it's not fair to people out here who are wondering what the heck's going on. And so I think we got to finally make that clear. Sure. What's going on.
Absolutely. So yes. What? Why don't we have a Twitter? Yeah. So yes, the task force statute, AB 3121, sets forth the scope of the task force's work. And we do have a public education and communication committee who are both carrying out the work of communicating about the work of the task force. All of that is subject to a couple of requirements. One is appropriation, and there is not an appropriation for things like billboards or other kinds of public advertising. It also is not within the sort of express scope of what the task force can speak to. The task force is not really set up to be or permitted to be a lobbying organization or similar to that, where they can advocate. The role of the task force is to provide advice directly to the legislature, and then provide education to the public about that advice. And the scope of that does not allow for some of these other items like advertising, like lobbying. We've talked about previously that it also doesn't include things like writing a letter on behalf of the state of California, endorsing federal reparations, but there can be a recommendation that the legislature enact a sense of the legislature bill that would give that sense of the legislature on behalf of the state of California. Essentially, because of the way the task force is set up, all of the actions have to run back through the legislature. And so
like a website, so we couldn't have our own separate website.
yes, the website that is run is a website that is the website of the task force, the official website of the task force as a governmental body, which is hosted by the Department of Justice's website, but there's no provision, just like there aren't provisions for other sort of state agencies to have a sort of a privately operated website. This is a governmental body that is advising the legislature. Your website is the government website.
It's embedded in DOJ, and you have to go into DOJ to find it.
That's correct. The task force has the ability in the recommendations to make recommendations along the line of setting up some kind of other outlet for people to be able to communicate back, whether that's through existing state bureaucracy, which Member Jones Sawyer mentioned before, with regard to bureaucracy and how this continues forward after this. But those are things that would be subject to the recommendations, and then it would be subject to whatever proposed legislation there is, and then whatever fiscal augmentation there is for this. But things like, we know that the governor has an official Twitter. We know that the Attorney General has one, and those other bodies do, but there's no way for the task force to speak with one voice on Twitter. Whereas each of you have your own Twitter or your own official accounts of Twitter, and you can all speak to your own viewpoints or what's happening in the task force on your own behalf. There's no way for the task force to speak sort of in that real time, in the same way that an individual elected official or individual, commissioner would be able to.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you, Michael. I just want to say too, that also goes with social media. So the goal is to provide a repository of content that any member of the task force can use, but it will be up to you to use your personal outlets to share that information. And so one of the things we're trying to figure out is how to get you that information to be able to use it at your own discretion and to share that out as you see necessary.
Fantastic, thank you. And we discussed the confines that CCG is under at our last hearing, and I'm aware of that as well as once on the committee. I'll just end by saying, this is particularly catered to the descendant community, the community of eligibility, right? We deserve quality, right? Not only do we deserve quality, I just want to say again to the community of eligibility, nothing is wrong with having high expectations. Also, not only that, high expectations does not necessarily mean unreasonable expectations. In fact, they don't. It just means high expectations. So many of us in the community of eligibility, we have high expectations in our personal life, in our professional life, and I have even higher expectations leading the first state in the nation studying developing reparations proposals for African Americans. So just hold that, people, hold that. Nothing is wrong with having high expectations. Thank you. And with that, we'll go to a break and we'll resume at 4:20 to go to the municipal leader efforts. Thank you.
I can make it short. So before we go to break, sorry, folks. Excuse me, before we go to break, this will be very, very short. We're like a half an hour behind, so I'll keep this very brief. So at the Oakland hearing, I presented sort of an outline of what public education might look like. And the centerpiece of that, not the only piece, but one of the main pieces, is how to take this monumental report and turn it into curriculum. And I don't have to tell anybody on the task force or in the room how this is a major issue in the whole nation. In 37 states, there are either passed or pending legislation telling teachers how to teach history or not to teach it at all. And so the curriculum report is a tremendous achievement. We think it should be turned into curriculum. And curriculum in the broadest sense, certainly K through 12, but also online curriculum, also on curriculum that could be used in modules for teaching in colleges and universities, and also in non-educational institutional teaching, such as in newsrooms or with policymakers and so on, and then in different forms. As I said, one is online, but wouldn't rule out documentary films and social media shorts kind of thing. It could even involve creation of graphic, works and literary and dramatic works. So, but to start, we have been in communications with a UC Berkeley professor of education, and have a lead on another who's a professor at UC Davis. And the hope is that we can get a proposal scope from them soon, and then begin the contracting process. And in the last meeting in Oakland, this task force authorized the Department of Justice to proceed to engage in the curriculum developer. So that is in the works, and I hope by our February meeting, I'll be able to report out more. But I think once we develop that sort of base curriculum approach, I think it will lead to all kinds of other creative works that will be teaching instruments. Just to clarify, we obviously sunset, we go out of business on June 30th, 2023. And curriculum development, to develop great curriculum, takes a long time. And it'll certainly go well beyond our sunset date. So I just want to report that after we engage the curriculum development developer, normally if it was doing work within the lifetime of the task force, the design team, put it that way, because it'll be more than one person, would be reporting to the task force. But after we go out of existence, the consultants will be reporting to the Department of Justice, who will be carrying out the will of the task force and as of the direction we set. So in the recommendations on public education, among them will be including how this curriculum development work is going to be carried out, the goals, the purposes, the values, how it's going to be implemented after we end. And so I just want to announce that. The third thing I want to mention is we're dealing with basically educational components, and also, as Michael Newman had mentioned, some of this may be budgeted, some not. And so I'd like to add and make a motion to add, if she's willing, Cheryl Grills to join me in the public education team for the following purposes. Cheryl's a professor, many years experience in teaching and working in curriculum, also a tremendous source of private money that could help this process. And by that, I mean, of course, the main stuff will be K through 12 curriculum, but to turn it into other forms of teaching instruments, that's probably going to require outside money that the state hasn't appropriated for our purposes here. And so I think she's already done that with other activities of the task force. And so I need that professional educational skill and expertise as we work through this curriculum building process. So I'd like to make that motion and ask that one task force member make a second of that. And I hope, Cheryl, you would agree that you would have time.
Chair, before we act on that, let me just say, friends. No curriculum, in my estimation, is going to do anything to give us traction and outcomes unless we have teachers who are more than dealing with some paper and pen and are freed from their implicit bias against us because of the color of our skin. And my prayer and hope is that we not engage in a lot of hoops and procedures. And at the end of the day, you still have what we have now. And that is people who don't look like us, who are in charge, who are in schools, who are superintendents, who are teachers. And I hope that we will be cognizant of that. It's what we can be and not what we have in terms of paper and curriculum. Down there in Florida, what is happening right now? That sorry man is making it against the law. And one school in Ocala, Florida, just last week, you know what happened? They were sending out a form to parents inquiring whether or not their children could learn our national hymn, Lift Every Voice and Sing. Did you hear what I said? The hymn that J. Weldon Johnson wrote, that was the first poem. His brother Roseman, James Weldon Johnson, his brother Roseman, set it to music. And even many of our children in schools don't know what key to sing it in. Can't sing their way out of a torn paper bag. But we used to sing it, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, even though we were in segregated schools. So I hope and trust that even with the agency and the help of a curriculum, we're always aware what time it is, where we are, and who are the folks we are dealing with in these United States of America and California. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Everything that Pastor Brown said is 100% correct. The Education Advisory Committee, on which we both sit, there are a number of recommendations to include recruitment of Black teachers, financial support to get them in the pipeline, and monies that be directed to underserved communities in education specifically, and also ways for retention, and also anti-bias training, the implicit bias, aspect of it. And I would say the curriculum that we're talking about, there would really be two curriculums, one for, of course, the students, but the other one for the teachers. we need to have a curriculum to teach the teachers as to how to teach this material. So I totally agree with Reverend Brown, and I appreciate the fact that he's been pushing this within our own education committee, and it'll end up in the final recommendations.
Member Tamaki made a motion. I thought when you called on Vice Chair Brown that he was going to second the motion. That didn't happen. He went into discussion. So I would ask that Member Tamaki restate his motion and that you carry it through with the, with a second or not, asking for a second.
Thank you.
So that we can proceed. Thank you.
I would move to add Member Cheryl Grills to the Public Education Advisory Committee and respectfully request a second.
What did he say?
Joan Sawyer, put Joan Sawyer as a second. They all talk at the same time.
Thank you.
Backup materials as far as the recommendation is concerned. I may have missed it. Receive anything in writing?
Oh, there is a PowerPoint with the materials. Is that what you're saying with respect to curriculum?
For this meeting.
Oh, for this meeting, no.
Okay. I would just, this happened also in December where I know that there are some motions that come on the floor. You can't prepare for everything, but if there is a ahead of time recommendation, it would be good to have that so that we would know in the event that we have any questions or anything that we can think about over a few days.
Yes.
So that we can make the most informed decision. I would just request
Apologies and noted. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Agreed. It takes a lot to consider a motion like this. So I don't know if honestly this is proper to kind of just fast track this motion. We can do it, but honestly, it seems like it affords a bit more discussion than that we have allotted at this particular moment.
Well, I need help, honestly, in this, and I need expertise, and I need, particular expertise, and I'd like to get the funding exploration begin right away. And all of this is driven by the fact that we're out of business. In fact, by March, we really have to finalize our recommendations because they then have to be edited and published. So it's even a faster timeline in June. So I appreciate the fact that there is limited discussion, admittedly, but I would ask ask that the task force consider that into account, that we have to move quickly.
Sure. And the only other note I have, and we can, go to Parliamentarian Johnson, when we're talking about private money, that also kind of makes me a little nervous. I don't know what I'm signing up for when we don't know what private entities are involved. Maybe you can talk to it. Dr. Grills, are there some private entities that you're willing to name right now that may be willing to support in this effort? Can you speak to the private entities that you have engaged with in the past during your work as a task force member, particularly for the communications piece?
It wasn't just for the communications piece, it was for the community engagement and communications piece. And the funders were the California Wellness Foundation, the Weingart Foundation, And I'd have to go look and see if there was a third one.
So we can just go to a vote on the issue then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This vote is to add member Grills to the Education Committee. I will begin with the vote, calling on the vote from Madam Chair. Madam Chair abstains. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown, yes, votes yes. Member Bradford?
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder?
Aye.
Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 8 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention.
Okay, so it's now 4:30. Our next item on the agenda would be a break, which we can definitely take. I just want to make a note that we do have to hear from 3 different individuals representing different cities across the state of California around municipal reparations efforts. That agenda item has been slated from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. And so, let's go to my colleagues. Do you want to take a break right now? Do we just push through and honor the time that we have? I agree. So we're going to push through and we will hear from our city and county local municipal reparations efforts representatives. So I'm going to pull up the bios and we will start with the city and county of San Francisco. So the first person that we'll hear from the city and county of San Francisco is Dr. Shirl Evans Davis, who's the executive director of the San Francisco Human Rights Commission. Shirl Evans Davis is a change maker who leads relationship-driven, community-centered initiatives. Named executive director of the San Francisco Human Rights Commission in 2016, Davis is a passionate advocate for equity, access, and educational opportunity for all. For nearly 3 decades, she has made contributions as an educator and leader with expertise in community outreach and engagement, workforce development, youth development, and violence prevention. Dr. Davis worked to build out an equity framework with San Francisco community stakeholders and city departments, resulting in the Office of Racial Equity. She also oversees the Equity Studies Task Force, the Blue Ribbon Panel for Juvenile Justice Reform, and the Dream Keeper Initiative, among other programs. Davis is frequently requested to speak on issues of community wellness, equity, and strategic change work. She holds a BA from San Francisco State University, an MPA from the University of San Francisco, and an educational doctorate from USC Rossier. In 2019, she was awarded an honorary doctorate from the University of San Francisco. We'll also hear from Brittany Chiquata. Brittany Chiquata serves as a director of economic rights at the San Francisco Human Rights Commission. In this capacity, she focuses on policy and programs to build economic equity and uplifts economic opportunities to improve quality of life for the most marginalized in San Francisco. Brittany has worked as a policy maker over the last decade, co-writing and co-leading successful campaigns with tangible impact locally and nationally. Brittany is focused on helping realize the social and health needs of the most vulnerable communities and currently does that by expanding the work of government and making radical investments toward an equitable society. We'll also hear from the city of Berkeley, Ben Barlett, who's the vice mayor of the city of Berkeley. Ben Barlett is a nationally recognized policy leader and attorney. Ben drives innovation for new approaches to government with an eye for equity, justice, and shared prosperity. Since 2016, Ben has passed more than 100 transformative policies, including blockchain municipal microbonds, modular supportive housing for the homeless, health innovation zones, health impact bonds, civilian mental health emergency responses, cannabis equity and racial equity in city contracting, EVP, infrastructure, opportunity zone, governance, and local reparations. We'll also hear from the city of San Francisco, from Kelly Fung Rivas, Senior Advisor for the Office of the Mayor, and Chiwa Rhodes, Director of Community Engagement for the Office of the Mayor. Kelly Fung Rivas serves as a Senior Advisor for the Sacramento Mayor, Daryl Steinberg. She is the first racial equity advisor to any Sacramento mayor. And then also Chiwa Rhodes joined Mayor Steinberg's office in 2021 as a Director of Community Engagement. He also serves as a president on the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. He's a father of 5, a community organizer who previously organized around housing and justice policy, who grew up in South Sacramento and is a product of Sacramento Public Schools. And so, yes, we will hear from, in this order, the city and county of San Francisco, then the city of Berkeley, and then the city of Sacramento, to which then task force members will have any questions or comments. And that will be the end of item number 13. So without further ado, I will turn to the city of San Francisco. You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Cheryl Davis, with my colleague Brittany Chiquata, who will present. I just wanted to tee up a little bit just what we've been doing in San Francisco. We had 2 parallel efforts happening that were focused on the Black community. I also am really honored and grateful for this opportunity to be before you. We have, for me, I'm like, oh, this is awesome. I grew up in Berkeley and I went to school in Sacramento. So we're all here together. Awesome. So I'll go through this pretty quickly, and then Brittany will talk about the work that we've been doing. So in 2020, Mayor Breed and then President of the Board of Supervisors, Shaman Walton, made a commitment to invest $60 million a year annually, specifically for the Black community. We do not necessarily consider this reparations, but we believe that it informs the work that we're doing towards reparations. It looks at how we have real-time allocated money based on community feedback and input, and we've had some successful outcomes of that. So I'm just going to we're in the process of doing our 2nd year review. I'm sharing the previous year review, and I'll also hit a couple of highlights. So if we go to the next slide, want to be mindful, and I also want to just thank you all for foregoing your break and to allow us to present. So the Dreamkeeper Initiative is really focused on intergenerational efforts. It's focused on elevating the Black residents, Black community of San Francisco, and trying to focus on education, economics, and having folks feel welcome and seen and supported and being healthy and whole. Next slide, please. So the 6 foundational actions, the 6 things that we've been committed to in terms of the investing of the $60 million, which, because we were delayed in the first year, it was $120 million that rolled out the first year. The foundational actions were informed by a community process. We held over 60 community meetings, heard from community members, and these 6 points: culturally affirming spaces, transformative and intergenerational social emotional wellness, financial health and well-being, Black-centered education, Black-led and Black-centered narrative shift, which is really one of the things that we're focusing a lot of attention on: the narrative, the story, the conversations of what it means to be Black in San Francisco, and building organizational knowledge and infrastructure. So those are the 6 actions that we're most focused on, and where community wanted us to invest those dollars. If we go to the next slide. So what we ended up with in the first year is we started to move the money out. 141 grants were issued. Over $60 million was allocated in that first go round. And then we created an infrastructure within the city to ensure that the money and the support would roll out. And that was 29 positions. We're now up to 38 positions within the city. And the $120 million has been allocated or encumbered. And if you look at the map, it shows where those dollars are across the city, with the orange being the higher end of folks who get more money in that allocation. Next slide. And so these again are the ideas and notions. Yes, when Brittany speaks, she'll talk a little bit about the cash disbursements and requests that have been made, or that are recommendations that are coming from the Human Rights Commission's the task force that we support, the African American Reparations Advisory Committee. But what we heard from community is that they wanted accountability, but they also wanted us to do more systems change and not be so focused solely on giving cash payments out to folks. And so that's a lot of what we've been piloting with the Dreamkeeper initiative. If we go to the next slide. And we are working with evaluation firms, and we'll have a report that we'll put out in December that will look at and explain what the success or what the challenges have been. Challenges, of course, with the city has been getting the money out. Challenges have been cash disbursements and many grants, but we've had some success. When we look at the data, we were able to, in a year's time, 19 families, 19 people received over $500,000 in down payment assistance from the Dreamkeeper Initiative program. We learned how to move that money. We learned how to work and be very intentional. In years past, we only had 1 to 2 people annually, Black, that were able to go through the city's down payment assistance program. So we're learning a lot. We'll have a report from that that we'll be sure to share with the statewide committee, so that you can see kind of what we're learning from real time for trying to get money out the door, with a focus on Black people and making sure that we navigate and understand the rules around Prop 209. And I'm not sure, is there another? I think that might have been this. And then this, just the partners, this just outlines where the money lives in terms of the 60 million annualized, or 120 million from the first year, where the money sits and who are the partners in helping us get the dollars out. And so I just wanted to give that framing that, and you can stop sharing this particular slide and I think pull up for Brittany. Wanted to just give that framing that we had a parallel program that was informing the process that we're leveraging to invest in community, to hear from community and understand what the challenges are in terms of getting dollars out the door and being able to move this money with the restrictions that we have from a city government point. And so we have 141 community partners that are helping us actually get the dollars out and helping us move the funding in that way. And so while we were doing that, that launched in February of 2020. Supervisor Walton called for the Reparations Advisory Committee and introduced a resolution. And so Brittany will share more with you in that process. So this process of getting that money happening and going, in March, we had our community meetings, March through July, we had our community meetings in San Francisco, and then July through September, we started the process to move the dollars, and then the next fiscal year in June of 2021 is when we started the process for contracts to actually move the dollars. And so with that, I will yield to Brittany Chikwata.
Thank you. So if you could please pull up the other slide deck titled ARAC, A-A-R-A-C. And good afternoon, everyone. Brittany Chikwata, Director of Economic Rights at the Human Rights Commission. And just want to say clearly that our role in this work is to really capture and catalog the work of the San Francisco African American Reparations Advisory Committee. It's not to put our thumb on the scale in any direction as far as leading where the recommendations go. We really are supporting and uplifting a community-led and community-driven process. So as Director Davis alluded to, there's been a lot of overlap in the work as far as investments in Black communities in San Francisco. And it should go without saying that a lot of this timeline is rooted in the murder of George Floyd in summer of 2020, in June 2020. And so the legislation to create the African American Reparations Advisory Committee was introduced that month in June by then President of the Board, Shamon Walton. And then by December of 2020, the legislation to create the ARAC passed. They had their first meeting in January, submitted a progress report that December.
And then this past December, December 23rd of 2022, submitted a draft San Francisco reparations plan to the Board of Supervisors, Mayor's Office, and the Human Rights Commission's commissioners. And so we have a hearing coming up in February where the draft plan will be reviewed by the Board of Supervisors, and they'll accept, amend, or reject the plan at that time. And then the final reparations plan is due in June of this year. And that's a typo for the sunset. It actually sunsets in January of 2024. Next. Thank you. And so we share this slide because we really are rooted in this UN definition of reparations, the 5 categories of reparations, guarantees of non-repetition, rehabilitation, monetary compensation, satisfaction, and restitution. And those have been the kind of guiding principles for the African American Reparations Advisory Committee. And I would be remiss if I didn't pause to acknowledge and say thank you to Reverend Dr. Amos Brown, who is also on San Francisco's committee. Next slide. And so these items we wanted to share just kind of where we differ from the state task force in our eligibility requirements. So we have 2 that have been identified as requisite. You have to be an individual who's identified as Black or African American on public documents for at least 10 years, and then being 18 years or older. And then in addition, you have to select 2 from the list beneath that. So born or migrated to San Francisco between 1940 and 96. And 1940, as I'm sure this audience is familiar with, that's when a lot of selective and intense recruitment happened in the South during World War II to bring Black African American people to California. San Francisco saw a multifold increase at that time. And then 1996 is that bookend is related to the one strike law that was introduced under President Clinton, really attacking residents of public housing. So if you were found with any type of drugs or drug paraphernalia, then not only would the individual be evicted, but the entire family on the lease would be. So the next one is being personally or the direct descendant of someone incarcerated by the field war on drugs, having a record of attendance in San Francisco public schools during the time of the consent decree, which was created to complete desegregation within the school system, being a descendant of someone enslaved through U.S. chattel slavery before 1865, displaced or the direct descendant of someone displaced from San Francisco by urban renewal between 54 and 73, and then kind of similarly listed or the direct descendant of a certificate of preference holder, which is San Francisco's specific essentially promissory note that was given out to those who were displaced by urban renewal. And lastly, being a member of a historically marginalized group that experienced lending discrimination between 37 and 68, or subsequently experienced lending discrimination in formerly redlined San Francisco communities between 68 and 2008. Next slide. And so we have 111 recommendations that have been included in the draft report. The overall recommendations that are highlighted are the issuance of a formal apology for past harms and to commit to making substantial ongoing systemic and programmatic investments. And the Dreamkeeper Initiative is absolutely an example of that and a proof of concept of that work. Establishing an independent office of reparations within the city to execute these recommendations, and creating and funding a committee of community stakeholders to ensure equity and continuity of the implementation of initiatives. Next slide. So despite having 111 recommendations, the one salacious recommendation that has really been getting us a range of love and hate over the last 2 weeks has been the $5 million for recommendations for select eligible residents. And we know, kind of just similar to the conversation that was happening before this presentation, that despite your best efforts, what is picked up in media is not necessarily accurate. So as the staff, we are definitely fielding and driving and against this misinformation campaign, that, you know, the recommendations are kind of limited to this one unrestricted cash payment for the 45,000 Black people who live in San Francisco. We're working with the committee, as I stated, to retool and update both the eligibility and the final recommendations, and everything right now is simply a proposal, and nothing is written in stone. But I just wanted to acknowledge that. Next slide. And this is just kind of touching on the landscape nationwide. You can go to the next one, please. And then as far as what's to come, the Human Rights Commission will continue to convene community meetings to share information about the draft report and continue to collect feedback from community members as we retool the San Francisco Reparations Plan in consultation with the ARAC. We will continue to respond to community outreach about information and misinformation about the plan, and we'll be supporting the ARAC through budget season and just helping shepherd their meetings with the Mayor's Budget Office, because the end date, as far as the final document submission, is also the end of the fiscal year, which is also the end of budget season. And so want to ensure that they are supported in making asks before that document is submitted to begin executing some of the recommendations as possible. Thank you.
This concludes our presentation, so we'll wait for the committee's questions.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Ben Bartlett. So we'll go through all of the municipal representatives, and then we'll reserve our comments and questions to the end. So Vice Mayor Bartlett, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Can anyone hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. I must say I'm a bit distracted. I just saw the video of Tyree Nichols being murdered in Tennessee. And I just want to take a second and send prayers to his family. And again, think about why we're here and what we're doing, because this is part of it. You know, this is our country. This is our country. We built it. We made it what it is. We deserve a fair shake, and we deserve to complete reconstruction. So here in Berkeley, we intend to leverage our little municipal power, to do local reparations and contribute to the conversation somehow. And we're a small city, but we have a tradition of punching above our weight. We are home of the Fair Housing Act. The Fair of South African Sanctions came from here. The Black Panthers are from here. Oakland claims it, but they're really from South Berkeley. And here on the slide, or in the picture here, is a streetscape in my district where the neighbors painted Reparations Now, because this has come from the community for years, and we are now ready to engage it. My name is Ben Bartlett, and we're going to take you through our first phase of reparations that we just passed a few months ago unanimously. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to get too far into the justifying reparations, but this quote is a good one by Dr. King. Dr. King here highlights all the government programs that went to European immigrants to come here and get land in the West and Midwest, and to till the land, and money to work it and own it, and to learn how to till it and how to do business, and then moving into housing grants and mortgages, et cetera, while at the same time telling we descendants of slavery, with Black people, to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, right? Next slide, please. And again, America is us. And this ultra prosperity that is known for America is our prosperity that has not been granted to us despite our efforts. Next slide, please. And again, this has gone into an obscene wealth distribution that has now become a deep abscess in this country that is holding the entire country back. And again, which flows from slavery to Jim Crow, both the North and the South, and the GI Bill not given to us, and housing discrimination, the loan financing, the banks, criminal bank activity against us, the education crimes against us, and the deep implicit and explicit bias and structural racism that we are continuously subjected to in all sectors of American life, as this body has covered so thoroughly and so well. Next slide, please. So we are joining the conversation. It's happening in lots of places. LA, San Francisco, St. Petersburg, Florida, Evanston, Illinois, California, North Carolina, and the United States. And again, we want to get at the root of the issue here and start to really unbuckle the restraints on the descendants over here in America. That's from redlining to economic isolation, the food deserts, healthcare inequities, environmental racism, the mispolicing, as we call it, the drug war, and so on, and housing, education, and overall barriers to wealth creation that has led to us being a landless group of people being tossed about by the elements. Next slide, please. So again, we passed in Berkeley, very excited about this. Next slide. So, one element, and what we passed in Berkeley, I should say, we developed a framework to come up with a policy recommendation set, which is also according to a few different buckets. And so in our preliminary work, this is very preliminary because we will have some experts come in and run the program and do the detailed economic and historical analysis and do the legislative recommendations. But just in our own work, we uncovered some basis of economic harm. And so honing in on housing, so redlining, of course, we're no stranger to that. Berkeley was once more than 40% African American. My own family came here 150 years ago or so, fleeing Tennessee, and made it here and joined this burgeoning Black cohort of people that built big lives for themselves and really made the Black American version of this dream happen. Next slide, please. Of course, redlining gave way to gentrification, where we are now in late gentrification stages now. Next slide, please. And ultimately, this overall housing market deprivation led to an economic loss and wealth generation loss of $762,000 per person, and collectively $3.25 billion. And that's just in our little town. But our town, of course, is very, very popular, and the housing market is expensive. And the escalation that many people benefited from were denied to us. Next slide. So we created this concept based upon the South African truth-telling and reconciliation process, because the community wanted to be involved in this. They wanted the act of repair to be one of transformation and one that could catalyze the community to maybe turn the corner on history and really just deal with the abscess that has not been dealt with in this country together. So the first stage of the process that the consultants will undertake will be to inform the community. And this will be much as you've been doing, right? The historians and economists, symposiums throughout the city, gatherings, just letting people know about what happened and what it looked like. And then personal stories as well to illuminate the impact on the individual level of what happened and how it continues to play out now through this obscene wealth gap, et cetera. Next slide, please. And then there's the community process part of interaction. This is where we encourage the people to come together and have emotional conversations and really get to a through point of understanding and moving beyond conflict and into deep listening and into a new form of community so that we can begin the process of actual repair. Next slide, please. Some of the recommendations, there will come policy recommendations all goal to all with the goal of mitigating disparities and repairing the damage caused by public and private systemic racism from here to date. Next slide, please. And so the policies, we sort of lumped them into 4 buckets. There's reckoning and acknowledgement and accountability and ultimately redress. And next slide, please. So the reckoning part, this is where the city will, take the report, and publish it, and present the report to the city council and to the community at large, and get everyone to understand what came out of the process, what we have, why we need reparations, what is this monster of racism, what is it, and why is it, and then next stage, what can we do about it? So next slide, please. And that gets into acknowledgement, official acknowledgement. This could take the form of apologies or new cultural sites, monuments, museums, etc. Who are these people on this slide here? I'm going to talk to my staff. Next slide, please. And then accountability, where you really get into it. And at San Francisco, I saw some of the similar language on their deck. This is where you commit to not repeating the actions, and then allow the community to form accountability sort of advisory bodies to engage and maintain the process of reparations through the years as we go forward. So they keep it going, keep monitoring it, and keep developing it. Okay, next slide, please. And then, of course, redress. And this is where we get into the end goal of this, right? So these would be acts of compensation and restitution to the harmed, with the objectives centering on wealth creation, because at the core of this is the lack of wealth, despite the generation of wealth for others. And that is the source of our weakness, and the source of all of the negative outcomes come from our lack of wealth. Next slide, please. So again, outcomes involve promoting generational wealth, economic mobility, opportunity, and getting to the disparities I mentioned before in health attainment, homeownership, criminal justice, education, etc. Next slide, please. And these are some examples we come up with, and we'll like to see them all developed and rolled out. Cash payments, could be lump sum or an income supplement, retirement, city support, corporate debtors too, which we'll talk about in a moment. Housing, homeownership, got to get homeownership. Ownership is key. And there is a trend right now to make homeownership more out of reach for people. Nationally, there are large private equity funds buying up all the single family residences to make the entire country a nation of renters. That does not help us achieve any power in our lives. We've got to hone in on ownership no matter what. Rental guarantees, stabilization, paying supplements, waiving fees, big one, converting all the public housing into condominiums. That idea came up. That is a low-hanging fruit to rapidly turn someone who's a renter into an owner, and with something they can pass on to their family and generate equity in. Mortgage financing. Then you get into debt forgiveness, student loans, health loans. Healthcare costs are the largest source of bankruptcy in America. And of course, we're hit the hardest by that, like we are with everything else. So honing in on the money apparatus and making it less burdensome to the people who created the wealth in this country. Tax credits, education, job training, small business grants, contracts with Black businesses, things like that. Next slide. And here's a big one. Being as how we are a small city, our budget is very small. So we're going to be creative about how we can meet the needs of redress. And so one way we intend to explore is bringing in the corporate actors who benefit from racial tyranny. And these are financial institutions, the banks, insurance companies, real estate companies, universities, you name it. The whole course of human economic activity that was born of our labor implicates many companies who are based in Berkeley right now and throughout California as well. And they should be part of this process. Next slide. And of course, we want to sync up with other cities because, again, we went from 40-something% African American down to 8%. Our people are now spread out in other communities, lacking the wealth they would have made if they'd stayed in Berkeley, a high resource community. So to sync up with them and see if we can possibly create an interjurisdictional framework of repair. Next slide, please. So moving forward, like I said, we work with the jurisdictions in California, and I'm so thankful for this body here. I've been watching you the whole time. It's really amazing the rigor you put into developing this process. And I must say I'm very proud of you, and I know that your ancestors are thankful for your work, as mine are for sure, and your children, my children, and so forth are thankful for the work you're doing right now. California is the biggest state in the country, fifth largest economy in the world, and what you're doing matters, and I thank you so much. And again, the RFP is coming out for this consultant to do our reparations, to implement the framework we've written, and I want you to apply. So if anyone's watching who's got some skills, please apply, because you're welcome to help us achieve this. Next slide, and it should be the end. That's me. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, that's great. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Bartlett. It's a long time coming. I remember connecting with you when we first started this almost 2 years ago. So thank you so much for your presentation. The next city we'll hear from is the city of Sacramento. Kelly Fong Rivas, and you may begin your presentation when you're ready, and Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for pulling up the slides. I'll wait for them to get set. My name is Kelly Fong Rivas. I am a senior advisor to Mayor Darrell Steinberg. I'm joined by my colleague, Chinua Rhodes, who is our Director of Community Engagement. Go ahead, next slide. And just want to say good afternoon and thank you, Chair Moore, for the invitation to present today alongside some really wonderful jurisdictions. Great to be in the space. City and County of San Francisco and City of Berkeley. Also, thank you to all the members of our task force for your service. We are extremely grateful for your time, your expertise, and your dedication to this important work. We are here today to really talk about our focus on building a thoughtful municipal reparations effort in support of a national reparations movement. And that's why we wanted to really start and center on building and the concept of building relationships with one another, with our community across jurisdictions, building the research that's necessary to really ensure that we have sustainable programs and recommendations, building the resources necessary for this as well. Building the transparency that's needed in terms of how we make decisions within government and within bodies like this in order to build the accountability necessary for us to account for our past harms committed as governments. Only through those steps do we believe that we can really build the trust with community, especially those who have been at the center of harm, in order to bring about and build the culture change that we're all working towards, so that this is not just a moment, but really is making sure that we are building this movement, like we said, at a local level to help support reparations at a national level. Next slide. So a little bit of background just to center some basics about the city of Sacramento and how we've approached this work. We are a city manager form of government. Another way of saying that is we are not a strong mayor form of government. So while we are working on this, it's important to note that it is a mayoral initiative. Our city council did in June of 2021 adopt a resolution that supports the very work of this task force, which we are grateful for. And at that same time, Mayor Steinberg joined the MORE Coalition, Mayors Organized for Reparations and Equity. So as such, our municipal reparations work at this time is not a full city priority or adopted by full city council. It is a mayoral initiative. Next slide. Within that, we really truly believe that no matter how we come to this work or what level of government that we work within, that we really need to understand and evaluate our role and responsibility as public servants while we have the honor of serving in these roles. So evaluating our role and responsibility, we believe that, you know, in its most basic form, that government is responsible for the allocation of resources and services necessary for human settlement. And that really, when you think about good governance, it's actively ensuring that equitable access to those resources and services. So some of the questions and things that we are ensuring we center and reflect on are really reviewing and asking ourselves some sets of questions about what has the city done to exclude our Black residents from access to resources and opportunities through urban planning and design, through other policy decisions, through these types of things that have extracted wealth or prevented wealth building opportunities. We also really want to understand time. What are these specific periods of harm that have, you know, caused these types of practices? What have exclusionary practices and decisions been that have impacted our Black businesses, residents, and community over time? And really understanding that in terms of health. The social determinants of health reveal the symptoms of these impacts that must be addressed. But how do we address the root cause to prevent the continued and or future impacts of these? Really getting at those systemic root causes, and also really understanding and asking ourselves, what does success look like? For example, you know, what will it take for Sacramento to improve homeownership for our Black residents and for them to truly feel safe at home and in their neighborhoods? And it's important to note that success cannot be defined by us within the role of government. It really needs to center our community in defining that. Next slide. So just a little bit of background on the staff work before we get into a little bit more of what we talk about as we are really centering community in this work. It's important to know beyond success being defined in our community, that they are with us through every step of that process. There are some things, however, that are really important for us to do to be prepared to do this work, not only to set the foundation to support community in this effort, but so that we ourselves are prepared and ensure that we can support our community in the work. So what that's looked like so far is network building, really developing a community of practice of national experts, advocates, activists, and other cities who are doing this work, and just ensuring that we can have real partners in this to support the process and the outcomes, learning from each other, both from mistakes and from best practices. This includes doing a lot of research compilation, utilizing our staff time, utilizing existing city commission reports and information, ensuring that we are also going after grants so that we can support our graduate students doing some of the deep dive research in our city archives to understand those specific points of harm and what happened with those policy decisions. Building that academic partnership so that we can develop a true historic context and really understand those areas of opportunity for our community to be able to determine what some recommendations could look like. And finally, really collecting and ensuring that we can get some resources together to support this. So that looks like securing city funding to support the work, again, going after grant funding to support research and programs, and identifying other potential resources to support future recommendations that really can support a community-led process. So with that, I would like to invite Chinua Rhodes for the next slide and conversation.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Chinua Rhodes, Director of Community Engagement for Mayor Darrell Steinberg's office, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys today. As you see, the theme for our community engagement is building together. And I know that most of you guys probably heard this saying of when communities have things done to them, it's often seen as violence. When they have things done with them, it's seen as liberation. And so we wanted to engage community through a process of informing them, engaging them, and empowering them. And through those phases, what we were able to do was first start off with one-to-one conversation and group conversations with our constituents and community members. And that first step was an effort to change the traditional and often expected mechanism that our communities used to, the transactional form of government, and hopefully bring in a more transformative and relationship building to the conversation. After that, we had wonderful conversations, and we brought together a subset of community members, from activists to our municipalities, our local energy municipalities, bankers, restaurateurs, Black business associations, to have further conversations of who's missing in the space. And how do we properly engage with our African-American community largely to make sure that they're being involved and their voice is heard. One of the things that I think that is very important to say is that as elected officials or as our mayor, he's really put forward the idea of empowering community voice to be at the center and to be the leading voice in what we do here in Sacramento, California. Even though we are in our infancy of reparation implementation, we are pragmatically positioning our city to make sure that we are doing with our communities and not to our communities. And so as we continue to do this work and we continue to gain more information, next week we can have a larger group conversation, have a retreat around what we're going to be doing here in the city of Sacramento. And it's very exciting. Once again, African-American male, grew up here in the city, and most people would never imagine that these type of conversations here in the capital city would be happening, or even at the state level. And so as we go into the future with this idea of bringing along community, genuinely bringing along our communities and having a real voice, these are the things that we're talking about here in Sacramento, California, and these are the ways that we're engaging our community, not transactionally, but hopefully transformatively. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. So some of the goals and progress around this, as you heard, are really about community-centered. It's important to emphasize that no formal program or commission or committee or task force will be developed by us, decisions made about municipal reparations without a community-led and engaged process. Our community's already advocated for a very reparative process and approach, so I just want to emphasize that as well as one of our goals, that the process itself is reparative. It means that it's really important to ensure that any of our outreach and activity within our community utilizes a trauma-informed approach and provides culturally relevant resources for our community to process these conversations and these deep wounds that we're, opening up with the intent to repair and heal, and recognizing too that as we are having these conversations, there are many things that continue to happen in our country, like today. Some of the progress that we've made right now includes research specific around examples and promising practices across the country, really getting a deeper dive into our local historical context and points of harm. That includes areas of redevelopment that displace Black residents and businesses, ensuring that we are doing oral history collection so that we can close the gaps between the data and available resources, with the stories of our elders who lived through this and before those stories go away, really ensuring that we are connected to our experts and networks throughout as well. And again, researching various opportunities for funding and collaboration so that we don't go this alone. This is all in service to really create an introductory report that can support our community in the beginning of deliberations of what type of form they would like to create in terms of a commission or committee. Some of the resources we have so far to support this that were secured in our 2022 mid-year adjustment of our budget is $200,000 to support the work of a municipal commission in terms of how that would develop. Another $150,000 to support culturally sensitive and trauma-informed facilitation and support services. We have secured around another $130,000 in grants through various programs that I'll speak to next a little bit in the next slide. Some of the concurrent related projects mentioned that support this work but are not directly a part of the mayoral initiative include our city's African American Experience Project. This is a grant-funded project that our Community Development Department was able to get, and it is an effort of our city to compile a very detailed historical context and report that really is informed by collecting oral history and historical documents from our community in the production of a thematic historic context that can really help us better understand as we do things around historical designation, buildings and places that were moved that may not qualify under current policies. What do those mean in terms of historic context to the community, and how do we redefine that? It also is moving beyond that historic context statement to really continue to collect oral histories, and that's another key part that we have learned as a best practice and lesson in terms of closing those gaps and filling in the details of what have happened. Another grant-funded project that we'll be kicking off in the next couple months is called City Start, and this is a new program for the city of Sacramento. We applied for in a very competitive process, and we're able, through the community's financial empowerment, to be included in this year's cohort. It is an opportunity to create and release a very strategic blueprint that addresses residents' financial empowerment needs. And the unique thing about this year's cohort is that it really prioritizes the financial stability needs of our Black residents. And this is based on stakeholder and community engagement, and it's really focused on addressing those structural causes rather than the symptoms. Another key initiative that's happening is through our Center for Sacramento History. They're partnering with our city's preservation division and other community experts to hold a series of workshops on how to trace genealogy. They're also working through some additional productions of history, of racism, and that's been really important for us to help educate our community at large. On the next slide, I'll get into a little bit more about the last project that's related to this work that's really centered around building up that trust and transparency and accountability again with our community. This is focused on racial equity, and I just want to make a really quick important distinction that we do not see racial equity the same as reparations. They can inform one another, but they are not the same. So this initiative we call the SCORE initiative. It's Sacramento centered on racial equity, and it really is a work plan and a new partnership, as you heard Chinua talk about, in terms of engaging and empowering our community, not being transactional. But this is an effort and partnership between the city of Sacramento, between Race Forward as a facilitator, their national organization dedicated to catalyzing movement building for racial justice, and our local community racial equity leaders. So this is a partnership and coalition together. It's a multi-year, multi-phased work plan, and it's really designed to transform how our city, both internally and externally, really reviews our policies and procedures to achieve racial equity through developing a racial equity lens. Next slide. Some of the key lessons we just wanted to lift up for others that may be looking to do a reparations effort in their own jurisdictions, are really understanding that local government plays a significant role in harm and repair, regardless of reparations at a national level. We are where people live. We are where neighborhoods are built and designed. So really understanding that and our role within it is key and essential of how we can help repair. Centering and empowering our community in the process and the outcome, as you've heard us talk about, understanding that the process itself must be reparative. One thing we talk about a lot here in Sacramento is moving at the speed of trust with our community, and really recognizing that at times that means slowing down. You know, why don't we have a commission yet or a committee? That has been a process of slowing down to ensure that we can do so in a reparative way with community. But it also means speeding up when you need to and acting with urgency to meet the real needs that are happening. And finally, just very consistent and open communication and education is essential. Next slide. We just wanted to sort of in summary, really again, build into that this is a movement for reparations that's happening like never before in our country. We see it here with this commission and the groundbreaking work that you were doing. We see it with local efforts across the country. We are very fortunate to have a community in a city that is really engaged in a very intentional and thoughtful racial equity process of addressing the past, developing trust and accountability in the present, and building a racially just future together. We believe that we go farther together and are taking the time to do so with our community so that our work to develop a municipal reparations program is not some stagnant study that sits somewhere or just a moment in time or a performative action, but really a sustained effort that will disrupt the extraction of wealth and wealth building opportunities from our Black community. We really do hope that this process and effort that we are taking can help move some national efforts. And then finally, in the next slide, we just wanted to close by really thanking our community for their expertise, their engagement, their support in this. We have some incredible leaders that have been very engaged with this task force and the work. We want to thank Mayor Darrell Steinberg for committing to this effort and for allowing us the space to help lead with community. We want to thank every member of this task force for your public service to the state. And we just have to say, finally, I think we'd be remiss if we did not lift up and close our presentation today in memory of Mr. Tyree Nichols. And I want to say thank you, Vice Mayor Bartlett, for lifting up his name a moment ago. He is a former Sacramento resident. Members of his family were here at City Hall with us just hours ago with our local NAACP branch and mayor for a press conference. And as his name is on our country's conscience today, and as we speak about the importance of centering community and a reparative process for reparations, I just would like to say to our community, please take care of yourselves and one another today. We are here for you. Tyree Nichols, may you rest in peace. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions or comments from the task force members around any of the presenters? Member Girls, you recognize.
I want to just say thank you to all of the municipalities that shared the status of your work with us today. It's very important and importantly connects with the work that we're doing. And so I actually don't have a question, but a request of all of you. If you might take an opportunity to take a look at the recommendations that we have drafted, which are available by looking through the agenda items for this meeting, and letting us know whether or not there are any of our recommendations that could be strengthened or nuanced or further informed by the work that you're doing in your local municipalities. That would be very helpful to us. Because I fully agree with Ms. Kelly Fong-Rivas when you said that local government plays a significant role in harm and repair. You're boots on the ground and you have a way of understanding things that we may not be able to see with a statewide lens. Thank you.
I had a question for the city of San Francisco. You all have been in the news as of late. But a question that I had was around the eligibility piece and to what extent you all, reached out to legal experts to help inform you all on your eligibility criteria. I'm just curious about that.
Thank you, Chair, for that question. So the recommendations were developed mostly at the leadership of the African American Reparations Advisory Committee. I think in this period of retooling and refining the draft plan, we're doing some additional work in that manner of checking both with economics consultants as well as legal experts. But we did have some initial meetings in the fall and winter with legal experts, particularly those with extensive experience in Prop 209 and civil rights advocacy. I think that one thing that the committee uplifted throughout the process was wanting to procure outside counsel and not necessarily work with the city attorney's office for the city and county of San Francisco, just because the city attorney works at the leisure and with the liability of the city in mind and is not, staff attorney for the committee. And so we're definitely seeking outside counsel or working in partnership with them to facilitate outside guidance as we refine the final document.
And I will just add, we've been very intentional. We've got a report that's coming. We've been working with Stanford Law School as well. And so they've had 2 semesters of classes and students who've reviewed the documents that we put forth and the recommendations. They'll put out a report later this spring, just based on some of that. And just in terms of context, we really did ask the committee members to dream big, think big, and then part of one of the pieces that we have is a policy committee that their recommendations are specifically around how we continue to have conversations around Prop 209 and the limitations to discuss and talk about race. So it's one of the recommendations is specifically around how do we address some of these and get legal counsel to help, not just with enforcing reparations, but being able to address the harms and changing the systems that make it difficult to do so.
Thank you so much. Any other comments or questions? Hearing no other comments or questions, I would like to thank the city of San Francisco, the city of Berkeley, and the city of Sacramento. Everyone, give them a round of applause. Stay encouraged. You all are doing amazing work, and I'm so glad that we are in conversation and in concert with each other. Thank you so much. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is item number 14, which is a conversation about extending the life of the task force. Senator Bradford, do you want to table this? Okay, so we will table this conversation until tomorrow, unless we need a formal vote motion for that. If not, let's just table it. And then the next item on the agenda is DOJ updates, to which I've heard there are none.
Wait, I just want to clarify. Are you tabling this discussion? Are you saying you're tabling this discussion till tomorrow or till the next meeting?
Tomorrow, under unfinished business.
We have a hard stop tomorrow at 5:45, 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock in this room. So it's a hard stop tomorrow. So we cannot run long tomorrow. So if there's any concern about tomorrow's agenda, I'd encourage you to keep that in mind.
It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes.
But that's fine. I mean, and we do not have any updates, so.
Okay. I'm looking at tomorrow's agenda. I mean, it is a pretty busy agenda, but we could, you know, make sure we're keeping tight on time. So I think seems like you want to table it. So let's table it and we'll just figure it out tomorrow. All right, so this meeting is now officially in recess. We'll return tomorrow at 9 a.m.